Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website. Other individuals and the media may also be audibly or visually recording this meeting. Also, the Mayor will be stepping out of today's meeting for an 11:25 for a few minutes, as he will be bringing greetings at the Meals on Wheels on the road event being held here at the City Hall forecourt, and he'll be rejoining the meeting afterwards. Mr. Mayor, on that?
Yeah, a number of issues have come up that will require my attendance with regard to the U.S. Steel matter, so I may be in and out of the chamber more often than that. Thank you. Completely understood. And on that, Councillor Duvall.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and myself included. I've been in touch with some people, and I know there's an important meeting going on this morning to update this, what they're going to be going through, and I'll be getting some information to update the council as the day goes through. So I'll be in and out with phone calls. Thank you.
Councillor Pearson.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, thank you. And I just want to advise that I will have to leave about mid-afternoon. I have a function to be at, but I will come back as soon as I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. Madam Clerk, any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chair. There are a number of added delegation requests wishing to speak to item 7.1 on the agenda entitled Establishment of the City of Hamilton's Advisory Subcommittees, Volunteer Committees and Citizen Engagement. Added delegations are item 4.1 from Marlon Pickin of the LGBTQ Advisory Committee, item 4.2 from Yvonne Miracle of the Aboriginal Advisory Committee, item 4.3 from Connie Bellamy of the Tenant Advisory Committee, item 4.4 from Denise Doyle, item 4.5 from Dina Honig of the Immigration and Refugee Advisory Committee, and item 4.6 from Will Rosart. Also, item 6.1, the delegation from Don Jaffrey and Linda Daler respecting the transformation of the Community Partnership Program will be heard after item 7.2, which is the staff presentation on the same topic. There are some changes with the reports. Item 5.5, entitled Institutional and Special Advanced Polls Bylaw. The page 2 of Appendix A has a typo. Bishop Tonis Senior's apartments are in Ward 1, not Ward 2. An amended copy has been distributed and has also been uploaded onto the website. Also, items 8.5 respecting agreement with McMaster University regarding the Fraunhofer Project Center for Biomedical Engineering and Advanced Manufacturing. The first 33 pages of Appendix A, or up to Article 31, have been amended since the time of printing, and the copies have been distributed and the correct copies have been uploaded onto the city's website. Also, the councillors all have received corrected copies. Copies of item 8.9, the Facility Naming Subcommittee, report 14-005 have been distributed, and there's two added reports. Item 8.10, Steel Committee report 14-004, September 10th, 2014, and also item 8.11, Cleanliness and Security in Downtown Core report, Downtown Core Task Force report 14-003, dated September 10, 2014. Copies have been distributed. And also, finally, there's a correction to a report number, in-camera report 12.6, entitled Alleyway Encroachment at 14 James Street North. The correct number is PW 12059C/LS12021C.
That's it?
That's it.
Are you sure? Okay, I need a motion then to move the agenda as amended. Moved by Pasuta, seconded by Pearson. All those in favor? That carries. Thank you. Members of Council, any declarations of interest this morning? Nope. Hearing none. I need a motion to approve the minutes of our September the 4th meeting. It's moved by Ferguson, seconded by Clark. All those in favor? Carries. Thank you. We have before you delegation requests, those that were included with the agenda, and of course those that the clerk just brought to our attention. All of today's delegation requests are to speak to item 7.1 on today's agenda. If approved, they'll be heard after the staff presentation in item 7.1. What is the committee's what's your desire in terms of 4.1 to 4.6? I need a motion on those. Moved by Jackson, seconded by McCaddy. All those in favor? All those in favor? Okay, I just want to make sure you're with me. Consent items, members of the committee, you have before you consent items 5.1 to 5.17 inclusive. Are there any items that you would like to pull from the consent agenda to speak to or address? I need a motion then to receive. Councillor Duvall?
Are you talking about all items? And
5.1 to 5.17, okay. Yep.
So I'd like to just ask some questions on 5.5.
5.5, sorry?
Yes.
Okay. So on 5.1, I'll need a motion then to receive items 5.1, 5.2, 5.16, and 5.17 first. Moved by Clark, seconded by Pearson. And then I'll move on to the remainder of those. And Councillor Duval, if you want to address 5.5 at this point in time, I think it's appropriate. Go ahead.
Thanks. And this has to do with the advanced polls, I believe, the institutional advanced polls. So I'm just asking through you to staff. I understand some of them are short times, but there seemed to be some confusion in the last election when people knew where their times were in the institutional ones. So I just want to ask a question. Are they notified individually or told by their caretakers that there's a minimum amount of time they get to vote in those areas on an individual basis?
Okay, Rose?
Yes, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Yes, staff have worked with the administration office of all the institutions and the homes to ensure that the times are well advertised. We did take into consideration any of the concerns that happened in the last election, and we ensured that those things were addressed this time around, so we're confident that the homes will know their exact voting times for this election.
Councillor Duval.
Okay, and so on the special advance polls in Ward 7, I may be mistaken, but I always thought Sackville Seniors Recreation Center was available, and I don't see it here. Am I wrong in my information, or?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, the polls, the locations noted on Appendix A are only for special advance polls. That's for October the 15th. Sackville is location probably on election day. Sorry, I don't have the list with me here, but these are only for the special advance on October 15th, these locations. Sackville could be another location on
Sorry, I didn't hear that about Sackville.
It would be a location on election day.
On election day?
Yes.
But not in advance polling?
I'm not sure if it's an advance poll. When I could have it confirmed for you, Councillor.
Okay, I don't want to prolong this, and I understand Mohawk Gardens. It's a great little spot, but the problem is that many people want to go to the advanced polls, and Mohawk Gardens is not a place where anybody can park their car. So it's limited to the people in the buildings only, because there's no parking for guests.
Oh, Rose, sorry.
Yeah, Mr. Deputy Mayor, through you. Just to clarify, these would only be advanced polls for these locations only. They would not have residents outside of this location going into these polls. Okay. It's solely for the purposes of these locations. Anyone else in the polling subdivision would go to the advanced poll in their area or to the poll on election day.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Councillor Ferguson on the same issue?
Yes, through you to Rose. Rose, I noticed in the advanced polls you have nothing in Ward 12. Traditionally, you've always had one at the Rotary Centre at the Robert E. Wade Park, where there is lots of parking, lots of space. Is there any particular reason why you're not having one in Ancaster?
Mr. Deputy Mayor, through you, this appendix is just for special advance polls. Every ward will have an advance poll. This list does not provide any information on advance polls on the 5 days. We have 5 days of advance polls. You passed that bylaw previously. This is just for these locations only. That's why they're called special advance polls.
Okay, can you just explain to council and the public then what's the difference between an advance poll and a special advance poll?
Okay. Advance polls, we're required to have at least one advance poll according to the Municipal Elections Act. Council has provided for 5 days of advance polls, and each ward has an advance poll, so there will be 15 locations. The special advance polls is something that the City of Hamilton has historically provided in addition to the regular advance polls. I see Tony Fallis has joined me, and perhaps he can expand further if...
Thank you.
Mr. Fallis.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, the advance polls you've already you've already passed that bylaw. 5 days, there is one at the Ancaster Rotary Centre. These special advance polls are ones that we've had for a number of years. They go back prior to my time here. They're for individuals in particular buildings who may have difficulty getting to regular polls. So it's just a special advance poll for the residents of those buildings. This does not preclude the other 5 days of advance polls that are around this time as well.
Okay, that's clear now. I appreciate those answers. So, and Mr. Chairman, I also have a question for 5.3. I see Jerry's arrived. This says,
I have no further speakers, so go ahead on 5.3.
On 5.3, through you to Jerry. Jerry, this is a cut through traffic. About 6 months ago, City Council passed a resolution on Highway 403 where there is a lot of accidents to ask the MTO to install alternative detour route signs down 52, across 5, and back down 6, rather than cut through on the Red Hill Expressway or Wilson Street in Ancaster, because the escarpment is very limited opportunities. It may have been in this report. I tried to find it, but we had a lot to read for today. Can you report on where we are in getting those signs installed as an ADR?
With the chair, I'll get a response for you today. I don't have the answer offhand. I'll talk to staff.
I'd appreciate that, because I think it's going to become an issue during the campaign, and I think everybody should have a right to see the answer to that question when those ADR signs will be installed. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
All right, thanks. On the balance of the consent agenda, I have no further speakers. I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Pearson, seconded by... On the balance, yep. Councillor Jackson, floor is yours.
My apologies, Mr. Deputy Mayor. 515.
Please go ahead.
Hoping to thank all of committee and ultimately council next week with this positive recommendation about the sale of our 175 Dartnell Road to St. John's Ambulatory. I'm just so very proud of the fact that this council hung in there with me, with city staff, most importantly with two wonderful community groups, the Firefighters Drum and Bugle Corps, along with St. John's Ambulatory, who currently are on Nebo Road. And with their lease running out soon, we're looking for a new home. This new partnership, Mr. Deputy Mayor, is a win-win-win. It's a win for St. John's getting their new permanent home if approved today. It's a win because the Volunteer Firefighters Drum and Bugle Corps remains in existence at a place they've called home for over 20 years on Dartnell Road at that community hall, that banquet hall. And thirdly, it's a winner for taxpayers because taxpayers were owed $300,000 from past arrears. You can see by this agreement and recommendation from real estate today, it'll be double that amount that we'll be able to make over and above what was owed. So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, hopeful with committee and council support. This has been an 8 to 9 year journey, an ongoing saga for me and Rick Mail, Bill Farkas, who's now retired. This is his swan song report, I'll call it, which I'm grateful for. John Hamilton, Bev Neal, Mike Zagaric, and many other staff, and hoping today that I'd be proud to move it at the appropriate time. Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillors Ferguson and McCaddy on the same issue or a different issue? Same issue. Councillor McCaddy, go ahead.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, I just wanted to congratulate Councillor Jackson on this. I've been hearing a lot about this issue as I campaign around the city, and particularly the Drum and Bugle Corps were really concerned during the various time frames where this has been up and down that Councillor Jackson's just described, and I can't tell you how comforted they are, how ecstatic they are for the final result being what it is. So this has been a long project, I know, for Councillor Jackson to stick handle, and the end result is fantastic. And there's a lot of folks, most importantly, a lot of folks in the community that are ready to breathe easy today as this moves through committee. So congratulations to Councillor Jackson. Great work.
Great. I have no further speakers on this one. Let's get this one out of the way because I know Councillor Jackson wanted to move it. Moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor McCaddy. All those in favour, 515. Carries. Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, another item?
Yeah, 517 to Jason.
Okay.
Jason or Jennifer, I don't know who wants to answer the question, but I noticed this is the public art and opening up various locations for people to paint things. And, you know, as being chairman of the Pan Am subcommittee, is it your plan to open any of this up to any of the new facade on the stadium? Is any of that going to be painted over? It may be a premature question. Maybe this will come back later, but I think they'll probably like to know whether any of the new facade, in fact, will be permitted to be painted up for the Pan Am Games.
Yes, through Mr. Chair. The intent of this motion was really looking at the land surrounding the stadium, some of the streets leading into the stadium, looking at how we can incorporate public art into some of those streets. There already are looking at a program for some of the Barton Street storefronts. So the intent here of this report is to look at where there is a third party. The third party had come forward to talk about this, and if we do have third party interest in looking at some of the either public spaces or wall spaces on private buildings, different options for how the city could facilitate some of bring public art into some of those spaces. So we're really looking at some of the areas around the stadium and some of the streets going into the stadium area.
So any of the new stadium walls are not being considered?
Not through this open walls project.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have no further speakers on the balance. Go ahead. I think I keep jinxing
in my
this
ward,
by
Ms. Chairman. I support the program, and I'm sure it'll be done well, and a great addition, not only for Pan Am, but permanently as well. I think it could be a great plus. So I support it.
Thank you, Councillor. On the balance of the consent agenda, Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All those in favour? Carries. Thank you. Item 6 is the public hearings and delegations. As I referenced earlier, we're going to allow Mary Gallagher to make the presentation on 7.1, and then we'll ask the delegations to come forward and provide their input after Mary's presentation. Mary, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Mr. Deputy Mayor, members of Council, and members of the public. Today's report comes with much anticipation and concern. Appreciating the importance of this matter, it was placed first in the queue of presentations today to hopefully address the concerns and questions of Council and our citizens, many of whom are with us today. To provide a bit of history to this issue, as Council is aware, with each new term, the City of Hamilton embarks on a selection process. This process kickstarts the appointment of our Council to the many agencies, boards, and committees, as well as the recruitment of our citizens to the City's advisory and volunteer committees. 14 years ago, in 2001, during amalgamation, a review was undertaken of all the committees across the 6 former municipalities. This review explored efficiencies in the committee structure and explored how the structure could be improved upon in ways that the community could and should interface with City Council. Among the final approved recommendations were 2 which stated that all volunteer committees be reviewed on the need for their existence with a view to be self-sustaining, and noted that without a formal review, they would cease to exist with the end of the Council term. It is important that the number of city committees is manageable, not only from a council perspective, but from a funding and resource perspective, and that we are not duplicating efforts within our structure. Currently, the City of Hamilton has 104 agencies, boards, commissions, and committees, ABCs for short. Of the agencies, boards, commissions, and committees, 54 are advisory committees, 14 are volunteer committees, and 37 are agencies, boards, and commissions, all requiring staff support, council representation, citizen representation, or a mixture of both. However, regardless of how many committees the City of Hamilton establishes, the citizens of Hamilton continue to want to be engaged to provide council with their input on matters that most affect them and their communities. Citizen engagement has always been and will continue to be important in the decision-making process. The role of citizens is key to assisting our council and staff in providing advice in the development of policies, programs, and initiatives that ultimately benefit the entire city. The key, however, is to ensure the committee structure is functioning efficiently, in a cost-effective manner, and in accordance with the mandates and procedures approved by this council. Which brings us to where we are today. In January of this year, the review of all the advisory committees, task forces, and volunteer committees was undertaken. An evaluation tool to assist in the review was developed by clerks with the assistance of members of senior management team and staff. In February, the tool was deployed to the staff liaisons who provide resources to our many volunteer and advisory committees, and the evaluation tool was placed on each committee agenda for discussion and completion. By the end of June, the evaluation tools were completed by the volunteer committees and advisory committees and returned to the office of the clerk. A review of the responses ensued. In addition to our internal review, consultation with a number of other municipalities was undertaken. Those included Toronto, Ottawa, Mississauga, London, and Halton. It is a common practice for municipalities to conduct reviews of their committee structures. The reviews revealed that the City of Hamilton has the highest in the number of established citizen committees. The overall review would prove to be very important in addressing a number of issues, such as understanding the roles and responsibilities of citizens, committees, and staff, the effectiveness of the committees, the amount of funding provided, staff time dedicated to committees and staff resources, synergies, and concerns expressed with respect to quorum, membership turnover, and other matters. While it is important that we have advisory committees in place to provide advice to council and staff when requested, it is also important to ensure that our citizens and staff are aware of their role and responsibilities when serving on and providing resources to our committees. The authority of an advisory and volunteer committee is limited. They are established by council to assist in reviewing, investigating, and providing advice to council and staff on policies, programs, and initiatives when directed to do so. In their capacity as advisors, they do not have the authority to direct staff to carry out or undertake activities or initiatives, spend monies not within the approved budget or mandate, do not have a political role independent of council, so they may not take actions on matters without the approval of the standing committee. The authority rests with City Council. The review revealed concerns that council is not receptive to advice from the advisory committees, that staff do not seem consistently willing to partner with advisory committees by consulting with them in advance of policies or major initiatives impacting citizens prior to reports being considered by standing committees of council. Advisory committees explore their own initiatives, which ultimately results in additional work for staff and time, and effort is being spent on items that may never rise to committee or council. Over this 4-year term, 536 advisory, subcommittee, volunteer committee meetings were held. Councillors, citizens, and staff spent over 900 hours in advisory committee meetings. It is a credit to the citizen volunteers and to this council and the community that so many are willing to put in the many hours to be engaged. In addition, staff generated over 500 staff reports and logged over 3,500 hours in providing support to assist in the work of these committees. They too are equally proud of the service they provide. Base budgets for volunteer committees approved over the current 4-year term of council is just over $400,000. This expenditure includes funding for refreshments and for projects and initiatives. The city's remaining advisory committees have incurred approximately $9,200 in refreshment costs. These amounts, of course, do not reflect or include additional staff time to provide resources to these committees. The role of staff is technical in nature. They are to be available to provide advice to the advisory committees, and when council directs a matter to be considered by an advisory committee, their role is to present the issue to seek the committee's input. They may also utilize the advisory committees when consultation is required in the development stage of proposals or initiatives they wish to bring forward to council for consideration. There are many citizen committees whose membership has risen to more than 20 members. Comments received from citizen members noted concerns with quorum, lengthy meetings, membership turnover, difficulties in adequately getting through the business on agendas. The staff report recommends that membership of advisory committees and volunteer committees be set to a maximum of up to 9 citizen members. This would help to address, we feel, the concern of facilitating quorum for meetings, ability for more views to be shared around the table, making it less intimidating for those uncomfortable in larger group settings, and facilitate time to complete the business on the agenda. A review of the number of volunteer committee meetings held noted that for the most part, the volunteer committees meet on average 7 times per year, with some meeting fewer, while others meeting monthly. Staff's recommendation is to move meetings to every 3 months. It is believed that meetings can be less frequent if they are more productive. This will also provide additional time for staff to provide resources to assist our advisory committees while they maintain their current workload in providing services to this council and the community. However, meeting quarterly does not negate the fact that special meetings can be called by the chair in consultation with staff to discuss initiatives which have been referred by this council, or requests by staff to provide consultation or initiatives being considered for council's review. As well as most of our volunteer committees and subcommittees have, smaller working groups are created which can continue to work during the non-meeting months. The review of the various mandates made it clear that there are synergies with some committees as well as similar mandates. In addition, the City of Hamilton has a number of council-approved policies, strategies, and initiatives which impacts the work of our advisory committees. These policies also attribute to the suggested recommendation to merge our various committees. The creation of a new Diversity, Race Relations and Equity Advisory Committee, which would see the merger of the following volunteer committees: Hamilton Status of Women, the Advisory Committee for Immigrants and Refugees, the Committee Against Racism, the Hamilton Aboriginal Advisory Committee, and the Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender and Queer Advisory Committee. The city's equity and inclusion policy commits the City of Hamilton to providing services, programs, and opportunities for Aboriginal, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples, creed, groups and individuals, sexual orientation and gender identity, newcomers and new Canadians, socioeconomic equity in persons living in poverty, persons with disabilities, racialized persons, seniors, women, youth. Access and equity initiatives particularly support the values of respect for the needs of all residents, for all viewpoints, and for the diversity of our community, as well as compassion, sensitivity to, and meeting the requirements of all residents with special needs and interests, and those less fortunate. Access and equity initiatives contribute to meeting Council's goal of becoming a great city in which to live, work, and play. The merging of the 5 volunteer committees into the suggested Diversity, Race Relations and Equity Advisory Committee would provide council advice on matters relating to diversity, inclusivity, equity, and discrimination, all in keeping with the council-approved equity and inclusion policy, which supports the principle of inclusion as creating a sense of belonging. The principle of diversity, which validates the sum total of potential found in any group of people and the positive power and richness that exists when different groups and individuals with a variety of backgrounds, orientations, skills, and experience participate in and contribute to policy making together. Our society in the past, women, minorities, Aboriginals, immigrants, refugees, and the gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender, and queer communities have endured very different types of discrimination in quite similar ways. Examples in history where kindred spirits came here from all over the world to make a new and better life. Through the need for protection, self-defense, and companionship, they set aside their differences, learned from each other and their cultures. They ended up building a larger, thriving, and more tolerant community that is now the envy of the world, our Canada. Learning together, working together, and being accepting of our differences made us the wonderful society we are today. It is hoped that the merging of these groups overseeing matters referred to them by Council would form new synergies, add unique qualities to the discussion around the table, and lead to a greater collective understanding of the issues. The creation of a new Food Strategy Advisory Committee would see the merging of the current Food and Shelter Advisory Committee and the Community Food Security Stakeholder Committee. The Food Strategy Initiative was approved by Council for the development of a food continuum policy and strategic action plan that will move Hamilton towards being a place where all community residents obtain a safe, culturally acceptable, nutritionally adequate diet. A comprehensive food strategy which will explore linkages between and among committees to strengthen and build support for food-related actions. We have a number of committees and groups which help address the issue of food and food security, and you can see them there on the screen. The Food and Shelter Advisory Committee, the Community Food Stakeholders Committee, the Interdepartmental Food Strategy Steering Team, the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee, and the Emergency Food and Strategic Planning Committee, which is a community group. The current mandate of the Food and Shelter Committee is to provide recommendations regarding social and health issues and policies for citizens with barriers to food and security. The current mandate of the Community Food Security Stakeholders Committee is to advise on community food security issues and related policy development, to recommend strategic actions and specific policy bylaw changes to support the initiatives, to provide technical support for innovation and community development. The Interdepartmental Food Strategy Steering Team is a staff team. Their responsibilities are to develop the Hamilton Food Strategy and to provide direction for allocation of resources and action for food production, processing and distribution, buying and selling, consumption, and food waste. The Emergency Food Strategic Planning Committee, the community group, is a coordinated effort of all of the emergency food providers in our municipality. The Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee provides advice on all agricultural affairs, represents interests of Hamilton's agricultural industry, farm families, reviews and provides input on studies, plans, bylaws, and proposed projects that impact agriculture. As you can see, there are many committees all working towards the same goals and objectives. The recommended merging of the Food and Shelter Advisory Committee and the Community Food Security Stakeholder Committee would see the synergies with respect to food and security issues dealt with by these groups, and they would be dealt with by the Food and Strategy Advisory Committee, while the shelter component of the Food and Shelter Committee would be included with the new Housing Advisory Committee to be discussed shortly. The Food Strategy Advisory Committee would include a representative from the Emergency Food Strategic Planning Committee, whose membership includes many, if not all, members and agencies who deal with issues relating to emergency food. I'm not sure if Joanne wants to add anything further to this, Mr. Deputy Mayor. If not, I'll continue. The Housing and Homelessness Action Plan, approved by Council in December 2013, is a 10-year person-centered plan, a plan of action to achieve targets for housing supply, affordability, support mechanisms, quality, and equity for all Hamiltonians, working towards identifying outcomes, strategies, and actions through partnerships and community involvement. The recommendation today is to give consideration to the merging of the work of the Tenant Advisory Committee and the shelter issues discussed by the Food and Shelter Advisory Committee into the work of a newly created Housing Advisory Committee. The mandate of this committee would be to provide advice and recommendations to City Council regarding the need for affordable housing in Hamilton and approaches and solutions to address affordable housing and homelessness issues that would improve the overall well-being of citizens in Hamilton. The Council-approved Clean and Green Hamilton Strategy aims to support and promote and help coordinate initiatives in the community to ensure we're all moving in the same direction and helping each other with the experience, knowledge, and resources needed to keep our city clean and green, including support for programs and initiatives to help beautify our city and keep it safe. The current mandate of the Cleanliness and Security in the Downtown Core Task Force is to identify issues related to the perception of the cleanliness and security of the downtown core and recommend appropriate action and strategies to rectify the perception. The current mandate of the Keep Hamilton Clean and Green Committee is to engage citizens to take greater responsibility for improving our community environments by affecting behaviors and attitudes conducive to a clean, healthy, and safe community through leadership and action. The Council-approved Clean and Green Hamilton Strategy focuses on behaviors of what each of us can do individually and collectively to keep our neighborhoods clean and green and safe, taking greater responsibility for improving our community environments. With the mandates being similar, the suggestion for merging these two committees into one is being recommended. Other recommendations for committee's consideration today include the 2 consecutive term limit for citizens. This matter has been brought to our attention previously during the selection process from citizens directly concerned that the same individuals are being reappointed to the various advisory and volunteer committees term after term. While it is important for some continuity, having a 2-term consecutive limit may allow for other citizens to become involved in the committee process. With respect to appointing councillor liaisons to each volunteer committee, a further review of the comments received requested a closer working relationship with members of council. Some felt there was a disconnect between the citizen committees and council. For those citizen committees who did have council members attending meetings, they appreciated their input and felt they were being listened to. A direct connection between advisory committees and elected officials needs to be reestablished. The elected officials can provide the immediate and direct connection to council's priorities and challenges. As well, they can provide input into the role that the advisory committees play with respect to specific initiatives. Due to the high number of committees, the role of council in attending regularly for all meetings can be very challenging. The recommended quarterly meetings and merging of volunteer committees may assist council in attending the meetings and providing the much sought after advice and counsel that our citizens are requesting. The council appointments, however, would not be included in the quorum count. When councillors are unable to attend meetings, the volunteer committees can still connect with the appointed member of council who can provide counsel and guidance on an as required basis. With respect to disbanding of advisory committees who do not meet a minimum of 3 times during the council term, this recommendation speaks for itself. If a committee doesn't have a need to meet at least 3 times in 4 years, likely the original intent of its creation may have changed and the committee may no longer be required. In this instance, the committee should be disbanded. That having been said, the council always has the option of reestablishing a disbanded committee if the business case can be made. With respect to submitting in November of each calendar year terms of reference and any amendments for the Standing Committee's approval and the submission of annual progress reports. Attached in the report are the mandates for the volunteer committees only. These are not terms of reference. The mandates are just to provide you with a snapshot of what the role of each committee would entail. Each volunteer committee commences with their first meeting in the new year, and they would either work with an already approved terms of reference or create new terms of reference for consideration. Either way, the terms will be reviewed on an ongoing basis each year to keep the objectives of the group fresh in everyone's mind. In November of each calendar year, the terms will be submitted with any suggested amendments to the Standing Committee for approval. As well, it is being recommended that in November of each calendar year, citizen committees submit a progress report summarizing their activities. This not only will provide the advisory committee the opportunity to showcase their initiatives and work during the year, but would also allow members of the Standing Committee an opportunity to keep informed of the issues being discussed at the citizen level, as well as providing the opportunity to ask questions and make comments on the progress report. What is not noted as a formal recommendation but included in the report is facilitated workshops for our citizens to further explain to them their role and responsibilities, as well as workshops for city staff to further address their roles and responsibilities as they provide resources to our citizen committees. With respect to the recommendation for the suggested establishment of subcommittees, I refer you to Appendix A, which contains the list of the volunteer committees, and Appendix B for the listing of the subcommittees. And with respect to the recommendation for suggested committees to be disbanded or retired, I refer you to Appendix C, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and those are on the screen. To wrap up today's presentation, as you can see from the citizen attendance in today's City Council chamber, we are an engaged city. As council and staff, it is important that we explore other options for engaging our citizens. Sometimes establishing a committee or task force may not be the answer. Hosting community forums, town hall meetings, satisfaction surveys, utilizing our social media, as well as the already established community organizations is an excellent way to gauge public input. We need to ensure that those options are explored before a recommendation to put an established committee or task force to council. In closing, Mr. Deputy Mayor and members of council, today's... In closing, Mr. Deputy Mayor and members of council, today's recommendations did not come easy for staff to present. The easier route would have been to simply bring forward a report which reestablished all of our committees, but that would not have served this council, our citizens, and staff well. We need a committee structure which will address the duplication that currently exists, a structure that will assist our council to advance our policies and strategies and initiatives to better our communities moving forward into the future. Whatever council decides, we and clerks and staff across the corporation stand willing, ready, and enthusiastic to do our best to help our advisory committees make our community better. That's it, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mary. Very in-depth presentation and report. And I have a speakers list. Questions for Mary. Councillors Marula and Farr. Councillor Marula.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With respect to, I guess, the significance and the changing of the fabric of how we operate in this capacity, and taking that into account through Mr. Deputy Mayor, Mary, wouldn't it be advantageous perhaps to defer this to the next term, allow us or the council at that time to consult with the public? So in essence, we should be creating a committee to determine what committees should exist in this city. I think it just moves way too quickly without the consultative process. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Mary, would you not say that would be sage advice?
Mary, options for council?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. As we have said as staff, at the end of the day, it is your decision to make, and we will respect whatever decision you make. What you do need to be advised is that the selection process will be starting in November for the new term of council. We have a council slate that needs to be prepared for the incoming term, and we need the time and the resources to begin our process to appoint our members of the public to our various committees. So we can do that, absolutely. It would just mean that instead of getting everyone in place by January, February, you are likely talking July, August.
Okay, and I think considering the dramatic changes, I think it would be probably the most advantageous route to take. So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Mary, I think I will be bringing forward that motion accordingly and at the appropriate time, Mr. Deputy Mayor, but I don't want to create anxiety in the community, and I know that we have a number of delegations. I'm not sure if they're more than willing to come down, but I don't think it's the appropriate time to be a delegate today or a delegation today, only because we won't be making that decision. So we'll allow the public to determine whether or not they want to present today, but I think those that are in attendance here will be part of the full, thorough, robust discussion come next term. So at the appropriate time, I will be bringing forward that motion. If you can come back to me for that accordingly.
Thank you for that. I have Councillor Farr next on the list.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. First and foremost, a terrific presentation, a huge undertaking on your part. All around this table, we can agree that Mary Gallagher is one of our finest in the corporation and always very helpful, and certainly it was a difficult task for you here. Just a few questions, and I am definitely in line with the previous speaker. As you know, I've been getting a little bit of feedback of late, and we certainly have proof with delegation after delegation today on this issue. And I'm sure part of your work, Mary, you probably anticipated that would occur. On the report, page 7 of 35, we have 68 City of Hamilton advisory committees to Toronto's 45 to Ottawa's 5. Can we now assume that it is not 68 but 60, still a heady number, big number, because on your, also in the report, you're disbanding 8, and I would probably agree with all of those 8 being disbanded. So it's actually 60 to Toronto's 45 to Ottawa's 5 through you?
Correct.
Okay. So we have now 60 advisory committees, which is a little bit better than looking at 68. And had you, I wouldn't mind, first of all, hearing your thoughts on the tabling proposition through the chair.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, as I mentioned, I mean, we do have a selection process that we have to move forward with. If it's the will of this council to have the volunteer committees remain status quo, that will be the only portion that will be delayed. The rest of the selection process will move ahead on schedule.
Okay, so there may be an opportunity to look at some of your suggestions today and approve some of your suggestions today, which is why I asked, because I'm looking at your offering that there are synergies with the clean and green and the downtown cleanliness, and I've been trying to reach out to some of the members as I chaired the downtown cleanliness, and I haven't been able to really get some clarity yet on what their positions are. Some did go through the evaluation tools, some did not. The one thing I can say as chair through you, and you know as a fellow member, Deputy Mayor, we have really, if you're saying there's synergies, we've only once in 4 years had a visit from Clean and Green. And while you may see that there are synergies, there probably are just that alone is an example of if there are, then why wouldn't we have worked together? So those kinds of questions, I think we could probably get into more in-depthly between now and my final question, Mr. Deputy Mayor. You're saying November. We now say it's 60 advisory committees that the new council will have to throw darts on a board and try to be part of, and sometimes we barter with one another to be part of an advisory committee that has more relevance in that particular ward. Do you see an opportunity, given what you've recommended here before us, to reduce that number by 60 through you, Chair, to if you were to begin now, and if you're available to begin now, on maybe tackling some of the ones that do make more sense than the others where we're clearly seeing we need a greater consultation?
Absolutely. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, whatever direction you provide us today, staff will move quickly forward with. So we are ready to move ahead. We just need to know how you want us to progress.
It benefit you then if people like me, a chair of one of these advisory committees or others, helped with that dialogue, met with both, for example, and I use it only as an example, Clean and Green committee members, Downtown Cleanliness and Security Task Force committee members. If everyone says, you know, this might work, this could work, I'm guessing in a lot of cases, if we move forward as you have planned, subcommittees will be a big part of the makeup, and they will do a bulk of the work. But we could work with you too, where applicable, I guess, as chairs and advisory members.
Absolutely, and Mr. Deputy Mayor, clerks would be pleased to facilitate that process for any of our members of council.
Thank you, Mary. One final question. After 4 years, I'm near done my first term. Let's just put it that way. I want to be careful not to sound like I'm campaigning. So how did we get to this point? What's your assessment there? I didn't see that in the report. Is it committee meeting after committee meeting where we just said, you know what, here's how we can solve that problem. Let's start a committee. Is that pretty much how it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we totally respect that there are difficult issues that this council has to deal with. And sometimes to gauge that public input, as I mentioned in the presentation, our first inclination is to establish a committee. And seniors and management team will tell you that sometimes that's their initial response as well. So we are establishing these committees. We have a procedural bylaw that dictates how these committees should be established, and most of the time we're not following our own procedural bylaw, where the terms of reference need to come back. The discussion needs to be facilitated first to understand what the roles and responsibility of this committee is going to be before you actually approve it. And that's how we will find out through consultation if there are synergies, if there are other groups out there that could be doing the work without us having to establish a committee. There's also the differences between advisory committees and task forces. Task forces are for, as the name says, a specific task, and there's a time frame associated with those. They're not to go on forever, and we interchangeably have names as advisory committees or volunteer committees or task forces, some with citizens, some just with members of council, some with members of council and citizens. So at the end of the day, as long as we have that consultation process, both on a staff level and here at the committee table, then we shouldn't have to go through this process too often.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, understanding and appreciating all of the good work that Mary has done on this file and many others over her great career, I will do what I can with the advisory committee's makeup where I'm involved between now and hopefully the next few weeks. I've already started to reach out to some. And try to assist where I can, and I'm hopeful my colleagues will do the same where they can. And I thank Mary and will support Councillor Marula's motion, second Councillor's motion for now to table the issue to allow for some greater consultation. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. And I have, again, this is for questions of Mary. I have a small speakers list, and Councillors Jackson, Clark, McCaddy, Powers, and Whitehead. Councillor Jackson, you're next.
Speaking of consultation, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So, Mary, first of all, Deputy Clerk, a very thorough report, exhausted 35-page report. Well done, Mary. And I appreciate where the Deputy Clerk, on behalf of staff resources while keeping in mind inclusiveness. I think I understand where Mary's coming from. Deputy Clerk, Mr. Deputy Mayor, through you to the Deputy Clerk. Slide 5, Mary, please, just quickly, if you could go back. And this is resources and funding. So, folks, that third bullet point, $9,200 in a $1.2 billion budget for refreshments, a coffee, a sandwich for our volunteers. Mary, I appreciate you've put that up there because it's accurate, but for me, Mary, I mean, that's such a mere pittance of what we do to say thank you. But I guess you just wanted to make sure that every dollar is taxpayer dollar, Mr. Deputy Mayor, through you to Mary?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair.
And similarly in bullet point 4, again, for projects in a $1.2 billion city budget, so many of those projects have come to fruition and benefited our city. And the over 500 reports as well, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Many of them were action items, again, that benefited our citizens. Mary, slide 9, please. I said to the media yesterday when they interviewed me, Mary, first of all, I'm supportive of Councillor Marula's direction as well to refer this to the new term of council. I said to the media, Mr. Deputy Mayor, if these 5 current advisory committees saw strength in numbers in merging and like-minded mandates with that kind of feedback, I might be open-minded to that. Mr. Deputy Mayor, through you to Mary, have you had that kind of initial feedback at all, Mary, with some of these, like this proposed merger here?
Only the feedback that we received in the last couple of days, where there are concerns with merging these groups together. So if Councillor Marula's motion is successful today, those are the types of concerns and issues that we will raise with these groups.
Fair enough, Mary. Number 12, please, slide 12. Unfortunately, I'll have to take a contrary position to the previous speaker. Councillor Collins and I serve on Keep Hamilton Clean and Green. Ironically, had a meeting last night, and they have serious concerns about merging. They see the downtown more of a security measure for downtown and geographically specific for downtown versus their citywide mandate. So they already took a position last night with serious concerns about any possible merger. And 13, Mary, slide 13. Your first bullet point, Mr. Deputy Mayor, how could a guy like me ever be for term limits, Mr. Deputy Mayor? So anyways, no, to our, Mr. Deputy Mayor, Mary, to our citizens that want to serve and serve for as long as they feel productive, I would absolutely be against that first bullet point as well. So just some questions and comments I got on the table. Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Mary.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Clark.
Thank you very much. So just questions, Chair. Appendix C. So they're looking through those items. For me, the majority of them seem they've become almost redundant, except for ESAG, which really doesn't have a direct reporting to council or even to the planning committee. They report to Mr. Thorne and the staff takes that advice and incorporates in our planning documents. So is there any challenge if this is being deferred, that at least we can start making some headway on eliminating some committees that really are not being utilized anymore?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, if I may, perhaps if I run through each one individually. The Joint City School Board Relations Committee, as Council is aware, we actually have 3 committees that deal with school board issues. So we have the big general overview Joint City School Board Relations Committee, which is the group that is on this sheet. And this is a group that entails members of council as representatives as well as representatives from both school boards. So that was the large group. Initially, that was the first group that was established by this council. As they tried to meet together as a group, they realized that there were issues that one board found contentious and the other board didn't. The synergies weren't there to meet as a group. So they agreed that they would split off and they would have liaison committees instead. And the only time they would come together is if there were like issues that were referred to them by this council, that they would have to meet together as both boards of education and the City of Hamilton. So since we already have the procedural rules to bring these two groups together, we decided to just disband the overall larger group and just have the two smaller groups meet. The Hamilton Triple Bottom Line Business Criteria Task Force is an interesting one because they have never met since their inception over this 4-year term. And I don't know if Neil is here today. I don't think he is. But I asked Neil Everson, who's the staff liaison to this group. Neil? Oh, I don't have, wait, I have to put my glasses on.
I did
Hi, Neil. I contacted Neil and said, Neil, can you tell me how this group has been working and, you know, how often they've been meeting? To which Neil goes, what is that group anyway? He says, no, he says, they've never met. And I said, okay, well, if they've never met, chances are, like I said in my presentation, at one time we may have needed them, but now they're no longer required. The City Hall Renovation Steering Committee, Councillor Ferguson's baby, I think we're done. I think we're done. The City of Hamilton Operational Review Subcommittee. Originally, the intent of this group was to deal with the operational reviews across all departments. What ended up happening in the last couple of years is the standing committee started to do their own individual operational reviews. So the suggestion is to do away with the overall general group. The Parkway Implementation Committee, their work has been completed. The Hamilton Farmers Market, we now have a board that Council has approved, so we can disband the subcommittee. And as Councillor Clark mentioned, the ESAG group is really a technical committee that reports to staff.
So then, from what I'm hearing there, there's good rationale to disband them, and there's no reason that we couldn't proceed with that, as well as the deferral motion on the larger part. So that at least we're starting to make some headway in terms of rationalizing the committees. Do we have a number? One of the slides indicated 3,500 staff hours, I think it said. What's that translate into dollars? Do we know?
No, I'm sorry. I don't have that number. Lots.
Deputy Mayor, Mr. Zagaric, does he's doing the math in his head.
With the chair, sorry, let me just some quick. About 185,000.
With regards to the governance side, in terms of if we defer this process to the next council to ultimately have some discussions and develop mergers or whatever the case is, where the community reps are in agreement, how would that work if we're appointing all of the new committee members for 4 years?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that would be a challenge. We do, regardless of the fact that City Council has agreed to have our last council as September 24th, if we truly want to have this in place for the new term, there is no reason why we can't begin the engagement process now and prior to the end of this term have a special meeting called so that we can address this issue moving forward. The ideal situation is to have, by December, a new committee structure in place where we can appoint not only members of councils to the slate, but to our citizen appointments as well.
The only other option to that would be not to make the appointments, which really becomes problematic in terms of how we're dealing with the first 6 to 9 months of the new term without civic engagement.
Exactly. I mean, we can move forward, and we will with this, with the member council appointment slates, but the citizens will be delayed.
Has the clerks considered how they would reach out to do consultation this year? Put your mind to that in terms of how we would reach out to the residents if we defer it and have some consultation. I see Mr. Murray's waving over.
Chris?
If I can, through you, Deputy Mayor, I was going to suggest, in light of the direction that it appears you're going to be moving in, that clerks work with Paul Johnson. This is an engagement group. They're structured over and situated over in Joanne's department. They've been doing a lot of work with the community on how to better engage. So I think the two parties could come up with a very good answer to your question.
Okay. And I need to ask the question because we certainly don't want anyone thinking that any of these committees have been deemed redundant or not useful to the community. What you're really talking about is a governance model so that the committees and the work that they're doing would still continue, but under a different committee structure.
That's correct, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Okay, I'll listen to the rest of the debate. Thank you.
Councillor McCaddy, you're next on my list. Thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks very much, Mary, for all that work. That's obviously a ton of work that you've done on this, so it's going to be valuable. By the sounds of things, for the mostly for the next council. Just one quick clarification, and I think I know the answer, but just to make sure, the ESAG group, it's not that it's being disbanded, period. No. It's just it's being removed from the list of advisory committees because, as Councillor Clark indicated, it does just provide advice to staff on development applications and the like that affect environmentally significant areas. So it's still in place, correct. But it's just not our committee.
Yes, that's correct.
That's good. So I think that list, Appendix C, Mr. Chair, probably has some legs in terms of Councillor Marula's consideration for his motion removing those. I guess the one I just speak as a council representative on the Committee Against Racism and in touch with some of the other committees, and I think that's probably the most problematic list that we have to have more discussion on. The one Part B involving Diversity, Race Relations, Equity Committee, and the list of the 5 committees there. My sense is there's quite a bit of difference. Well, there is a significant difference between those different committees. So that'll engender a lot more discussion, and certainly that'll be the one that we need to spend a lot of time on with the groups and with the community generally. The food groups, I think that's worth a discussion as well, but there may be some synergies there. So I'll just leave it at that, Mr. Chair. Looking forward to the motion coming forward. And Mary, thanks very much for the huge scope of work you brought forward. Thanks. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Powers.
Things like operations of council and committee structure is generally vested with the governance committee, and we thought we would share this with GIC because it impacts not only the whole city but all of us on council. A little historical, when I joined City Council back in 2000, and I was chair of the governance committee at that time, we had 234 committees at that particular time that we had to deal with, and as such, Rose and Mary and I have, well, that's why my hair cut the way it is. We had to go through those trials and tribulations back then in order to trim, and we came down to the 30, and for whatever the reasons, it's evolved to the 68, and now to go back to 60. But the reality is, and it will be the next council that will have to deal with it, is the clerk's department with the current resources that they have, whether they're dollars or people, cannot continue to physically provide the support that's required. If the decision of council is to continue either merge where it's appropriate or leave ones to where they are, is next year in your budget you're going to have to consider additional resources to the clerk's department in order to source these people. A lot of them, not a number of the groups, don't just meet for the sake of considering their area of expertise. In a lot of places, they'll ask for city resources from even other departments, planning department or public health or that, to come back the report. So that draws in those various departments. So perhaps the direction being suggested by Councillor Marula to send it back to have a more appropriate discussion. But ladies and gentlemen, the new council is going to have to resource whatever decision you made because they can't resource it the way they are right at the present time.
Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I really appreciate the work by the Clerk's Department on this, and in fact, as a councillor that sits on probably a third of those or even more on the committees, I understand how stretched the resources are, one, and two, I understand and appreciate that there's a lot of those committees that, although there's maybe not a councillor sitting on it, the desire is to have a councillor sit on it. We just don't have the ability because of scheduling and conflict to accommodate those requests. So that becomes a challenging thing and let down for some of those committees not to have a councillor there. So I can understand that there needs to be a change and a bit of a purge. The question I have is how many citizens, volunteers, total are sitting on these committees?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I don't have that exact number.
Because I hear questions being asked about staff hours, 180,000 and so forth. Well, to suggest that if you have 200 volunteers sitting on the committee giving up their time to those committees, there's a value in that as well. And if you want to equate it into a financial component to offset those other arguments, you certainly can do that. But to have citizens give up their time and sit around those tables and commit to those committees, if you had to pay them, it would be a heck of a lot more than $180,000. I can guarantee you that. So I guess we need to value that piece, which doesn't seem to be weighed in this report, the value of the hours and the commitments of those individuals and those volunteers on every committee relative to and the cost benefit versus the costs that are being equated here in this report. I want to see that offset before I better understand where we're going. The second piece is we already have a structure here, and I'm going to ask through the clerk, you know, with our standing committees, we have many committees eventually report to us. So I like I don't mind the idea, although I understand the merit of going out for consultation. But for example, I think it was the race relations one and the combination of those number of committees, there's no reason why that committee, which would hopefully have a councillor on it, or two, could have subcommittees on each of those individual components that would report to that particular committee so that they, as a standing committee, so to speak, would provide those recommendations and that input from those various organizations, and then that will come up to the appropriate standing committee. So there's efficiency in that. So there's not autonomy lost. I want to make this clear. In that model, which is no different than the model we have now in regards to committees reporting to this committee or to our standing committees, there's no autonomy lost with any of those organizations because they can still exist as subcommittees reporting to this standing committee that could be better resourced and through efficiency bring that information back to the appropriate standing committee. So I certainly see merit in what is being put before
Councillor,
us.
on questions right now. I can come back to you for comments at some point in time.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I just heard comments before I spoke, and there was latitude provided for that. I asked if it's questions or comments because there was comments provided before. So why now, when I'm providing comments, it becomes an issue is a little bit puzzling.
Order, please.
So
continue.
I mean, I just want consistency. If that's the case, I don't mind asking just questions. That piece I understand. The last piece is this is, you know, Mississauga shut down, Toronto shut down. We're at the latter part. To make a major decision in regards to this process today is a bit challenging for me, and that's why the motion that's being put forward I think is prudent because we do need to consult and educate and understand and hopefully understand from both perspectives what's the best way to move, understanding the challenges that have been put in this report. So I certainly appreciate the report before us. Thank you.
I need a motion to move to receive Mary's presentation this morning. It's moved by Pearson. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
One question to you, to Mary. Mary, I'm with Councillor McCaddy in this. You put a lot of work in it, and it made a real interesting read. So I guess my question to you is what I'm hearing when I met with people out in the hallway was. You know, we just saw this on Friday. I mean, this is the same argument we get when in planning, because the staff reports go public on Friday, and the meeting's early next week. Is there any downside, just to moving this forward, and I think Chris Murray's suggesting that Paul Martin and or yourself get feedback from the various committees out there and get their reaction in writing before we have to make a final decision. Does that make sense to you through Mr. Chairman?
Chris?
Paul Martin?
Yeah, Paul Martin.
Paul Martin.
I'd like to have some of your money there, Paul Martin.
There's a lot going on right now.
So through you, Deputy Mayor. I do think that makes some sense here in light of kind of what I'm hearing around this table. So I think there's validity in that suggestion.
Okay, that's my question. Okay. Anything to add on that, Mary?
No, we're ready, willing, and able to assist.
Okay. Good answer.
Councillor Pasuta.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Collins. And real quick, I was just flipping the pages here. Back to merger number 2, New Food Strategy Advisory Committee. Printing somewhat, put my glasses on here, but I know you're talking about merging the Food and Shelter Advisory Committee and the Community Food Security Stakeholders. When I go over to the bottom right, Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee, which is the subcommittee here of the Planning Committee, although a lot of items go from GIC and Board of Health also go to that group. That group will be a standalone still. Is that my understanding to you, Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Okay, because
but sorry, Councillor. We will ask for a representative from that committee to serve on the newly established committee.
Okay, so thank you. That's very important.
There is a link.
Very important, that committee, because it directly deals with impacts to agriculture in rural areas and a lot of input. Plus, the members on that also are members of the Hamilton Winter Federation of Agriculture and the Christian Farmers. A lot of good input. So thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And I also want to thank Mary for all the work in this report. It was a tremendous amount of research and involvement. And I think we do have to remember also, it's not just the process here. If we all recall, and I hate to say it, I was not interested in being on the selection committee at the beginning of the term. That's a monumental task for the number of volunteer and agency committees as far as in interviews. I think if I remember, Councillor Johnson was the chair of it. There's about 240 interviews that were held across a number of months. It was very difficult to get quorum, and being sure that the same people interviewed everybody that applied for the positions in that one committee. So that was also a major issue going forward, and a lot of these committees didn't start up until end of April, beginning of May. So the more we exasperate this and not do this review, it's not going to make anything better. I'm looking forward to hearing the motion coming forward, but I hope that in the motion we can also move at this time the Appendix C, removing the 8 committees currently that we no longer have in place. Mr. Chairman, thank you, and thank you again, Mary.
Yeah, and I was going to go back to Councillor Clark on that one at the appropriate time. Councillor Clark, did you want to speak to this issue again?
No, just another quick question then. So listening to some of the comments and hearing very clearly the discussion about the governance model where subcommittees would be a part of these particular committees. So is it possible to give the direction that our staff, Mr. Murray and Johnson, meet with the different committees to actually discuss how that would work? Because I think a part of it is the fear that they're just being disbanded, and that's not the case. It really is about trying to find efficiencies within the committee structure in order to keep the work moving. So if I could just get comments from Mr. Murray on that would be helpful.
Chris.
To you, Deputy Mayor. I think certainly on the face that makes a lot of sense. The intent here is not to disrespect the individuals that have committed so much of their time to this community, and so without having the opportunity to sit down with Paul and kind of think through the logistics of all this, I can certainly say that I think what you're saying makes sense, and I'd be surprised that we wouldn't do that.
Now, is it possible, Mr. Chairman, to actually have those discussions before we begin the process of selections for the committee, so that this council still has the opportunity, whether it's a special meeting or not, to say, yes, we've got some buy-in from people? Putting it off to next year really means status quo for 4 years.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Chair, I think we're going to have some further discussion with Paul on this. As you know, he's leading the work on citizen engagement, through which we're talking about establishing actually the mechanisms through which we can do proper engagement and proper consultation. I think that's an important piece of work that we'd want to get done. We're scheduled to have that done, I think, Paul, by the end of the year. And because I think whatever we do here should be within the context of that charter in terms of how we should appropriately engage and work with people. So we may need to have some forgiveness in terms of the process for the first year of council in order that we ensure that we get this right. I think we should also consider as part of that review the appropriate alignment of these advisory committees to which department and how we're going to staff them up. So I think there's a bit of work that we've got to do and come back probably within the first quarter of the next term of council with some recommendations. I might recommend status quo for the first 6 months, appoint new councillors to the committees, but keep the membership status quo until we do an appropriate and thorough review and more consultation.
So would that mean an extension of the appointments from this term for 6 months into the next term, which I think would be feasible?
We've done over the years that same concept when a committee's been under review.
Okay. I look forward to Councillor Marula, if you could just include that, just to at least try to get some efficiencies in this process as opposed to simply putting it off. So, and I think that's where he's headed, but we'll have to wait and hear the motion. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that. Rose, did you want to say something a couple minutes ago?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I just wanted to say I'm pleased to hear that you recognize the hard work that was conducted by Mary. She has a wealth of experience in this area, and she is well respected by staff and the citizens. So I'm pleased that has shone through in this presentation. We know that council has that challenge to establish volunteer committees that provide assistance to you and to the city's administration while making the best use of the city resources and the expertise provided by these volunteers. We want to continue to have citizens work with you, and we're just trying to find as you know, a model that works best for everybody. We thought these suggestions were worth having the conversation, so we're pleased that, we can continue in it. Just to address what Councillor Clark had indicated, if you would like, one option would be that, the mergers would affect 11 of the volunteer committees. When we do our appointments, we appoint citizens for the term of council or until their successors are appointed. So we could, in fact, continue a status quo for these 11 committees until we have this review done in one that you feel comfortable, that would provide the appropriate amount of consultation, and then come back to you at that time for the selection of the specific 11 committees.
Okay, I'm going to go back to committee for a motion to receive Mary's presentation. Moved by Ferguson, seconded by Pearson. All those in favor? Procedurally, really? Go ahead.
I am through Deputy Mayor, if I can. I think all of you know, and I think it's important here that our colleague Mary, and I know I don't want to embarrass you, Mary, but all of us that have worked with her know not just what a professional, but what an absolute positive influence she has. Yep. And we know that this is probably her last GIC. And so I just think, well, I just think I need to, and I'm not trying to embarrass her, but I need to say something in this public forum and thank Mary very specifically for many years.
For that? Yes. Very well said. And I understand we have some direction that the committee wants to give. I'm going to go back to Councillor Marula. I think Councillor Clark, you wanted to move ahead, I think, still with the removing the...
Okay, Mr. Chairman, perhaps you should listen to the motion first.
Well, hang on. We have delegations first, so I'm going to come back to you for the motion. I'm not going to the committee before I go to the delegations.
Mr. Chairman, I did offer at the beginning if the delegations, after hearing the motion, wanted to still continue.
I'm going to ask them right now, and then I'm going to come to you.
After hearing the motion. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. So first on our list for delegations this morning, I have Marlon Pickin from the LGBTQ Citizen Advisory Committee. Marlon, you're here with us. You've heard the discussion. You still need the opportunity to speak to us in light of the referral to next term?
Only to suggest that I would be in support of this being referred back to staff with clear direction around meaningful consultation with all equality committees that the city currently has in place. And I appreciate the idea of a 6-month extension to the current term of citizens on these committees to give that appropriate time, the experience that we've acquired over the last 4 years, and to be able to provide meaningful consultations. So thank you.
Marlon. So motion then to receive Marlon's presentation, moved by Ferguson, seconded by Whitehead. All those in favour? Carries. Thank you. Next I have Yvonne Miracle. Is Yvonne here this morning? You want to read it right now? Go ahead, Councillor.
Just so everyone realizes what the motion
Very
actually
anxious.
that was written half an hour ago reads, that City Council support the disbanding of subcommittees as outlined in Appendix C, and B, that the remainder of the report be deferred to the 2014-2018 term of council, and C, that the City Clerk's Office work with Paul Johnson and his citizen engagement team on this initiative, and D, that an extension be granted to the existing complement of the Hamilton Advisory Subcommittee until the completion of the consultative process is completed.
Right. So I will come back to you at the appropriate time after the delegations. Yvonne, good morning.
Good morning.
You've heard the direction here today.
I've heard the direction, but I still want to proceed with the material that I have prepared, and I want to still present.
Please go ahead.
Because time can go on and things can get lost.
Floor is yours.
I'd like to thank the chair and members for allowing me this opportunity to come forward. I represent actually the Aboriginal Advisory Committee, and so greetings. I'm here today to speak to the potential of disbandment, but which is going to be changing. We're going to have that 6-month extension, which I am grateful for. So for the for the Aboriginal Advisory Committee. Members of the committees were just made aware of this, and again, that was brought forward. So I thank you very much for acknowledging the short notice, because we too were very surprised at the short notice regarding this. So again, we thank you for recognizing that. So I just want to speak to when the committee was originally struck 4 years ago. It took almost 1 full year. So when you're talking about the extension, just to let you know, for the Aboriginal Committee, I heard some mention of there was a late delay, and some started maybe in April, May. Well, we actually didn't start till November. So as for the Aboriginal Committee, that's why I'm taking this moment to speak right now, because we could be forgotten or delayed even further. So I am going to speak to this. So we took our role very seriously in the reviewing and making recommended changes to our terms of reference and the mission statement of the Aboriginal Advisory Committee. The first group tried to, at first the group tried to work on the material, and we made changes ourselves. But we felt that we required a more dedicated and professional staff member, so a consultant was actually hired and brought in to help fine-tune the terms of reference and the mission statement. The group felt that changes accurately represented our Aboriginal group and that the role that it was meant to serve, and also to assist with future development for the City of Hamilton. This process has allowed other issues to be brought forward that was later to be used in the development of our work plan. But before we could move forward, we had to have the terms of reference and mission statement provided, approved, which we waited for several months for that approval to take place. And as we awaited for that approval, we were able to complete the following. And actually, we never did get our terms of reference and mission statements approved by this council. So we have been there for almost 4 years. We were late in starting. We didn't get the approval. We had a consultant come in, work with us, and we did not get the final approval of our terms of reference and mission statement. But we still continue to work. We developed a preliminary list of priorities for the City of Hamilton as it relates to the urban Aboriginal people and the development of public awareness programs to promote the historical contribution of its First Peoples. We developed 2 surveys that were taken to the urban Aboriginal community to fill out and respond to about the relationship and the role of the Aboriginal Advisory Committee and its connection to the City of Hamilton. 2 community information booth sessions were held in the Aboriginal community about the committee and its connection to the City of Hamilton again. development of a specific protocol for conducting Aboriginal openings at meetings. An eagle feather was actually officially presented to the City of Hamilton with a hand-carved feather box, which is present here with us, along with medicines that is supported here. And this is on display actually on the second floor in the cabinet. So when we actually conduct our meetings, we have a protocol in the way we do things. And for those who may not know, it's a very important matter. Actually, this is actually addressed with the City of Hamilton's logo on it. This is a very important responsibility. And when we did this, if we knew that our fulfillment, or we weren't going to be here after 4 years, we would not have made this happen, because this is a long-term commitment. And that's why it is so important that we know that there is going to be a continuation for the Aboriginal Advisory Committee. Because a group needs to look after this feather and maintain the medicines and what this is all about. So it really would sadden our committee if there is not that responsibility on the other side. We also developed an Aboriginal glass case for holding items in to exhibit the Aboriginal culture through items placed within, to promote Aboriginal History Month and National Aboriginal Day, which is in June and June 21st, respectively. Several of the oldest Aboriginal agencies were formally recognized at the City of Hamilton's finance meeting for their contributions towards making Hamilton a good place to raise a family, and to bring forward recognition to the city about other Aboriginal-related activities, including participation at the Soaring Spirit Aboriginal Festival. The Pan Am Torch Relay that's taking place in 2015 is actually coming out of that festival next year. And some of that was initiated through our advisory committee. We want to bring forward the issue that the committee feels it's important because it supports and recognizes the historical position and contribution that Aboriginals have made towards the development of not only the urban Aboriginal community, but also to the greater community of Hamilton at large. We understand that the subcommittees are costly, but the cost of human participation is vital in the development of engaging the public and builds trust, which leads to a more effective municipal government, creating a better place for citizens to live, work, and play. And you will recognize some of these words. For the Aboriginal people who live in the city, this is such an important statement, and with our committee, demonstrates the city's commitment to it. Our committee has also made an investment. When working out the numbers, our committee, who does not receive any remuneration for the time, has approximately dedicated 924 hours, and at a living wage, $14.95 equals almost $13,114 of in-kind services to work on various Aboriginal and City of Hamilton related issues at this table. Excuse me, my mouth is really drying at this point. We do this to ensure that we can make recommendations for Hamilton to become a positive and inclusive place for Aboriginal people in all Hamiltonians alike. During the time spent on the Aboriginal Advisory Committee, we have realized that things move slow and that the role of the Aboriginal Advisory Committee is limited. As the Aboriginal people continue to move to the cities, thank you very, very much. I lost my place here. To the cities, thank you. As the Aboriginal people continue to move to the cities and are making them their homes, we need to know that we have an opportunity to help shape the city in a positive way for its Aboriginal Aboriginal community members. We understand the diversity and the changes within the community, but as the First Peoples, we have only been able to participate within the last 30 years or so. We want to continue this participation to improve upon communication, dialogue, and inclusivity so that our history and cultural relevance will be included in future planning. Not to take away from others, but as the first people of the land, we only have begun to participate within the city planning and advisory structure. We would appreciate more time and effort to make sure that our voice and opinions are heard. We don't want to be just tokens, but we want to have a real voice that can assist with positive change. We know that we have begun to make changes for the better, but in order to continue this process, we need to have our own place within the system. And as we feel that our issues and our voices can become lost in this new proposed diversification or perceived assimilation process. So that's why it's important that we remain. Therefore, we respectfully request that the City of Hamilton, the General Issues Committee, for the opportunity of the recently formed Aboriginal Advisory Committee to continue to develop and to grow in its current structure, resulting in better citizen engagement and would allow for mutually beneficial opportunities in the future. So in short, we ask that your recommendation not be supported. And again, I thank you for allowing at least the time to go on, the six months evaluation or review, and taking that time, and I do appreciate it. I'm very nervous up here, so excuse my shakiness in my words. And I thank my fellow committee member for coming up here to be with me, to be my support. And I thank you all for listening to me. And I also commend Mary on that report, because that was a heck of a job. But again, I think with some of it, and once you review it and talk to the people the next time, you will see there is a need for those other committees. Thank you.
Thanks, Yvonne. And can you please introduce your committee
Cindy Sue McCormick.
Cindy, thanks for joining us as well. I do have a question from Councillor McCaddy, so if you can stay at the podium. Excuse me, Councillor McCaddy.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just thanks for the presentation. And Yvonne, you said you were nervous. I just wanted to say I know you've been working on the giving lots of speeches all throughout the city and working on that, and your speech was fantastic. Your words, of course, very meaningful, and we're taking notes to heart today. But your delivery and your speech, because I know you've been working on it, we've talked about that, just fantastic. So know that you've made a huge difference today.
I've also left copies of this so that you can see it in more detail. But again, I appreciate and thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Yvonne. And I'll motion from Councillor McCaddy then to receive the presentation, seconded by Councillor Farr. All those in favour? Carries. Thank you. Next on the list of presenters, I have Connie Bellamy of the Tenant Advisory Committee. Is Connie still with us this morning? Going once, twice, three times. Denise Doyle. Denise is here.
Good morning, members of council. I'm here as the co-chair of the Status of Women Committee. I'd like to thank council for the motion being put forward today. There was serious concerns about this report on Friday. Although we recognize that a lot of work and effort were put into it, we do not believe that there was enough effective consultation. You know, one of the things I think this council should be proud of, I did a lot of community development work prior to becoming the CEO of the YWCA. And one thing that I learned in community development, and anybody working in that field would know, we shouldn't be afraid of having citizens being engaged. And in fact, having larger numbers in citizen engagement, I think, speaks to a more well-rounded opportunities for City Council. With regards to the Status of Women Committee, some of you may not know, but City of Hamilton has one of the oldest Status of Women committees in all of Canada. And that's something that we need to be proud of. And furthermore, it's 2014, and we still have a lot of work to do as it relates to the status of women in not only our own community and in our country. Lastly, I look forward to an opportunity to work with the city and Paul Johnson in terms of how we can be better at engaging our citizens and in the individual committees. And just something to think about, folks, we talk a lot about governance models. Well, I can tell you that sometimes the governance models that exist exclude a lot of people. And so we need to be thinking about, when we're engaging our citizens, how can we do that more effectively? And the Status of Women Committee presented a report to this council around using an inclusion lens when we do our work. And I really hope that the City of Hamilton starts to seriously consider what we need to do if we're going to do our work better, and our citizens can become more engaged. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Denise. Questions for Denise at this point in time? Committee members, hearing none. I need a motion then to receive the presentation, moved by Whitehead, seconded by Marula. All those in favor? Carries. Thank you. Next on my list is Dina Honig of the Immigration and Refugee Advisory Committee. Dina. Good morning.
Thank you. I'm a little short here, so I hope you see me over this. Thank you very much for inviting us to present here. I'm totally supporting the motion of continuing consultation. We were also caught by surprise by this fast turns of events. I did want to talk about two issues. First, I just wanted to read a little bit of my presentation since we're going to be consultation. Don't need to hear the whole of this. I just wanted you to think about one point or about immigrants in the city. And I want to say that with immigrants and refugee access to migrant program and support services aiming at helping them thrive in Hamilton, they are still in many cases facing hardship and barriers to integration, acculturation and employment. A voice in city halls and expertise on gaps in services cannot be restricted to one-person representation from an immigration agency. The diverse needs and access to councillors' ears can only be represented in a standalone advisory committee. Commitment to this population can not only be heard, it needs to be seen. Having an advisory committee dedicated to their needs sends a clear message both to Hamilton community and to potential newcomers that the City of Hamilton inviting the input and making them a partner with the city in decisions that affect their lives. Okay? And I just wanted to point something that there was not a lot of discussion about, but I want to, I don't know if we can discuss it today, but to take into consideration consultation is that when you look at the composition of up to 9 members, okay, we are really only given 3 slots to the general population, and the rest of the slots are given to people who are already working in agencies in the various committees. So do we really want to go from 20 representatives of the general population to 3? Is that what we are trying to do? I think there were not enough discussion about this point. I think that was glossed over. I would like that to be a point of discussion, if not here, then in consultation. So thank you for your allowing me to speak today. I have Aspi here also from the committee, and since you are going to consult, so we're not going to need a diatribe about how it all came about, okay? So thank you.
Thank you for your presentation this morning, and I will ask any questions of the Councillor Whitehead.
Any questions?
Motion then to receive the presentation, moved by Whitehead, seconded by Farr. All those in favour, carries. Thank you. Thank you for your patience this morning in sticking around that long.
Thank you very much.
Next, I have Will Rosart. Is Will still here, Mr. Rosart?
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
I come to speak today about the possibility of merging the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee with the proposed Historical Advisory Committee. Before I begin, this report only came out Friday, and some committee members only became aware of it yesterday. No public input of the report has taken place. My opinion is that input should happen before this is implemented, which now appears to be happening. Excuse me. The new Historical Advisory Committee is to advise on heritage matters and to promote awareness and appreciation of Hamilton's history. The municipal heritage function Municipal Heritage Committee's function has been to advise staff of all designation of properties under the Ontario Heritage Act, also to educate the public on the issues of heritage conservation. It should be noted that the new Historical Advisory Committee now reports to the Planning Committee, which the Municipal Heritage Committee has reported to in the past. Does that bring the museums under the responsibility of the Planning Department? There have been some problems with lack of quorums of both committees. Some of the committee functions require more than quarterly meetings. Also, you need to allow for replacements once a year at least from committee resignations. Some people were in the committee at the beginning, quit after the first couple of meetings, and are not replaced. The Municipal Heritage Committee has 3 council members. I'm not sure this is required by the Act. 1 councillor may not be enough. And I had a couple of small comments that I noticed on other things. In the Planning Committee, Standing Committee, and the subcommittees, they mentioned the Cross Melville District Heritage Committee. There are a number of small committees that report to permit review that are of the heritage districts, and only one is identified in the report. And I think that was the only comment. It's good to see that they're referring this back, and we'll get some time to deal with it more, and the committees will have an opportunity even to make a statement further. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Rosar. If you could just stay there in case I have any questions of the committee members. Anything at this point in time? Hearing none, it's moved by Councillor Powers and seconded by Councillor Pursuta to receive Mr. Rosart's presentation. Thank you, sir, again for your patience, for coming in. All in favor? Carries. Thank you. Now I'm going to go back to Councillor Marula. Did you want to read your motion one more time, just to be clear in terms of what we're doing with 7.1?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. It's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Farr, if he's in the room. Councillor Morrow. A, that City Council support the disbanding of subcommittees as outlined in Appendix C of the report, and B, that the remainder of the report be deferred to the 2014-2018 term of council. C, that the City Clerk's Office work with the Director, Neighbourhood of Community Initiatives with his citizen or her citizen engagement team on this initiative, and D, that an extension be granted to the existing complement of the Hamilton Advisory Subcommittee until the completion of the consultative process as outlined in the establishment of the City of Hamilton's advisory subcommittees.
Thank you for that, Councillor. It's been moved and seconded. I'm just going to ask the clerk, in addition to what Councillor Marula has provided, are there other parts of the recommendation that require procedurally to go forward in light of the direction that's been given?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. With respect, can we please have item N approved, because that initially are the slates for members of council.
So we'll amend that motion as per the clerk's request. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Carries. Thank you, and thank you for everyone who attended this morning, and we're very patient through this whole process, so that will come back and clerks will notify the respective organizations of our plans over the next several months. Moving on the agenda, we now have 7.2. It's the City Enrichment Fund implementation, and I'm going to call upon Mr. Hertel to come forward and present his report. Yes, and I will call upon the delegation after the presentation. Yeah.
Mr. Hertel, the floor is yours.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, members of committee, and members of the public. On June the 18th, committee unanimously supported the framework for the new City Enrichment Fund, a strategic investment in our community. Past 2 months have gone by very quickly, and we're excited to be here today to show the results of our good work and the ongoing commitment of our stakeholders to begin a new era of investment in the work done by these community organizations and individuals. Personally, I want to thank you again for the opportunity to work in this project. I have found in working through with various focus groups and meetings that there's just no greater way to spend time, no greater inspiration than to spend a day with these folks. It's humbling to learn how much they give to Hamilton, not because it earns them a paycheck or because they don't have a myriad of other things that they could be doing, but rather they choose to do it because it's right. I'd like to thank the many individuals and organizations who make this choice every single day and of whom have given their input and guidance to this project. They, along with my wonderful virtual team of staff members, have often taken of their personal time, including time when they're supposedly away on vacation, to help us reach this next milestone. While there remains much to do over the weeks ahead to successfully launch the 2015 grant cycle, it is clear that the community stakeholders and staff are on board to make this happen. I would like to introduce my team, who really are the architects of this report and who are here to help me answer any questions that you may have later on. From the arts group, Carrie Brooks Joyner, and until very recently, Jennifer Kay was a very, very significant contributor. In the new Communities, Culture and Heritage group, Bridget McIntosh and Sarah Emke. From Sport and Active Lifestyles, Steve Sever and Kristen McDonald. And of course from Corporate Services, Monique Garwood in Finance and Rosanna Malati, our Grants Coordinator. And I'd like also to acknowledge a volunteer from the new Agriculture and Environment stream, Peter Wabschall, who is the Program Coordinator in Public Works and Policy and Programs, and fantastic recruit for us. He's also the previous Director of the Hamilton Wentworth Green Venture. Lastly, I'd like to thank Councillor Powers for his leadership as the Chair of the Grant Subcommittee, along with subcommittee members Councillors Duvall, Ferguson, Jackson, Johnson, and Marula for their many contributions. And a special thank you to Legislative Coordinator Stephanie Paparella for her guidance and support. So today what we're hoping to achieve is to gain your support to move ahead with the new City Enrichment Fund for the 2015 grant cycle, to gain your support for the actions and timelines for the work ahead, and lastly for the support of the recommendations contained in your report. So we'll talk first about the model, and then as we did in June, we'll speak about the financial side of it. From June the 18th till now, one of the things that we were asked to do was to include a 30-day window for written feedback from community groups, making our information available to them, which we've done. And then in order to take in that information plus the ongoing consultations to prepare our final report for today. In addition then, as I mentioned, to the 30-day window, we continued during that period of time to meet and discuss with many individuals and community organizations as we were aggressively working against the clock to refine the details of the new program. From the written portion that we had requested, we did receive 9 responses. 6 were fully supportive, and 3 specifically commenting on the establishment of the Agriculture and Environment program area. The remaining 3 were primarily commenting on that at that time there was insufficient detail to fully critique the whole program, and there was some concern expressed that we might be moving too fast, particularly in terms of trying to identify outcomes, measurable outcomes, etc. But the project team has used all of the inputs and ongoing conversations to inform the final design and recommendation you have with you today. I would like to refer back to the terms of reference. I won't read each of these. This was in the terms of reference approved back in March, and I believe that you'll see in the materials provided that we have achieved each of those items and delivered those from the terms of reference. And I guess the big question is, why are we doing this in the first place? And the answer, quite simply, is that our stakeholders have asked for change, that what was in place for a number of years was stale and tired and was not necessarily addressing the needs of the community from a variety of directions, including transparency. So they also told us then that if they had to identify 5 criteria upon which they would assess the value and success of this new proposal, it would be in these 5 areas. They were looking for increased transparency of the entire process and the outcomes, increased community impact, so that it needed to be strategic in dealing effectively with the needs of our community and the changing needs, consistent with best practices, and in that regard we've started working both within the various sectors as well as with other municipalities to try and ensure that we're on target for best practices. We needed it to be flexible, to meet the needs of the community, and provide increased opportunities for new applicants to participate in the funding available. At the end of the day, the community itself over the next year will assess whether or not we've hit the mark. We know that and the reasons you supported it being a transition year, there will be lots to learn as we go through the year, and you'll see in the implementation plan that we do have an ongoing, continuous relationship with individuals and organizations to fine-tune and resolve any unclear items in the proposal. So in its simplest form on this particular slide, you can see that we have taken what was quite a fragmented approach in the past, where we had different funding sources. There were some of the organizations were in boards and agencies. We had some being funded out of individual reserves and moving around, and we had some under the former Community Partnership Program. We've integrated that, and we think that it will provide a tremendous amount of streamlining and lots of benefits to all of our citizen organizations and help between the city and the organizations to have a much better, more strategic relationship than kind of the one-offs. One of the things you may recall from the June presentation is that we eliminated the special category of events, and we migrated those events into these other streams. So now the whole thing is established based on the organizations and their needs, as opposed to a bunch of activities that are not necessarily connected. So this looks a little busy, and I'd like to spend a bit of time on this. I know when you, or when we've killed many trees in printing this particular report for you, it does appear to be a bit daunting, but I want to assure you that in fact it has more pages because of its simplicity, if that makes any sense. One of the goals we had in reaching out to the community was to better understand the nuances of the community groups and organizations. And what we have created is a plan that is much more specific to those groups. So the easiest way to think of this is that when it is fully operational as an online application, these will all be drop-downs. So instead of creating a total package that's this thick, each group will be steering directly into the path within their program and the stream within their program that is geared specifically to them. Each of those streams within each program area has its own set of guidelines and its own application form. The guidelines and application forms have an awful lot of, obviously, of common material, but then it also has material in it that is very, very specific to that program area and to the stream and the organization. The colored differentiation on here is really identifying one of the main goals, which was to provide additional opportunities for funding of what I would call aspirational categories. we had been essentially funding the same things over and over again for the last 10 to 15 years. And one of the major complaints that we received was that there was no opportunity for new ventures to really get in any substantive way. So this will allow us to not only offer those opportunities and do it in a priority-based approach or with a priority-based approach using needs as the primary driver, but it also provides us then with the nuances that will, in the longer term, fulfill the broader needs of our community. So let me spend a moment, if I can, summarizing the changes that we have in place ready to go for 2015. And as a PS, it would also tell you that there's a little wordsmithing, a few commas to add, things like that. But in a race against time, we wanted to be at least sort of 99-point-something% ready today, knowing that we have a few weeks to clean up some things before we actually launch. So number one, we've created an integrated model. And it really includes the former strategic municipal investments in the arts initiative, and as we were directed, combined it with the community partnership program. And I think we've, I'll say, picked up a few strays along the way and cleaned up some other things as well. We've identified 5 categories. Arts now includes the art mandated boards and agencies plus Supercrawl, so they're combined. We expanded the name for the second category and redefined it a bit, Communities, Culture and Heritage, to really reflect more fully the diverse nature of our community and the growing diversity that we experience. Community Services has, from a, I'll say, existing programs, been refined slightly, and very importantly in that category, added in some new opportunity areas as well. Sport and active lifestyles. If you recall, that was previously referred to as recreation and sports. And among other things, we knew it was drastically underfunded, but it was extremely limited in its focus, partially because of the funding. So we've created a new umbrella title for this, Sport and Active Lifestyles, to much better reflect lifelong activity and programs that would support that. And as I mentioned, we created a new category of agriculture and environment to reflect the fact that, number one, about 65% of our land mass in this great city is rural, and number two, that environmental issues are on the front page of any respectable publication these days, and we need to be focused on at least understanding what that means within a program like this. So as I mentioned before, the model is organization versus activity-based, and we eliminated the special events separate category. Each program area has now added a defined focus on these aspirational programs, and we've introduced very much streamlined, clear application forms and a transparent process that contains a section that's common to all applicants and then a section that is very specific to the program that's being requested. We've also, in each category, ensured that we have clear adjudication criteria and that it'll be all ready for the 2015 intake process. I'll show you a sample screenshot in a moment, but one of the things that we suggested in June that we should do is to pilot an online application. So we have that ready to go, and it's being done in the Sport and Active Lifestyles program. We have arranged, and it's part of the recommendations, to transfer all relevant budgets so that we bring it into the consolidated umbrella of the City Enrichment Fund. We also have done a bit of cleanup in the sense of looking at some areas where it really wasn't something that was clearly appropriate for a grants program per se, was in fact more or better suited and streamlined to be part of a department that's already handling those issues. So for example, we already have a BIA coordinator, so we've proposed to move the budget and activities for that into that particular area. The veterans are and always will remain a critical category, and we didn't want to see that come under a different kind of lens, so we've again, you'll see we've recommended that we move that into a department. We're introducing financial auditing sampling at both the application and assessment stages, and the performance assessment as a follow-up. So if I can expand on that just a little bit, when you slice and dice the current distribution of funds and you look at grants that currently are provided for greater than $60,000, there's about 10 or 12 organizations in that group today. And in that area, from my finance and administration area, we've asked and tasked one of our resources to help the assessment teams with the financial analysis for those groups on sort of a before and after kind of basis. We also met with our city auditor to understand from a risk management point of view how far should we go, and so we'll do a random sampling in the areas, again based on size, for grants less than $60,000 grants as well. So I think we'll all feel comfortable that from a performance point of view and a financial point of view that we are in line with our conversations about measurable outcomes. We'll expand on that a little bit later, but each of the sectors has worked very hard at ensuring that at the application stage it is real clear in terms of what the impacts or outcomes are that particular organization is focused on to bring and why they're therefore applying for the grant. We also are clarifying in each of the program areas the 30% figure that has been, I'll say, misunderstood a bit. Councillor Powers and I co-signed a letter last year that tried to clarify that, and we've baked that into the process. So the net is that I'll preface this by saying that those who are outside of that limit today are going to be part of our review and a phasing kind of effort that goes on. But the basic premise is that no more than 30% of the operating revenues and funding for a particular program, project, or event would come from the combination of all sources of city funding. And as challenging as that might be to monitor, I'll say, we've asked and built into the application form a declaration that the signatories are agreeing that they're within the limits, and will of course have the appropriate financials to accompany that. And overall, one of the major requests of us was to provide a more transparent, open level of communication, even as the previous discussions about the subcommittee meetings, when are they, and can we attend, etc. Right through from application and right through to the time that we actually allocate the funds and they're approved by council, to make sure that that's easily accessible and clearly available to all participants, both those who have received the funds and those who have not. Because I think a lot of times the learning process is as important for those who did not receive as those who did. This, as I mentioned, is just a sample screenshot from the online pilot. The organization that we're working with, it's a very significant customer base of grant. Recently, actually, they were purchased by SurveyMonkey. You may not like the name, but they're a huge organization. So the breadth of portfolio that they now offer is substantial. Our team in sports administration has strongly supported them as a partner to work with. Very easy to use. The system is very adaptable. We get customer reports. And our plan, of course, would be to walk through this year with the sport focus specifically, but we also have within the package that we acquired, we have the ability to populate the other program areas during the year as well and experiment with those. So by the time we get back to GIC and Council regarding the 2016 input, or cycle I should say, we will have a full recommendation in terms of moving forward with online capability. So just a quick recap, what's different. The current system is quite fragmented and has been identified by the user groups as being very inconsistent. We see the new offering as being much more integrated, building stronger relationships with the individuals and organizations in the community, much more strategic and consistent. The existing current model has multiple points of contact, largely contributed by the fact that it was activity-based as much as it was organization-based. So we've streamlined that and brought it together. So now there is a single point of contact. For those, for example, who are brand new to the process, the triage always is that they would go through our grants coordinator, Rosanna Malati, and once they build their rapport with the appropriate stream program area that they are participating in, they will continue to have then a single point of contact there. We mentioned that this was quite activity-based in the past with very little follow-up in terms of performance measurements and outcomes. That has been baked into the new plan. So each of the sections you would see in very, I'll say, custom to the program area, asking for outcomes and impacts and making clear the criteria for assessment that will allow us then to do a better job going forward of understanding the, I'll say, the right levels of support that we should be providing. The current program, as we've often said, is static. The status quo for both the funds and the organizations receiving the funds has been in place for quite some time with little opportunity for new growth. And as you saw earlier in the chart, there is a tremendous amount of opportunity for new opportunities and very aspirational things as we move forward. Transparency is a major concern, and in all aspects of the new program, we've increased the transparency right from the point of application. Be working with our new web team, etc., to make sure at the end of this that as the applications are acknowledged, that everyone will have full access to that information. So let me move to the second part, which is brief. The funding observations, just to recap, the allocations and recipient organizations have been fairly static, no new money for several years. The Arts Investment Program identified through the Arts Advisory Commission, thanks again Tricia, identified very specifically that the arts is underfunded by a minimum of $1 million. We've also talked frequently that sports and recreation, as it was known, although it was not quantified, the amount of money, as you recall, was $17,000 out of the total budget. So there was never any doubt that it was underfunded. Community services, the demand continues to outstrip supply within the community. And certainly just in last year's numbers, I would say that there was roughly 150% of applicants to recipients. So, and that is understating the total number, because a lot of organizations just stopped applying knowing that there was no real opportunity. As I mentioned before, we have such a growing demand to serve the growth and diversity of our community that we have refined the community's culture and heritage program area, introduced the agriculture and environment area, and realistically, from a funding point of view, the budget ask is really a matter of catching up. It's not putting us ahead. No matter how you kind of cut the statistics, looking at the funding that's in place today, it's the same funding essentially that was in place 10 and 15 years ago. And even if you assume a great deal of productivity improvement, it has fallen quite significantly behind. So the ask from a funding point of view, as we discussed before, specifically for the year 2015, the ask for budget consideration for the arts group is $500,000. And for the other streams, I'll say the non-art stream, it's $250,000. But you can see on the chart, the request is really for us to keep in mind that it's a 3-year request, but we know we can only ask specifically for budget consideration 1 year at a time. The allocation, I should just mention in terms of, it's that wonderful question, if it were posed to you, what would you do with the money if you got it? So in the arts program area, the current recipients if you recall, there are 8 categories, streams. Only 2 of the 8 are currently funded. That's the arts festivals and arts operating funds. And the shortfall is deemed to be such in those 2 existing areas that the bulk of the additional $500,000 would go into that pot, if you will, for then reassessment through the application process. On the, quote, other streams, we've actually worked out a bit of a formula based on the combination of percent today of current budget and need. So, for example, if we got $250,000, we would identify based on a council-approved directive that community services would get 50% of that. That's just a long-standing support from council. Of the balance, we would give 25% to sport and active lifestyles. We would give some small amount of seed money to agriculture and environment to help Peter figure out what the needs truly are in that sector. For the culture, communities, and heritage piece, we would give a small percentage. And also then we would give, from an administration point of view for the overall program, about $7,500 into the pot to help us secure the ongoing support for the software for the online application. I won't read this through, but actions and timelines, we have many things to continue to do. So literally the day or two after council, we would be advising the public of the dates, which we're anticipating at this point in time being October 20th, that all the materials will be ready for them to apply. And we would request that those be submitted by December the 1st. So we'll be working to very tight timelines to refine our materials, prepare the communications, all of the workshops and education that have to be delivered from October the 20th forward, working extensively with individual groups, transferring budgets and all that sort of thing. We have a lot of things on the list that are going to be started this fall, but they're in preparation really for the 2016 cycle. So a lot of work will be done so that by the time we finish the ongoing engagement next year on the new on this transition year, we'll have a package again ready for next year at this time for final approval for the 2016 cycle, which will have been fine-tuned, I'm sure. One of the commitments that we make and have made to the community is that this isn't going to be a one-and-done kind of program. It's not going to sit waiting for the next 10 to 15 years for a review, but would be an ongoing process of continuous improvement. And with that, I'll thank you very much for your patience and ask if I can address any questions.
John, tremendous work, great presentation. And I do have 2 speakers or questioners at this point in time in Councillors Johnson and Morrow. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, John. And you've heard me do this rhetoric a number of times that there seems to be 3 ways to get money. One is to go through the long process of putting out an application, putting together all the financials and getting it here on time. And if you get it 1 minute late, there's repercussions. You can come and stand where you're standing right now, the nice suit and tie, and ask for money, or you can just go through your counselor. So there's 3 levels, in my opinion, what's going on, and it's nice to see that we're finally streamlining everything. But I do have some questions, if you don't mind, please.
Sure.
Through you, Chair. One of the things that you've got down here is E, that staff be directed to advise for any for-profit entities who have been receiving grants to cease and do so. Can you just give us an example of who that might be?
Although this has been in place in the CPP world forever, I think, like all things, some things have crept into it. So there are some really interesting programs that the I'll say the organizer of the program is a for-profit organization. We'd like to stop that. in some cases, and this kind of blurs a little bit into the next one, which is about the for-profit, or excuse me, the fundraisers. But the boards and agencies historically, we couldn't find any documentation that said you must be a not-for-profit. So we've gone through a list and we have identified organizations that are clearly for-profit organizations. And if you think of it, that there's two levels of eligibility. One level is as an applicant, and the other level is for the project or program that you're seeking funds for. So as an applicant, it has always been the intent that this would be for community not-for-profit organizations. And we've identified some through that process. I'm not sure if you want me to suggest some names or...
Okay, thank you. I'm seeing no, I'll take that part offline. On page 2 of 12 of your staff report, H, you've got the additional $96,500, and this is for sports and active lifestyles. My understanding, being on the grants committee, that the sports component was always underutilized, and that was the one thing that my colleague, Councillor Jackson, was always bringing up, that why isn't the sports, and Steve Savor always had, we're just not getting the applications. So I appreciate the fact that we're putting it with active lifestyles. Do you have an example of what active lifestyle and what organization or what program would be, so you can just give me some visuals here?
Yes, for sure. Through the chair, the challenge financially with the historic view of the sports categories actually was underfunded, and each year in the last couple of years we've actually been going to reserve to top that up. So it's been under budget, right. And we had to, and this particular recommendation is a bit separate from that. So we're actually talking about two interesting things here. One is the $64,000 that historically has been underfunded, and we keep going into reserves to bring that up to speed for road closures, etc. And the other is specifically the Highland Games, which is $32,500 annually, which we again have been dipping into reserves each time. So we're really asking in the budget process that when we bring this forward, we actually make this part of base funding, because we're trying to kind of clean up the edges on this.
Thank you. And on K, you've got I, arts, 500,000, and double I, you have agricultural, environmental, communities, culture, and heritage community services, and sports and active lifestyles, 250,000.
That's correct.
Is there a reason you clumped all them together? Because when I saw your other charts, they were actually pulled apart.
Yes, and from a financial point of view, that cluster really represents, I'll say, the remainder of the former CPP group. Okay. So that we really just separated arts from the former CPP group.
Okay, super. I think that were my questions for now. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you.
Thanks, John, and thanks to all the staff. Just I want to put this out there too. Sure. Being on the grants committee, the staff have a really difficult time putting together all the reports, and it's wonderful when you see the social services, who deservingly so should be getting this money. And it's always a fight for that piece of pie, so it's kind of nice that this is all streamlined. It's going to be interesting to see what the feedback's going to be like a year from now, because you never know how things work out until you put it into practical. So this is something I'll keep my eye on. Thank you very much, John.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Councillor Morrill.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I, as well, appreciate the work that's gone into this, and the effort, the breadth of the report and everything that has been involved. It's hard to get one's head around everything, because it's so inclusive of different areas. And I think all in all, we're talking about broadening horizons for people, lives in the community and the society generally. And on the question of the arts funding, I did table a motion calling for an increase in arts funding. Then, of course, this study came along, and so I've tabled it since that time. My impression, and I guess I'll plead guilty to a bias as a professional musician in terms of support of musical arts, but the same applies to all other aspects of the arts in our community. I've been led to believe that we are spending at the city level a third less than we were at the time of amalgamation in the year 2000, and that this report would rectify that imbalance roughly. So I just wanted to redetermine that such is the case, that we will be adding a third back to at least get to the level, taking into consideration the cap on spending and inflation and other features and factors, plus the new groups that have come along, plus the absence of funding for many of the groups which Mr. Hertel has addressed. But is that 1/3 an applicable estimate, and are we in fact rectifying that imbalance?
Through the chair, if you the number is a pretty good estimate, Councillor Morrow. The total funding for the arts group, call it 1.5 million, if you will, and with probably a decade at least of the amounts not particularly increasing. And so therefore, if it is approved in the new term of council through the budget process, that 500,000 is, I'll call it a down payment towards the arts category, then it would be kind of catching up. And I think the collective under the Arts Commission and councils would tell you that even the $1 million based on the arts investment strategy work that was done is still catching up at the total. So over the next 3 years, should the new term of in the new term of council, should that be approved, then I would say that comfortably everyone is satisfied that we've increased the level of support substantially, and hopefully there would be more to do in the future.
Well, thank you. I hope, if I can just pass a comment, whatever we can do to support it now, I would appreciate being able to, because I won't be here after December the 1st, and I would hope the new council can avidly support the efforts here, and if anything, add to them, certainly not take away from them. I think some good work has been done, and it'll be good for the city to proceed on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Powers, Pasuda, and McCaddy next on my list. Russ?
So mine, perhaps a question to John is, as you are aware, we had diversity of programs that we were supporting. There were some, as you indicated, that were receiving funding through, singular funding out of the reserve funds. Is everyone, unless somebody slips through the cracks, everyone that we've had to deal with over the years that has a funding support with the city captured within this new program?
Through the chair, yes, Councillor Powers. We have kind of gone through the checklist, and right down to the smallest levels of funding. We think we've captured everything now.
Okay, and just to assist in perhaps the answer Councillor Johnson's question, is nobody deliberately set out to apply for funds as a profit. What happened is that kind of the evolution of their organizations, it was advantageous for them to become, or elements of them to become for-profit corporations. Right. And under the Municipal Act, you can't bonus. So therefore, we're not in a position to provide funding as a result of that regulation. So, and it wasn't clearly identified in the application forms, or one of the requirements to be eligible for funding is that recommendation captures that requirement is we're here to support organizations that are not for profit that support the efforts of the problem. And would you put me on the list of people to comment on the report when it's brought before?
I will, sir. Councillor Pasuda, you're next.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Collins. And John, thank you very much for the presentation and the staff that worked on it. And you have done great work with the Hamilton Farmers Market. It's moving that forward, so appreciate that. And good understanding of agriculture and food. So the new one on here, the agriculture and environment, and I'm looking at it 2 sides down. I'm kind of thinking like this farmer and that farmer and this rural person. So the combination of agriculture and environment, how did you bring that forward, the two of them? I can see where it is. Okay, I understand that. I want your side of the story on that one. Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. It's actually a question that we've asked ourselves, and others have asked us as well, because it certainly sounds like it could be two very different things. What we wanted to do was spend the transition year, as we'll call it, understanding what it should be. For example, any of the existing organizations that we might loosely put in that category, we're not going to. We're actually going to continue to handle them more as events. So some of the agricultural fairs, etc. And we're trying to keep that an empty space for our new colleague, Peter, to help us understand through his work and coordinating across different departments and with community groups, what should that be? We may come back to you at this time next year and say, after the consultations that have taken place, we see one or the other or both, or perhaps neither. Maybe the efforts are being taken care of within the departments. So we really don't know the answer at this point in time, Councillor Pursuta, and that's really why we've left it as a title only and a blank space, knowing that there are two important areas that we need to really understand better.
Thank you, John. That was explained very well. Thank you, Councillor Collins.
Further questions of John before I move to receive? Need a motion then? Moved by Mayor Patina, seconded by Councillor Pursuta. All those in favor to receive the presentation? Carries. Thank you. And next I'm going to call, John, thanks again. Appreciate your assistance. I'm now going to call upon Don Jaffray and Linda Daler, who are here this afternoon now, to present and speak to this issue. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Linda Daler, the Executive Director of Catholic Family Services, and Don Jaffray, the Executive Director of Social Planning and Research Council. We appreciate the opportunity to make a presentation to the General Issues Committee today on behalf of many in the voluntary sector community agencies in Hamilton, a number of them who have been here all morning to support us in what we're about to say to you as Council. These agencies provide assistance and support to many of the vulnerable members of our community. The funding support they receive from the City of Hamilton is important to our continued service and our continued ability to deliver service to some of the most vulnerable and marginalized individuals in our community. We have recently been engaged in discussions regarding the transformation of the Community Partnership Program to the City Enrichment Fund, and we thank you, John, for allowing us to be able to speak and have some comment and feedback to share with regarding the process. There are important elements of the process today which we support and endorse. Those are, it is timely and useful to revise and reform the Community Partnership Program, transforming the program into a city enrichment fund in ways that focus city investments to maximize impact, align with the city's strategic plan, and streamline the application process are all welcomed improvements. We support a funding model for the Community Enrichment Fund that invests in the arts, sports and recreation, community services, culture, heritage and agriculture, and environment in ways that will reinforce and support the best practices and the strategic priorities of the city. We also support the development of mechanisms that will enable funded programs and services to gather and return information on the outcomes of their funded programs using key performance indicators, and we highlight the word key performance indicators, and that provide a good measure of results. We also support efforts to increase investment in the City Enrichment Fund and in the community services sector in particular. This would add needed capacity to services that respond to the important local social and health needs. I'll now turn it over to Dawn, because while we supported all of it, we also do have some recommendations that we would like considered.
Thanks, Linda, and good afternoon. We're trying to keep the presentation short. We're representing really a collection of community service organizations that work together to try and arrive at a short set of recommendations that we could draw to your attention. I think it's fair to say that there's a great deal more to consider and be discussed than just the recommendations offered, but we've distilled it down to 4 that I think capture the consensus of the group. First would be, we recommend in the months ahead a process developed by you that would offer more engagement of community services through a transition phase to a new funding model and the development of related policies, procedures, and directives. The Arts Investment Review process to date appears to have a 2-year history, focused largely on reforming support to the arts community, and then in later stages turned attention to the community services sector. That resulted in a very limited consultation process with the community and social service sector. We think that that sector has a great deal more to offer. We could all benefit from exploring that. And so we would recommend that a stronger consultation process that would enable this sector to better define the complexity of service values and benefits in ways that could strengthen community enrichment funds. So there's more that more expertise, I think more intelligence on community experience that sector has to offer. Secondly, we would recommend that a framework for defining measurable outcomes to be achieved through the Community Enrichment Fund investments be created in close consultation with community services and other sectors. The outcomes and the key performance indicators will vary by sector due to the difference in nature of their programs and benefits to the community. And as Councillor Johnson pointed out, we still have a great deal to learn through not just the development, but the first application of this new and revised model. And as we learn, we need to continue to develop our understanding of outcomes and indicators to track and measure. Thirdly, we recommend that investments in strategic priorities should explicitly incorporate an equity lens. Performance assessments that include this consideration will strengthen accountability and assessment measures. We recommend that an equity lens be used in determining investments in all sectors of the Community Enrichment Fund. Now, I think this is really just, a reiteration of maybe the expression of concern about equity issues that we saw earlier this morning. That those community concerns need to be captured in this revised model. And actually, some of our community partners have suggested that, again, the City of Ottawa has a model that would be worth further examination as a model for better understanding equity and inclusion. We noted, too, that there is some provision in the application form for applicants to indicate which equity features and inclusion features that their programs and services would address. That's a good first step, but there's really no information beyond that about how that material will be used to inform the strategy for investment. Fourth and finally, community services and all other funded programs should be supported through a transition phase to develop new accountability and performance measures that meet the application requirements of the City Enrichment Fund. This transition should support agencies and organizations to work towards increased alignment with Hamilton's strategic priorities. So in closing, our delegation would suggest that all arts, sports, culture, and community service and other programs now incorporated in the City Enrichment Fund have a great deal to offer, both as prevention initiatives and investments in well-being in our community. We know that the voluntary sector, community services in particular, make a significant contribution to the quality of life of residents in the city and make Hamilton a more attractive community in which to live or invest. Although the precise value of these services is difficult to measure in the short term, impacts are increasingly evident over the long term, and for this reason, warrant increasingly robust and focused commitment on the part of municipal and government. I think it's fair to acknowledge that there is a recommendation in the report that reinforces that. Thanks very much. We're available for questions.
I'll now open it up to the committee. Any questions? Councillor Farr.
Just briefly, Mr. Jeffrey, your 4 points for consideration, you said you had some consultation ahead of today with our staff and those working on what's before us. Did you bring this forward with your meetings with John and others?
Actually, many of these comments and recommendations come from the discussion and consultation we had. I think we further refined them following those consultation events so that it represents the continued development of the thinking and contributions of those who were part of that process.
So in a nutshell, you're saying keep an eye on, refine, don't lose focus on these 4 items.
That's right. I think that, I think there's been some acknowledgement that more work needs to be done in developing the terms of the transition process and the way in which it will be implemented.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I need a motion then on the presentation.
I'll move it.
Moved by Johnson, seconded by Farr. All those in favor? Carries. Thank you. Don Linda, thank you again for your attendance here today and your comments. Now going to move to the committee on the staff report. I do have a couple of speakers on my list, and I will need a mover and a seconder on that. Moved by Farr, seconded by McCaddy, and I do have a speakers list now with it on the table of Powers and McCaddy. Councillor Powers.
Well, first, if you don't permit me, is a question perhaps to Mr. Hertel. I'm sure that everyone who has either applied for or is eligible for funding under the new enrichment program would like to know what category they fall under. So I would suggest that the earliest opportunity we provide not only listings to all of us here, but so that the public knows which of the new categories that they'll fall under, and as such the application process will be. Do I have that assurance, Mr. Hertel?
Yes, in fact, we've started sort of fleshing that out. We've already moved, excuse me, the existing recipients into their appropriate categories from a financial point of view. And as part of our communication plan, we will be meeting with those folks, beginning with workshops, etc., on October the 20th. And all the way through the process, we'll do our very best to provide a single point of contact to help them steer into the appropriate area first time round, and then that relationship will be built.
Thank you. So in supporting the motion, there are a number of things that are part of the motion in the process. John may not have outlined it, but we're almost at the deadline for the start of the application. So a lot of these things will not take place until the 2016 year. We want dollars to flow to the organizations now. So if you want to call it the process that we've been accustomed to, whether it was under the boards and agencies or the CPP programs, we'll continue, and the grants committee in 2015 we'll take a look at those and the evaluation of the applications. So I believe the comments raised by Ms. Daler and Mr. Jaffrey are very relevant. There will be evolutions of the program as it plays out. The revisions of the applications, I'm hoping they're significantly minimized, because in the past you needed to engage a thesis writer in order to fill out your application form. So a simplification of the applications with obviously evaluations of the organizations delivering on what they said they were going to do with the money that was provided to them through the city's portions. As I retire in 74 days, this has kind of been a bugbear of mine. I've been involved with the grants subcommittee kind of from day one, and have kind of seen the evolution of this particular things. There was too many, as we all recognize, too many streams that were treated slightly differently. This recognizes that there are differences, and as such, funding streams will vary on the basis of what we're doing. But most importantly for me, this will become a one-stop process. In other words, rather than going through multiple processes, depending on the dollars that you needed, it will be a single point of access for the city's enrichment fund. It's not perfect, unless the city is in a position to step up and provide enhanced funding, it'll still lag behind in that. But that'll be the pleasure of the councils of the day and the ability for them to provide the appropriate amount of funding to the streams that in all cases deserve it. I want to commend John for his efforts on this. My thanks is to the members of the grant subcommittee who, as dolers of the available dollars to us, it was a challenge for us, and I think perhaps blowing our horn, I think we've done an admirable job of doing that with a sign-off from yourselves. Rosanna Malati has been my point of contact for all these years, and Rosanna is passionate in what she in what she does and what she provides. All the point people on the various files. I see Carmen here. Carmen's been attached to the social services files for years, and basically what she suggests. Taken a pragmatic approach. She's taken into consideration the dollars that are available, and equally or more important is the multipliers that those dollars will provide back to the community, either in services delivered or what's available. Steve Savor is a brand new one that's come on with regards to taking over to Greg Maychuk with regards to the sports thing. Councillor Johnson was very, very clear. It's something that was underutilized, and the reason because that was the dollars only flowed if it was for instructional purposes, assistance and coaching and things like that. Well, we've identified as support for sports goes beyond just providing the coaching. So I think the evolution of this program over the years, and most importantly over the last years, is really really good. I commend John and all his staff for this. I am wholeheartedly supportive of this, knowing that as with any good programs, they will evolve as they're played out. The committees and council are not afraid to make changes if it's for the betterment of that. So thank you for being part of it, and as I said, clearly my votes for here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCaddy.
Thanks very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And first of all, huge thanks to John Hertel and his team, all the city staff that were involved in this project. We have had many great staff initiatives over the years, so I hesitate to bring this one out as one of the best I've seen, but I think it absolutely is in terms of the consultation that's occurred and the level of thought that's gone into this. And as a GIC today, I think we can be very comfortable that the community groups that have been involved in this are very satisfied, not only with the recommendations before us, but with the process that John undertook to seek their guidance. My involvement in this was primarily through the Arts Advisory Commission in the last term of council, where I remember we met with Councillor Powers and said, can we have a look at the grants program in his role as chair of the grants, and would you guide us, Councillor Powers, in how to go about this, and given the concerns that were out there. And he did so, and then with John's involvement, this is just fast forwarded Councillor Farr's involvement on the arts side this term of council. So I'm tremendously excited about the potential to expand the program and to, in particular, in the interest I have to move the arts ahead in our city. It's become a huge force, as you know, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Easy to say, just a couple of days after Supercrawl and all the arts activities down on James Street, but throughout the city, the 270 Sherman, the Imperial Cotton Center. There's all sorts of things we could talk about. So that, along with all the other granting areas, the new one for environment and agriculture is, I think, particularly insightful to recognize that that had not been funded previously. But there were some very, very good things that could happen at the community level with the grants coming from the city on that front. So I'm looking forward to perhaps being part of the discussion, or certainly hearing the discussion during the 2015 budget process as Council considers the recommendations, the financial recommendations. And again, thanks very much to John and staff for the process to bring this forward.
Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Russ and Brian have pretty much said what I was going to say, but I too would like to recognize John. As he said in his comments, he did consult with some of us, and I was one of the lucky ones. And just one question for you, Mr. Chairman, to John, though. I know we talked about this privately, but I want to make sure we get it out in the public forum. Anybody who's received a grant the past number of years isn't going to get a letter the day after council saying, too bad, so sad, you're getting nothing. It will continue on. It'll be an evolution of how we roll out the new procedures, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct, with the one exception. Excuse me, and the one exception is those organizations that we would classify today as for-profit organizations. We're in the recommendation, we're basically saying as of the 2015 intake process, they would not be an eligible applicant. They may have alternatives, they may have friends, associates, other business ventures that allow them to apply as a not-for-profit, but that would be the only exception to your question. Otherwise, everyone in 2015 is being treated as a transition year in terms of their prior financial allotments, and the process of their working with us in, I'll say, parallel from a process point of view, is so that we can test out all of the new processes, forms, etc. But they would not get the letter that you're referring to.
Too bad, so sad. Okay, and just, can you give us, do you feel comfortable giving us an example for someone who's received a grant that's for profit that would lose that funding?
I won't pronounce it correctly, but the Irish pub, not far down the road, that's the one. So they are a for-profit organization. And yet they're involved in an activity that is a good community activity for sure, and there's some fundraising that goes along. So they're kind of the an example of a group that's got the double-edged sword. As an applicant, we don't consider them eligible, and we would work with them to try to find a way to help them continue with the program in some other vein.
So people like Supercrawl, Festival of Friends, Peach Festival, Cactus Festival, Heritage Days, all those are not for profit.
With one exception, the application that came in most recently in this past year for Festival of Friends was done under a for-profit, but they do have a not-for-profit organization, which would be how they would come back in the future.
Okay, and just a brief comment, Mr. Chair. I think there's a big interest here in streamlining this process, making it easier for the festivals. It was a very complicated document that they had to fill out every year, and not easy for volunteers to follow, and we want to make that easier for them. But more importantly, there's going to be one stop for everything now. You don't go to the CPP, and that's not Canada Pension Plan, this Community Partnership Program. That's where Russ is going, CPP. But so you don't go into a CPP, or you don't go to boards and agencies, or you don't come directly to council. Everybody goes to one location, unless you're a board like police or art gallery. Yeah, correct? Through you, John.
Yes, through the chair. Even the art gallery would be coming through this process.
Okay, so conservation authorities and police are two examples that would not.
They would not.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Okay, I fully support this, Mr. Chairman, and I look forward to a hearing.
You, Councillor Farr.
Just to be privy to time and very short, I just want to thank, through you, John, and all of the staff who have engaged, I think, admirably with our communities as it relates to creating this well-named new entity within this corporation. It is enrichment. It has been simplified. And if I could speak specifically to one of the 5 categories that's before us, it would obviously be the arts. I've proudly sat with the Arts Advisory Commission, the Hamilton Arts Council, and had good conversations over many years now on the arts funding task force. And in a very big way, I think it's this particular task force, a division of the Arts Advisory Council, that started this ball rolling and led to this bigger conversation and ultimately this enrichment fund, which is of the greater good for the other 4 categories as well. And of course, the attentive nature of the work of the grant subcommittee over many decades, obviously, and as it related to Council's ultimate decision on CPP funding. But for those who are here, who are sitting through this from a wide variety of areas in arts and culture and have anticipated this day for some time and have been part of the conversation with me and others for some time. I know that the task force was looking for $1 million, and it would have been great to have it in 2013 and on an annualized basis, but I think I can safely say that those folks that are in attendance and all that they represent are finding this to be satisfactory, are looking forward to working closely with people like Hertel and Council in the future to improve what is most definitely a much more simplified way forward, and one that is not just about the money, but it is much more encompassing. It is most definitely about enrichment. So I'm very, very supportive. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to move it, and I thank everybody involved for the engagement.
Councillor Whitehead next on my list.
Mr. Chair, I certainly support and thank the councillors and the staff that worked on this particular report. The question I have is, where it's demonstrable, where it's practical. I don't see a drive in this process to wean off organizations in regards to providing the funding, but have a plan that where it's practical, because not all organizations can do that based on the type of service they're providing, but where they become self-sustainable so we can move them off the list and move another group in. So I'm trying to understand where that is sort of contained in regards to that wean off the city so that other groups get an opportunity to benefit from a seed funding or whatever.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, one of the discussions that we've had a number of times internally and in the previous report was how important it will be to get to that stage. We felt that the many changes made for the transition year for the 2015 intake cycle moves us towards having much better information, both up front about organizations applying, and also then with, I'll call them performance assessments at the end of the cycle. And from that, we've included in our mandate and in the implementation plan that we'll be coming back for the 2016 cycle with a more refined, as we've called it, phase-in, phase-out approach and strategy.
That's great. The other issue, and this brings me back to a 60-minute program that I watched where this philanthropist started the Robin Hood Club and started a grant program for social needs. And one of the things he had indicated very clearly, those that don't meet the performance matrix would be the funding. So back to the performance matrix. We revisit that performance matrix, make it current on best practices and objectives. Have we looked at that yet, or is that still in process?
Through you, Mr. Chair. We have looked at that extensively in this year's package, and what it will give us a far greater ability to test out in this transition year is the new scoring matrix for each of the streams. What we may find, for example, that even though we've committed to organizations that in the funding year 2015 they would receive nothing less than what they received last year, we'll be assessing that against the new criteria and informing them that in future, you may be in jeopardy because their scoring could come out considerably lower than the rest. And at the end of the day, it will always be how much money you have against how many applications you have, and trying to set the priority based on those assessment criteria.
I appreciate that. And sort of the last piece I want to focus on, I sat at a meeting a couple of days ago, 300 seniors there. And I see Tim here, and they were very congratulatory on the super crawl. The first question from the audience was, so how much money did the city get out of this deal? And of course, the response I have is virtually zero, because most of that money goes into, the vendors, the hotels, the restaurants, et cetera, et cetera. And so the question became clear one is then how much did we put into it? And the reason I'm raising that now is because I'm supportive of the expansion. What I would hope on that $750,000 when we go to capital, that we do a little focus on how we can strategize on that communication in regards to those in the community that may not go to super crawl or some of these other festivities, but espouse the benefits of these type of programs and how it relates to their situations within the community. And I don't think we do a good enough job on that. So I'd only hope that we can develop a strategy around that. We could hang our hat and certainly explain it to the balance of taxpayers that may not participate in these kinds of programs, that here's the net benefit for the community. And I don't think we do a good enough job on that, so I'd like to see a strategy around that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Powers, who I believe has asked for a standing recorded vote. Did you have a comment to make before that?
Very quick one is there are other people in here that are all part of the CPP process. Monique Garwood, the most recent financial one, Mike Zagaric. I think we burned out probably all the treasures in that over the period of time, and we're very, very grateful for their input and their assistance. And I would request a standing recording vote on this item, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Farr.
You know what? I jumped all over moving it, but I would be happy to stand aside and allow the good Councillor Powers to move this recommendation instead of me.
Okay. So you've heard the request. I do have a it's duly moved and seconded. All those in favor, please stand. So it's unanimous for those in attendance. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for your patience with that item. I'm now going to turn to Chris Murray, I believe, who's going to help us with 7.3. And I know we'll be losing people in and out of the room. If I can just ask the committee if we can keep at least bare quorum so we can continue to move along. 7.3 is the 2011 to 14 council term accomplishments.
Excellent. So while we're getting ready here for the presentation, there we go. Okay. Excellent. Thanks, Paige. So the document, first through you, Deputy Mayor, the document that's in front of you was given to you electronically a couple of months ago, but a paper copy is in your hands right now. It references the accomplishments that we made as a community in 2013. What this presentation is about is really this term of council, and just to be clear to all of you and certainly anyone listening, including the media, this is something I'm bringing forward. This is a commitment that I made to you in the very beginning of this term when we sat down with you and talked about your aspirations and what it is you want to accomplish, given your dedication to this community and the commitment of your time to making decisions. And so this is something I'm bringing forward, but I want to also stress the point that we often talk about, we don't tell our good stories and we don't tell the good news. And And not only is it important to you and to our citizens, but I'm going to tell you that I think it's important to our staff as well to be able to take a moment and reflect on what it is, in fact, we've done together over this term of council. So with that, that's basically what my presentation focuses on. Our vision, our mission, these are two fundamental statements that we've been working with now, certainly since the beginning of this term of council. You recall that we did do an update on our strategic plan, which I'll get into in a second here, but these two statements are typically statements that don't change over time. They are our guidelines, they are our focus, and so, you know, it is our vision, as stated, to be best place in Canada to raise a child, promote innovation, engage citizens, and provide diverse economic opportunities. And really what I'm going to talk about in the coming minutes is just how well you as a council and we as staff together have accomplished what is fundamental to our reason for being here. You'll recall, some of you in particular will recall when I first started in this job, one of the concerns that you had is that we're all over the map. We don't tend to focus on a few things, get them done, do them well. I took that to heart, and so when we came and sat down with you and developed the strategic plan, I wanted to go from a world where we had, you know, literally dozens of priorities and dozens of focuses and tried to narrow that down to really three things, which is what you gave us direction to do. So we have three fundamental priorities here: a prosperous and healthy community, valued and sustainable services, and leadership and governance. And the balance of this presentation will get into the successes that we've had in all three areas. So in terms of the completion of our strategic plan actions, in those three areas overall, we are at this point, and again, the strategic plan runs out at the end of 2015, and by the end of 2015, we will have, working with you, established a next iteration of the strategic plan. But we will have, of all those items that should have been accomplished in this term, they will be done. So everything that should have been done in a 4-year period will be completed. There will be some items that are more transformational in nature that will extend to the next term of council, but by and large, everything that you wanted us to focus on, we will have accomplished. So that's credit to you to getting or agreeing to a particular focus for us. So to begin, our first priority, a prosperous and healthy community. I mean, this is very much a back to basics focus that we have here, and all of you know very well that you know, Hamilton over the last several decades has witnessed a number of challenges, certainly in terms of our economy and our taxes. You know very well that there's a heavy reliance on the residential taxpayer. And so with that, and in fact, we're in the range of about 85% of our taxes collected come from the residential taxpayer, whereas decades ago it used to be you know, more in the order of about 60-40, meaning that the 40% was more related to non-residential development. You said very clearly to us that the economy matters, as well as the health of our community. And so what you wanted to see us do is focus more and more on trying to bring businesses and non-residential tax growth to this community. And we've had, I think, a considerable amount of success doing that. So with that, something that Paul Johnson is going to speak to, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but our neighborhood action strategy, Paul, in a few minutes when I'm done, will give you a very detailed update as to where we are with those plans and those actions. So, but at the end of the day, it is about getting back to work with our communities, our neighborhoods in particular, our citizens, sitting at the table, making sure that we're focused on the things that matter to them, and then rolling up our sleeves and doing the actual work. And so that has been a cornerstone of this term of council, and the fruit of that effort is going to be communicated in a few minutes. There's no doubt at the very beginning of this term of council, we were in a position where a final decision regarding the building of our new stadium was made. You know, from the last term of council, we had some trials and tribulations regarding where was the best place to locate it, and we did our level best to work with the Ticats and the community to come up with an answer to that. And what you have in front of you is obviously the concept that is now being evolved into a final product. But we know that in 2015, Pan Am is going to be here for 3 weeks. We're going to have a phenomenal event. We're going to host obviously soccer. We have a FIFA quality field that is going to be in effect, and we heard that tickets are going on sale already. We are also, though, not looking at this just as a sport and recreation event. We are, with our economic development folks, going to use this as an event to showcase Hamilton. And what better way than to use the events taking place during Pan Am as entertainment to encourage people from other parts of the world to come and see Hamilton and see what opportunities present themselves here. And so that's something that's happening, as you well know, too. Our tourism and culture folks have been working around the clock, not just securing the Junos, but we're already in the event planning to make sure we have a fantastic Junos event. And we just experienced Supercrawl, which was another great event. So you can just get a sense that, the world is coming to Hamilton next year, and we absolutely want to put on our Sunday best and host them and make sure that they never forget us, and why they should be here, I think, will become evident to them. Construction, there's no question. There's still lots of work to do. I mean, it's been a wonderful collaborative effort by both council and staff to get us to this point now. As you know, we have $60 million that we invested in the stadium, and it's always worth reminding ourselves that if we didn't have the partnership with the federal and provincial government on the stadium, we'd be facing a cost that would be solely on our balance sheet. We had estimated a few years ago that if we tried to do this ourselves and do a major renovation of the existing stadium at Ivor Wynne, that we were staring at somewhere in the order of 90 to 100 million. Those figures were probably somewhat dated. It probably would have been more than that. So at the end of the day, we end up getting a brand new stadium that is costing the City of Hamilton taxpayers in the order of about $60 million. So it's a great fortune that we have, notwithstanding water fountain issues and things of that nature, which we'll get through. At the end of the day, this community is going to enjoy a facility for many decades to come. And with that, I just want to point out the fact that as much as that we're happy to have our Ticats in a secure home for hopefully many, many decades, and we've worked agreements out with them with your oversight and support, this is a community facility. So the people in those stands are going to be able to enjoy this facility not just for football, but certainly for soccer and other community activities. So there is space obviously built into the stadium to host a bunch of different, or a number of different activities, not just soccer and football. We also know, though, in this precinct that other significant investments that you have approved are being made as well. The Bernie Morelli Community Center will be built. We expect to break ground next term of council, as well as the Dom Glass lands, which are going to be housing or host to a number of outdoor recreational amenities that are badly needed in this community, and I'll talk more about recreation in a moment. An area that you're very familiar with, this has been ongoing for not just this term of council. You set the stage a long time ago when you started to look at your waterfront and start to ask yourself the question, how can we make this a people place? And so significant amount of planning, design, and investment has gone into this place already, but as you well know, there's certainly more to come. With that, we know that this term of council, you wanted us to focus on the waterfront. You wanted us to get us into the next phase. So much work has been done. Setting sail has been approved by the Ontario Municipal Board. We've acquired lands at Pier 7 and 8 back from the Hamilton Port Authority. Those are in our control. We've done servicing studies. We've done market studies. We have a very diverse team that is focused on the waterfront, and they are ready to go. We fully believe that with the organization that we have and the resources put in place, that we will see shovels in the ground next term of council, and we'll continue to evolve what is already a fantastic place into something more significant. And just on that, someone gave me a copy of the August 19th, 2014, Toronto Star. Hamilton Waterfront eyed as the next big moneymaker. So here we are in the business section of the Toronto Star, and they're focusing on what they see within the GTHA is an area that is going to get a lot of attention, a lot of focus. And it's wonderful to get this kind of free press, if you will, in the Toronto paper. I just would say that I don't think we're going to approach it quite the same way Toronto did. We're not going to overbuild it, and we will make some money, but we are not going to sacrifice what is supposed to be a great public space. So we'll do it right. As you well know, this is something that will not be planned in isolation of our downtown. We have a very large internal team right now that you've supported, working together to make sure that all the T's will be crossed, all the I's dotted, so that we will make the right infrastructure investments and we'll put in place the right guidelines to control growth. But again, you said very clearly to us, focus on the waterfront, focus on the downtown, make sure your planning is coordinated and start to get that thing to move. And I'll talk more about that in a second. I'd be remiss for not mentioning, obviously, the GO station. We have here an all-day service that is going to connect us to Union Station and points beyond. This is one of those examples of where moving people interregionally is not just an idea, but in fact it is a very fundamental deliverable. And so in talking about, the support that we're getting at this particular location, which is, of course, on James Street North across from Leuna, we also have a second station that's being supported by the province out in Centennial Parkway area. Those are two fundamental, I would say, building blocks for this community, certainly from a transportation standpoint. But further to that, you've supported the charter which was approved earlier this year, the charter that binds the regions of Peel, Halton, Waterloo, Niagara, and ourselves together to work together with the province in partnership to ensure that goods movement is resolved. And so I think that's a very important message to the province, and we've had the opportunity to meet with the minister to discuss this, and we're hoping to hear back from the minister in terms of a deadline for when there will be an answer to the goods movement network that all of us rely on. Certainly our economies are based on good transportation, and so it's wonderful that we have the people moving portion of the problem here identified with a more than adequate solution. But now the next piece obviously is making sure that we are able to move goods in and out of our community. This is a part of a larger picture. Maple Leaf Foods, as you well know, $400 million investment, one of the largest investments ever made in Hamilton's history. At Ultimate, build out 900 jobs. This is obviously located in the Red Hill Business Park. This, along with Canada Bread, Navstar, is the reasons why you see that industrial park basically being consumed now with good paying jobs and good contribution to our tax base. As well, you well know that the Ancaster Industrial Park is pretty well nearing capacity. And that thankfully we have the airport lands which have withstood an OMB appeal, which we are now looking at to advance into some kind of servicing strategy. So, we are going to continue to have to make sure that we have employment lands to house businesses that pay the good taxes that you want, but also to employ the many people that need to be in this community in the long run. This is just part of an overall picture I think you know very well, but we're very proud of. We've had 3 years, and it looks like we're going to have 4 years of $1 billion plus in building permit value. This speaks to the fact that there's a reason why we are seen in Ontario as the place to invest. In fact, we are rated as one of the best investments in the country by a number of different organizations. And I have to share with you, last year at the Economic Development Awards, and as you well know, we have a very good economic development department which you've supported with resources. It got to the point of almost embarrassment when they hand out 9 awards and you win 6 of them, especially the last award when they're announcing who won it, and as you have a chorus of Hamilton. It's, Neil and his team have done just a fantastic job, but they're not an island. They are obviously supported by a bunch of other people in this organization, including those that make decisions. So, hats off to everyone. This is just, the tip of the iceberg in terms of what certainly is possible. but we're awfully proud of it, and it certainly is driving our economy. From a housing standpoint, this term of council, we approved 58 plans of subdivision, 42 condominium plans, for a total of about 6,000 units, which many are under construction, but the build-out will be in the order of 6,000 as a result of this term of council. About 2,000 of those units are in the downtown area. The balance are throughout the community. And this is a whole range of single-family homes and so on. We also, though, have developed an affordable housing strategy over this term of council, which points to the needs that we have for not just good quality homes, but a good quantity of homes. And all of this, as you well know, is to deal with those that are on waiting lists, but we also know that as time goes on, as this community grows and ages, those housing units are going to be needed in order to address what is becoming more and more of a problem. And so, I mean, with that, we know today's or yesterday's news in terms of U.S. Steel. The fact remains that households in the beginning of this term of council, it was about 6.1% of household income that was being spent on municipal taxes. That figure right now is somewhere in the order of 4.8, which is good. It speaks to the fact that households, the income is rising, which is a positive thing. But at the same time, the concern here is that certainly with what happens, and I don't want to focus too much on U.S. Steel in light of this announcement, but when you have 7,000 pensioners and likely more, Neil will get the final tally in the next little while, who live in this community that are already on fixed income. Yesterday's decision is obviously of great concern to us, and so it can certainly affect the success that we've had over this term of council. So we'll be watching that with a careful eye. As I point out, we know in the next 20 years our seniors population is going to effectively double. We know that healthcare costs are going to rise. We know people are living longer and their health needs are going to be increased. I mean, we're working with a number of different organizations, institutions in this community to try and make sure that the quality of care is going to be there. But, the good news here is that we do have a Hamilton's plan for an age-friendly city. So we are looking at that population that we know is in need of services, and we're looking at exactly how it is that we can best support the greater volume of people that are going to be retiring in the coming years, and making sure that they live out their lives in a great community, but in the best way possible. So this is one of these examples of a plan that's come together through community services that involved other departments, but more importantly, community groups in this fine city. So we do have a strategy. We didn't before, but certainly we've made up ground in the last several months to now have a strategy that is important to the needs of seniors in this community. And of course, there are those grandchildren and the moms of our youngest in this community, and certainly the best place to raise a child does echo when you see this picture. But we have programs through public health that assist young mothers in making sure that they're giving their young ones as much care and support. There was a child care wait list that in fact has been reduced by 46% this term of council as a result of the support that you've given. So there's a whole host of things that have been going on that you are well aware of in terms of the Early Years program and all the efforts that Elizabeth Group has made through public health to ensure that our youngest are properly cared for. And as you well know, the evidence is pretty overwhelming about the importance of investment in people's early years. If you ignore it, the cost later on in life is significant. So Hamilton is one of those front-running communities that has done some of the real pioneering work in this field, and we're very proud of it. We are, as a healthy community, play structures and spray pads, and for that matter, recreational facilities. So we know we have the North Wentworth Arena. We know we have rec centers out in Stony Creek. We have Westmount. We have Shadok. We have a whole range of investments that have been made in our recreational amenities. And Joanne, I know, brought to you this term an outdoor recreational strategy. We also, prior to that, in last term, we had an indoor recreational report produced for you to give you a very clear sense of what our needs are, not just now, but in the future. So the fact that you continue to make investments in these facilities is really important, not just for the enjoyment that our community gets, but certainly in terms of benefiting their health. Multimodal transportation, no question, Hamilton is a car culture community. I mean, people have, we planned our whole transportation system back in the 40s and 50s to get people to the Bayfront in the mornings and away from the Bayfront in the evenings. We have what is a very efficient, effective transportation system for moving certainly cars and trucks around. There's no question about it. But the changing needs of society are being addressed. We know very well that through our Rapid Ready report, which was developed by not just one, but a number of our departments here, speaks to not just how we walk or where we walk, where we cycle, but also how transit investment needs to be made. And so in that plan, you have, very much a multimodal strategy. We also have a pedestrian strategy, which you've seen, and I know we're tackling two-way streets. But certainly in time for a super crawl, the fact that we were able to turn as much effort and resources to the Canada Street bi-directional roadway, I understand it may be one of the longest in the GTA of that kind. So it's a credit to you and your willingness to kind of change things and tackle issues that I think is going to pay off in the long run. I can't really talk about healthy communities without making mention of the EpiPen program. I mean, we heard the other day, this is one of those cases where Hamilton, deserves to be proud. The fact of the matter is that this is something that was born in this community, that's being implemented in this community, that's receiving international attention. And we know Councillor Ferguson, certainly as a representative of this council, has done a fantastic job of just not raising it, but seeing it through with staff's help. And I really appreciate the other day the recognition you gave to Brent and to Elizabeth for helping and make this happen. That means a lot to us. But this is just another one of those instances where, we're able to take very seriously the health of our residents and make sure that we have programs in place to to care for them, but in this case, to stretch ourselves and do something others haven't done before. So great on us. And of course, we've added a dental health bus. And again, for those that are vulnerable and are unable to, acquire the necessary dental care, we are able now to double the number of people we can look after in a given year. Now, what we have here is, as you can see, is just a summary. There are so many other things I'm not mentioning here. I have literally 10 pages of line by line by line things that have happened this term of council that I am just really focusing on the highlights here. But I think, in doing so, you can see that in terms of we didn't just operate the show this year. In fact, we kind of, stretched ourselves and really moved the yardsticks down the field, I think, in many ways, and that's why we're focusing on what we have. Valued sustainable services, that were our second priority. You're well aware of the fact that we have one of the most respected asset management programs in the country. We're regarded by the province of Ontario as a leader in asset management. I don't know if you knew, but we spent $1.7 billion this term of council on capital. When you add together the operating, the rate, and all the development related, $1.7 billion on all the hard infrastructure that we are responsible for. So that's a tremendous amount of investment. About 400 has gone into our water, wastewater system. So it's those are some of the assets. The other thing is that we realize that in delivering services, you have to certainly understand what services that you're responsible for, and with that, you asked us to go and do a service review, service delivery review, and so we did that. We retained a consultant that has been doing this work across the country, and what we learned was the following: that we have 11 fundamental programs, 9 of which are frontline service delivery related programs, 2 are supportive of those frontline delivery. 89 services support those 11 programs, and supporting the services are 256 sub-services. So the 7,000 people we employ are allocated across all these services and sub-services I just mentioned. The other thing I want to say, though, to you is that, we participate every year in OMBI and MPMP. So when we talk about services, as much as it's exciting to show the examples of where we move the yardsticks down the field, I don't want you to lose sight of how good we are at the basics. And when you look at the OMBI data over the last the last term of council, you will see that in most instances we are absolutely as good, if not better, than all of our competitors that are part of OMBI. A very rare exception do you find where we've got some work to do. So, that's credit to our organization, it's credit to you and the resources that you give us, but credit to our staff for delivering services the way that they do. So this notion that we're playing, second to other municipalities, in the OMBI family is absolutely not true. And so, it's something I know we present to you when we stand up in front of you at budget time. But it's one of those things that I think you should be proud of, because I can tell you that staff put a lot of effort into making sure that the service levels that you want achieved are achieved. And everything that I'm talking about here, and you are well aware of this effort, and we applaud that we had a chance to do it, you know very well that the services that we deliver, for the vast majority, are required services. We don't really have an option in terms of whether or not we do them. We have to do them. Where we have some discretion is in terms of how much of that service do we provide. And we've gone through that with you. We've got a list of things that we could look at, and we're working on that list in terms of what it is you want us to turn our mind to see whether or not there might be savings or things of that nature. So fleet, for example, we're working on IT governance. There are some things you don't want us to touch, and I understand why in terms of our lodges and things like that. But this has been, for me as a city manager, a very important piece of information. And what was going to build on this service delivery inventory that we have, and we update it every year to make sure it stays relevant, is something that you've given us direction to do, and that is develop business plans. And so the business plans are going to give us those kind of 3-4 year looks at where our business is, but where it's going over what I would describe as the short run. So we're going to get out of that kind of, year after year kind of, very narrow kind of look at the businesses that we're in and just show up every year with budgets. We're going to start to get our directors to look at their businesses that they're in and start thinking in terms of 2-3 years. And I look forward to working with you on that next term. I heard in spades a couple of things. The website. Okay, we've made some significant progress on that. So this is very much, when we talk about services and service delivery, everything that we're doing, and the message I think is clear to certainly senior management and leadership in this organization, and certainly getting to the front line, everything we do is citizen-centered. We're in the business, we're in the public service. We are here to build, trust and confidence in what we do. And the fact that we had a website that was, let's just say, not working. It was cluttered, it was ineffective. It wasn't the kind of business tool that you would want to kind of showcase your city, but also provide them opportunities to do business online, so 24/7. You very clearly gave us the resources and gave us the direction to go fix it. And so we've launched the first phase of this, and again, it's very much based on the citizens, what citizens look for, not necessarily what we like to give people. And so that product is out there, and we've had some very good feedback. We will, over the coming months, be building and building and building this product. It is so much cheaper to provide service through a website than it is to do face-to-face. So with that, we're proud. As well, call handling. We are consolidating more and more of our business into the call center. We had a number of call centers in the organization that grew up over a period of time. We want to make sure that we provide very consistent service to people, very good service to people through our call center. In fact, our strategy here is to double the number of calls that we're going to be able to take through that center and provide useful information to people that are looking for stuff to do or wanting information on the city or wanting to do business with us. So that work is underway, as you well know, and we are making some headway with that. We've also spent a bit of time on call quality to make sure anyone answering phones here is doing so in a consistent manner, providing a very high quality service to people who are contacting us to get information and solutions that they're looking for. Social media, well aware of the fact that Mike Kirkopoulos and his group have been evolving this area of our business. There's no question Twitter, we launched it, I think it was last June. We've sent out 4,500 tweets. The tweets speak to everything from emergencies that are unfolding to some good news that's happening in our city. Those tweets have resulted in, I understand, about just over 6 million views of all that information. So every time we send something out, we get a number of people that look at it. And so we know that, in the short time that we've been around with our Twitter account, that we've in fact, we've created a bit of a stir, and just, hats off to Joey Coleman and the people he's been working with to try and, to work with us to advance social media in this community. I like to say the fact that we have more followers than Joey does. We have almost 12,000. We outpaced you a little while there ago, Joey. Sorry about that. But, as a municipality, you would expect that we'd do okay. So certainly we are, we're growing much more comfortable with Twitter, as well as Facebook, YouTube, all the normal means by which people communicate information. So we're quite proud of that. And so as well, open data. We have 47 data sets that are available to people to use. Mike and I attended a hackathon just recently where some information is, or some apps are being developed around our HSR data. And we know that, maybe in the early days this was a bit of a struggle, but at the end of the day, the information that we're talking about is the community's information, and they can do some fantastic things with it. And I know at some point, there will be an update as to what, in fact, this community can do with the information we're providing. We can provide lots and lots of data. We want to provide those stuff that people want. So, I mean, it's not like we're just going to dump a bunch of stuff onto the internet and hope for the best. And we're going to work with people to make sure we give them what they need. I point this out, the biogas purification unit. It's an example of what's happening in water, wastewater, and the reason why I point it out, this is the first of its kind in North America. We're in the business of taking waste gas, processing it, and turning it into natural gas that's usable. We have a similar sort of apparatus down at the Wentworth Woodward treatment facility that something that I think many people don't realize is that we take waste gas that is just basically produced by our water wastewater facility, and we can turn it into natural gas or electricity depending on where the better market is. And they connect with our guys in our energy office so that we're always looking at, where's the revenue going to be best. And so, hats off to that kind of inventiveness, which you said very clearly in your vision. You want to have an organization that knows how to, think on its feet and come up with ideas that maybe others haven't even thought of. And I just thought that this is one of those examples where we provide a service, and rather than not doing anything with the gas, in this example, here's evidence to point out, and we have many other examples in this organization where people are always thinking, trying to do something better. Windermere Basin project, this term of council, we took what was eventually, at one point was going to be a sediment trap that was going to fill up and we were going to clean out, and then we said, well, that doesn't make any sense. Why don't we work with our community partners, our Environment Hamilton and others, our RAP office, and look at the idea of turning it into a wetland, one that welcomes back the wildlife that used to be here, centuries ago. And that's exactly what happened. And this was certainly a proud moment as this was unveiled. Further to this, we all know about Randall Reef. Randall Reef may be stalled at this point in time. Well, it goes back out to tender, but another, a multi-million-dollar investment at all levels of government, as well as this community and Burlington and Halton together. We are hoping to see this thing back on track next year. But again, this was through your direction as part of the strategic plan that you want to make sure that Randall Reef is addressed, and it sends such a great message as terms of what our mindset is in this community to kind of fix the mistakes of the past and move us forward. Community climate change, I mean, the debate is over. Obviously, global warming is a fact, and we don't have to look too far back in this term of council to see the ramifications of major weather. We've dealt with stormwater, I think, in a very effective manner, helping households deal with the backwater check apparatus, and as well as put together committees that help bring together private sector, public sector people and come up with the best strategies possible for dealing with stormwater. As well, though, we developed a community charter on climate change, which we are the only ones that I am aware of in Ontario to develop such a charter, and that charter carries with a number of actions. And so, just Mother Nature is going to remind you, whether you like it or not, what can happen. And this is a picture from December, and our call center received in a 9-day period, I think, 10,000 calls. It's one thing to respond to, power outages, and we had a very good support from our partners, Horizon Utility and Ontario Power. When power was lost at the many residences over Christmas, which obviously made it that much more difficult. But, talk about proud moments. I mean, the fact that we were able to respond to all those calls, we were able to be very much proactive on our communications, and Mike and his team did a great job there. But then the follow-up in terms of clearing all this material and the amount of time and the investment that you made in our forestry people, and just how all of that we learned a lot from the previous summer in terms of the windstorm and how we did manage that as well. But there was no question. I think it affected our pride, and we weren't going to be caught twice, not responding in a great way. Transit, we continue to do a number of things in transit which I think are worth mentioning. You did make investments in this term that allowed ridership to increase by 800,000 trips. That's about a 4.5% increase in overall ridership. As well, I mean, we show one of our buses here. You made the decision to support the investment in a newer fleet. In fact, I think we're running one of the newest fleets in the country. And that's a wise investment, not just to have shiny buses, but the fact is that the life cycle on those buses is shorter than it was, so we're not going to be wasting a lot of money on maintenance of vehicles that should have been basically put out of service earlier. So we have, I think, one of the newest fleets in the country. And just again, from an OMBI perspective, I can tell you that we run one of the most efficient systems in the country as well. And so obviously, in light of what I said earlier about mobility, I mean, transit is going to factor heavily in our future. And I know with the province, we were talking about LRT and BRT, and we're still awaiting an answer as to what is the commitment. But I can tell you, in light of an aging population, and in light of the way in which we're expected to grow, there's no doubt we're going to have to continue to make major investments in transit, and so that's something that I'm quite confident. It's not a question of having a plan. We have a plan. We know where the money needs to go. It's whether or not we're going to get the support. Leadership and governance. It was interesting. When I first sat down with many of you in the beginning of this term of council, I heard some things that you wanted to make sure happened in this term of council. And so I'm going to start with you. This term of council, you said very clearly that you wanted to work more together, and that you wanted to make decisions that the majority could support. So I did ask Rose and clerks to have a look at all the council minutes over the term of council, and I was interested to know how many unanimous votes or major majorities did we see. And it's in the order of about just over 75% of all the decisions that you made. It was either a very strong majority or unanimous. And so this notion that, can you work together? Can both sides of this table, find common ground, move things forward? And I mean, maybe one of the best examples of that was area rating in the very early days and the tough decisions that you had to make, and, the evidence that you needed from staff and the community that we worked with on that, I think set the tone for what was going to happen in this term. And so, you set out in the very beginning, because I remember talking to some of you, and you'd said that the constituents were clear in terms of just the way that you got along. And you said that was something that they wanted to make sure that there was, more, solutions, less conflict, if you will, and that you'd work together. And I think the evidence is there. Clerks has indicated that, when I say majority, I mean 12 out of the 16 or better. So, you've done a very good job of asking the right questions and where needed, finding that common ground so that you can move ahead with, if not all of you, the majority of you supporting whatever the actions are. So that's just a bit of information you should understand and be proud of. There's no question, earlier in your term, you said to us, try to achieve zero tax growth as much as humanly possible. So certainly in the first 3 years, this again, of course, including boards and agencies, 0.9, 1.0, 1.9, and of course 2014 was 1.5. So over 4 years, it's the average is about 1.3, I think it is, if I round up to the right number, 1.3. A large portion of that, though, is boards and agencies. If you look at that number and really break it down in terms of departments, something that I have a bit of influence over, is in the order of about 0.5. And so we took that obviously quite seriously, and that has led us to be able to, say a couple of things. Certainly reserves, we have not ignored our reserves. We have made the investments, or you have made the investments in reserves to make sure that as we grow, there's monies set aside to address, those problems that we're going to face down the road. It's not all rosy. I think there's, there's still some work to do in terms of making sure that we have a very stable reserve strategy. As well, we heard very clearly from those that look at our books and assess our financial situation that we remain AA strong with a solid economy. We're stable because I think the oversight that we're seeing in our finances and the decisions that you're making. So that's obviously an outside agency makes that assessment, and which is good. I mean, you obviously at the end of the day, you want to be able to demonstrate to the community that you have not just a grasp, but you have a good control over where the money is going, and every decision is thought through. So, from a reserve standpoint, from an overall credit rating standpoint, and from an overall taxation standpoint, I think we've worked hard. I can tell you, too, in terms of assessment growth over the 4 years, it's averaging at about 1% growth. When we look at this since amalgamation, there's no question this term of council has been the most successful in holding taxes down. I would argue, in light of all the other decisions that you've made, in terms of positioning Hamilton for success in the future, I would say much of what I've presented in this presentation points in the direction of making some solid decisions that are advancing the interests of our citizens and addressing some of those economic and quality of life things that are important to all of us. In terms of leadership, certainly your leadership, but the work that we've been doing with our institutions here in this community, I mean, you don't have to look too far across the street. McMaster's Medical Campus is being built. We assisted MAC with Fraunhofer, which there's a report coming here shortly. We're working with them in terms of maybe another partnership to secure maybe an additional campus downtown, decision you made just recently. And then the continuing ed facility, which is being outfitted right now in Jackson Square. There's no question we've been working with Patrick Dean and his team, I think, quite effectively. As well as the healthcare sector, St. Joe's, Hamilton Health Sciences. I mean, we've been having a number of meetings with them, and certainly, when I look at emergency services, sitting down with those two hospitals, trying to address the challenges that we face in providing adequate emergency care to the citizens that rely on us, but also trying to understand what their challenges are in terms of, hospital care and coming up with some solutions together. Mohawk, as you well know, multimodal facilities being built there. I expect with the new president we'll be meeting shortly to discuss what are the opportunities that the two institutions might want to seize and bring to your attention. So, province of Ontario, federal government, certainly major money has been invested in this community over this term of council. So, Redeemer is another one of our partners. I mean, we are rich with educational. Honestly, if you look in this province, who has 2 universities and a college? There are people that would actually 3 universities. I include Brock. It's a richness that we have that we need to exploit as much as possible to make sure that they're successful, because when they're successful, so are we. And let's not forget Columbia College, another, tax-paying public educational institution that does great things. So, we are lucky. We work with our school boards. I mean, we've had certainly some challenges with respect to schools that are closing, and our citizens turn to us in terms of trying to address really is a situation that concerns all of us. We do wonder about not just in the next 10, 20 years, but even longer, whether or not, with all the intensification that's going to go on in our community, whether or not those facilities should be kept. But these are issues that I know you're wrestling with, and the province, should be turning its eye to as well. Now, I got to explain this picture, staff relations. So just so as you know, CUPE 5167 challenged our labor relations team through the ALS cold water. There we go. So the woman that's dead center has her head covered is Laura. And this, I think, in some ways, it speaks to the work that we've done with our unions. We were, I think, a bit of a front runner when it came to this term of council. 4 years, 6%, 0 in the first year, 1.9 in the 3 years. If you look across the province in terms of some of the other agreements that were reached, they seem to be all around that kind of mark. We are 34% down. We've reduced the number of grievances over this term of council for previous terms by 34%. So there is a very serious interest between the management of this organization and the unionized staff to get on the same page to address the needs of council in this community in terms of the cost of services. And I thought it was an interesting thing. This is a YouTube clip that's available that you could see. But the CUPE 5167, with about 4,000 employees, the fact that their leadership would challenge our labor relation, I think that's a good thing. We're going to be back at the table the next term of council, working with the unions to continue to try and make sure that we provide the great service that you respect and enjoy, but do it in as affordable way as possible. So I just thought I would let you know that we're working on that relationship. No question, from the workforce standpoint, we did invest a bit of time in the culture pillars, the corporate culture pillars, and that came from a group that assembled about 1.5 years, 2 years ago, that basically asked themselves the question, in 2017, what would you want to see this organization still doing as far as staff is concerned, stop doing, and start doing? And out of that came what is the 5 pillars: collective ownership, steadfast integrity, courageous change, sensational service, engaged, empowered employees. These are the themes that are governing us. We needed to create a bar of which everyone that works in this organization could see what it is that we ought to be, not just our values, but our aspirations as a workforce. And so we know that we have an aging workforce. We know in terms of leadership we're going to see in the next 3 to 5 years some changes there. So that is why we have now a succession planning strategy. We have an overall workforce strategy. I mean, we've done good things, I think, in terms of providing some guidance to our staff in terms of matters related to whistleblower policy, as well as our code of conduct, all the things that, people need some clarity over what our expectations are. So we are working on the workforce. We're going to be competing with everyone else to get great talent here. We're losing great talent, but at the same time, I'm pretty certain that we're going to be able to gain great talent. And by defining what your culture is all about is, I think, important, not just to the people that are here, but the people you want to attract here. So that's a bit about what it is that we're focusing on from a senior management perspective in terms of the people that work here. I mean, our focus at the end of the day is on our front line. That's where we measure success. It's not about the awards. You know, it's not about all the accolades that you might hear from the province or elsewhere. It's really about the things that citizens say about our staff. And there are many stories I can share with you about the things that our staff do that in some ways would bring tears to your eyes about the things that they do and will make you incredibly proud. And so that's one of the things that I enjoy when I do my day in the life. One day a month, I meet with anyone or any team in the organization to find out what they're doing, what are they proud of. And that's why I'm in front of you today, is to be able to, you know, talk about what we've accomplished this term of council so that they're proud and you're proud of what we've been able to do. So with that, you know, we look forward. I mean, when we look out across this city, when we look to the next term of council, there's no doubt that the next term of council, as this term was, next term is going to be even more important. We're going to have to make those difficult decisions. I remember Councillor Marula saying at a previous meeting about, you know, needing to be effective and making tough decisions that maybe not everyone is going to applaud. But we know, in light of what we've done this term of council and taxes, that, and you said it, I think Councillor Powers earlier, with clerks, resources, they're going to continue to be an issue for us. I mean, the notion of going another 4 years at 1.3% or 0.5% for the departments, I don't know how we would do that and maintain the services that we're providing. So I'm just telling you, I think that's a major challenge. And I know as you go to the voters, they'll want you to keep it up. I'm just saying we're going to have to be even more creative to try and maintain the kind of progress that we've made this term. And I'm not quite sure exactly how we're going to do that, but I know together. So we have that. We have housing issues. We have infrastructure issues. You well know that we're short about $200 million a year in investment. I mean, even though we spent $1.7 million, which is about 10% of the total value of all of our assets this last term, there's more money that we got to spend, not just to maintain and replace. We've got to try and get the attention of the federal, provincial government in terms of helping us with that. We need to make major transit investments, there's no question. We need to make sure that our workforce is fully engaged, is doing all the things that it can do. We've had challenges this term, there's no question. You can't shy away from the fact we had issues in our road section regarding individuals that chose not to come to work and provide a day's work for a day's pay. We've had other things to deal with in terms of you know, people who chose to take money from us. But in those instances, I mean, keep in mind, this was staff noticing what staff was doing. This was us looking at ourselves saying, this isn't right. We need to do something about it. And that's why a lot of this stuff has come to your attention. Notwithstanding the SPEC's effort to try and point a light on our waste folks, I mean, you know, our concern about our waste folks is, are they hurting themselves? You know, are those routes as effective as they could be? So, you know, strikes me that we have care and concern over our workforce. We know what we're trying to accomplish. We got some work cut out for us next term. We are enjoying an economy that we haven't seen in a generation. We are seeing opportunities that we haven't seen in a long time. So that future is a very bright future, and could be even brighter if we all make the right decisions next term. And so with that, it is about confidence, momentum, getting better together. The relationship that we've had, I think, between senior management, leadership in this organization, and you is the reason why we've had as much success as we've had. You know, do we feel more confident? I would think we are a bit more confident. There's no reason for us to kind of doubt, you know, where we are and where we're going. I think, you know, we do have a history and an ability to make good decisions. It is about momentum. It is about making sure that, you know, open for business, something I know Councillor Powers has invested a lot of time in. You know, of the 69 actions, we're getting through all of them, but there's more work to do amongst SMT in terms of making sure when a developer comes in the front door or someone wanting to open up a business here that, you know, the handoff between departments is more seamless, and we need to continue to, because if we don't maintain that momentum, we're not going to achieve the economy that we want in this community. As diversified as it is, I'm just telling you, we could do better. So it is about better together. So I want to end with that and just say, I'm sorry I probably went a little long here, but the 5-minute rule, I completely shot that. So I apologize for that. But it's important to our staff. It's important to our partners in this community to know that, you know, there is success, and we expect to have more success next term. So with that,
Thank you, Chris. And I do have a list of questioners. Yes. I have Councillors Pearson, Ferguson, Johnson, Powers, and Whitehead in that order.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And what can I say, Chris? You know, I'm sitting here when we first presented this, I said, oh, wow, we have a report card of how we did this term. But this is a report card on how staff did, and with just direction from council. I can't believe, I'm sure just with my colleagues even, we deal with the reports at committee. Yep. We take the reports to our office. We go through council approval, and we either put them on the shelves or they get purged. And, you know, at the end of the day, to see this, to see how much has been done in the last 4 years and how much success has come from it is absolutely phenomenal. And it's all to staff. So yourself and staff, congratulations. I can't tell you enough that it makes me very proud to go out in the community and be able to stress, as you know, with the urban suburban communities, there's always been that push and pull me. But when you see the benefits that are coming citywide, and they're seeing it in my community, believe me, they're seeing it, and I'm very proud of that because that speaks kudos for everything that's gone on here. I wrote down a huge amount of information that you've just all captured back for me. You did a tremendous presentation, Chris. I hope that you will carry that forward through Cable 14, through video on our website, because I think that the public need to be able to click on and get, even if it's just captions of this great information, but they need to see this. And it's certainly, I am so proud of Hamilton today and to be a Hamiltonian. Thank you.
So if I can just thank, obviously, none of this happens without Lisa, Paige, Mike, Beth, and then all of SMT. So, I mean, absolutely. I mean, I just get to say it, so, which is good.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris, I was sitting here listening to this presentation and do such a great job of pulling us back to reality because we just focus on problems in here all day, every day. We never had the opportunity to step back and say, well, here's what we got done.
Oh, yeah.
And it's great that you do that. And I also sat here thinking just how privileged and lucky we are to have you as the orchestra leader for staff. And sure, the staff did all the work. I get that. But they need an orchestra leader. And so I just want to thank you and congratulate you. And so we're so proud to have you as our city manager. And I hope you stay with us for a long, long time.
My wife won't let me go.
That's good. Two questions, though. Number one is you mentioned at the start of your presentation that a copy of this presentation was on our desk. I can't find it. I do have the 2013 report, but I don't have your presentation because it's going to be very helpful on the campaign trail to have that. Can we get a copy of this?
Yeah, we'll give you all the specific statements that I've made in this presentation, and we can give you the visuals here as well, and we'll line them up so that you can go to your constituents. And sure.
and the other thing, you sort of went over pretty quickly a major accomplishment that we achieved, which is an average 1.3% increase. It'd be helpful for that 30-second elevator ride. We know we're all in debates and other things shortly. 1.3% is the average. I don't think they're interesting excuses as board and agencies. They just put the bottom line. It was the number one issue on my campaign trail last time was tax rate, and it's popping back up again. And I want to be able to give three quick numbers. Number one, we're at 1.3% on average over the last 4 years. Number two, how does that benchmark off the CPI? What was the inflation rate during that 4-year period? Are we above or below?
Oh, you're below.
Yeah, I think we're below, but how much?
Yeah.
So if you could get back to us with that number also, so
Mike's
we're all using the exact same number when we respond to the public. And number three, where do we sit in the province over those 4 years? Are we the best? Are we the fifth? Help us out with that so we can. And if we're not number one, who beat us?
London.
London beat us over the 4 years. So we're number two?
Yeah.
What was London?
Hold on. Order, please. Mike, can you help us with one or two of those questions?
So through the Deputy Mayor, in terms of CPI, we're probably close to half. The tax increase was probably close to half of what the CPI increase was over that same period of time, but we'll get you the specific numbers. In terms of our tax competitiveness, in terms of the last 4 years, I've mentioned this in previous presentations, is it's also important to note where we landed with respect to the tax increase and how we got there compared to our comparator municipalities. While we've shown in the past Windsor and London in specific years over the last 4 years have been lower, they in part achieved that outcome by reducing services and service levels, while the City of Hamilton has in fact increased some of the service levels or enhanced some of the service levels and added services. So it's important to identify not only where we've landed in terms of the tax increase, but how we got there as well.
Okay, and Mike, it's going to be helpful when you email this to us, because we don't have the opportunity when we're out on the hustings. For example, at the Cable 14 debates we're going through, we have 2 minutes. And so we can't go into a long explanation. We got to have that 30-second elevator ride. So we're 1.3%. Consumer price index was 2.6, and you know, we're the second number through, or number 3 in the province. Out of how many municipalities? Those 60 or?
So through the Deputy Mayor, we'll get you some statistics, because we have different groups of comparators for different purposes. But you may recall through the tax competitiveness study, we use, it's 19 large municipalities and just short of 100 municipalities in total. Chris identified, and we'll get you these statistics, Chris identified that our property taxes relative to income has improved. And we've gone from, and I had the numbers here, we've gone from 6.2% in 2008 to 4.3%. Of income in 2013. But it's also important to note in terms of those numbers that in 2008 we were about 32% above our comparator groups, where now we're about 4% greater than our comparator groups. And I also want to point out, with respect to that ratio of taxes to household income, our household income is 10% lower than many of those large municipalities. So keep in mind that gap has shrunk over that time period, but we're still challenged given that our household income is about 10% lower than our comparator municipalities. So we'll provide Council with some of these statistics and ratios as to what's transpired over the last 4 years. We've done so through a series of reports, but we'll try to do so in a series of concise points.
I appreciate that. So you'll email that out to us. I want to beg you again, don't give me 100 pages.
Yeah.
Give me 1 page, crisp, quick. What are the numbers? Yeah. Because that's how we're going to have to communicate. Yeah. And so thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and everyone's echoed my comments up to this point. Chris, you did mention as far as the windstorm in 2012, and I was screaming for some sort of a grand central station that I could get all the information. Where do I pull out the Hydro One? Where do I get the forestry? And it was much better over the Christmas holidays because all I now do is call Mike. So I'm just wondering how we can probably get that grand central station away from one solid person, you know what I'm talking about, because I think what we've done is we've taken this onus, put it on one rather than spread it. Yeah. It was wonderful as far as the Christmas holidays were concerned. Some of my residents were still out of hydro 2.5 weeks later. So it wasn't pleasant, but at least I was able to give them some answers as they were coming in. So I really want to thank you for doing that. In your 5 minutes, you're speaking for 6,000 employees. I think you did quite well. The one thing, though, I'm looking through here and I'm desperately trying to find this. Early on in this term, it was announced at this council chambers that agriculture has reached over the $1 billion mark.
That's right.
There isn't anything in here to mention agriculture. This is not criticism. It's please suggestion for next time. Urban agriculture is in here, but not the biggest industry Hamilton has. We're 65% agriculture. It's the biggest industry that we have, and it's not even mentioned. And I think that's something that I'd really like to see happen for the next time, or even if we can include it in the presentation.
We can give you some basic
That would be
facts,
great.
for sure.
And sir, you've been my very first and only City Manager, it's been an absolute joy to work with you and the SMT, except for Jerry, but everyone else. I just want to see if you are awake. But it's been an absolute joy to work with each and every one of you. Thank you so much. You've made my job that much better. So it's kudos to all of you. Thank you.
We appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Powers next.
You're right. Your comments about, some things will bring tears to his eyes, except Jerry. He brings tears to his eyes all the time.
Imagine how we feel.
Despite that, he's not a bad guy. Just one question, and I saw the references to our educational partners. As you know, one thing that was in our strat plan was searching out and developing logical partnerships.
Yeah.
Are you in a position to talk about this? I know you were involved with that collaborative involving the municipalities, basically from Niagara right around to the Durham, the true Golden Horseshoe. I'm sure there are other logical partnerships that we've not only sought out but have cemented over the last 4 years.
Well, and thank you for that. I mean, I'm seeing one of them sit up at the very back of this room here. The Hamilton Community Foundation has been, I was going to leave that for Paul in terms of neighborhood work, but I can tell you as the institutional leadership here goes, I mean, we all fit around a relatively small table, which is what gives us strength, actually. I think at the end of the day, we don't have to go chasing to find, do we have the right people. The CEOs, the CAOs, all of us are committed to this community and know that this next term of council, we got to start to work a little bit more effectively together to solve some of the more complex issues that relate to health and things of that nature. So there is a table that is forming. With the universities, with the colleges, with the school boards, with the healthcare institutions, with the, community foundation. I look at the Port Authority as a partner. I mean, we resolve some matters. I mean, imagine the relationship we used to have. I mean, we get along. I mean, we're able to negotiate things and come up with win-wins for both of us. Same thing with the, the folks that are looking after our airport. I mean, there is a long list of groups that we keep regular contact with and have relationships. And so, but those relationships, I think, next term, as important as they were this term, to see how they've resulted in good things here in this community, we're more and more going to have to strengthen those relationships and do some joint problem solving. But I think you're going to see some of that when we come out with the next version of Vision 2020. They have a real interest in wanting to make sure that we're clear on where we're going and how we're going to get there. So,
I guess one of mine is just the thanks to you for your leadership in that, and basically, a true leader is to wrap the right people around him or her, and to get them to work collectively as a team. And certainly from our side of the table here, we've seen that. So, certainly from me personally, thank you for your leadership.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Councillor. And I have Councillors Whitehead and McCaddy next.
Thank you, and I certainly feel good about my part and how our city manager became our city manager, the part that I was able to play in that process, because every day you come forward, you reaffirm that we all made a great decision and putting you in that position, and that is reflected through your enthusiasm, commitment, and dedication to the report that you delivered and all you do. The couple things. If you bring up that slide on the education facility, institutions, I really don't believe we're optimizing all the education institutions in our community. You're missing, I believe, two key ones. Now, one of them would be Columbia International School, which has students from all over the world, well connected because they're coming from fairly wealthy families, well connected in the economic sector and the government sectors. And you want to talk about optimizing our future. I got to think that Columbia International Schools would be one of those players that we would fall back on to work with in developing those kinds of strategies. So I'm disappointed that that's not up there.
I mentioned it, but I didn't show their logo.
Well, that's my point.
You're absolutely right.
And the other one, of course, is, again, Hillfield. is one of the large private schools in our community that detract from, again, some of the movers and shakers, not just in Hamilton, but beyond.
Yeah.
And I think, in fact, there's a role they can play as a stakeholder at the table as well. So I just wanted to highlight those two pieces because I don't want to underrate their significance in this community either.
Yeah.
The other piece, I mean, I heard the comment earlier by one of the councillors in regards to the agriculture community, but I guess Mark Twain said there's stats, whatever the term is, what is the term now? I forget, but you know what I mean. There's statistics, lies, damn lies, and statistics. And my point is that we need to better understand these numbers and how it relates, not just to obviously the other levels of government. How does it relate to the city of Hamilton in regards to alleviating our pressures and taxes and the taxpayers in this community? So you had a slide up there, for example. Again, you showed $4 million for Supercrawl, for example. I was asked that question again yesterday by seniors. So how much is that actually benefiting us directly? Are your taxes going to go down? Or are we going to see greater levels of services? How does this equate from a number to the seniors on the mountain, for example?
Yeah.
We don't do a good job in understanding that ripple effect or educating and expressing, and I mentioned this earlier, that ripple effect and those benefits. So I'd hope that we do some work on that because we can't make that argument, then you're still going to have a pushback from people that said, roads are bad, we're not putting any money into our roads, and yet you're throwing 100,000 here and 100,000 there, and yet I don't see any net benefit, direct benefit to me as a taxpayer in this community. We don't do a good job in equating those numbers. And relating them back to the taxpayer. So, as we move forward, we can do a better job on that piece.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess my last comment is that, I think the slide showed it all. I mean, one of the things that you've grabbed the reins on that I've so thoroughly enjoy, quite frankly, and impressed with, is the understanding that you're as only good as the people we have.
Mm.
And that the culture in this place needs to change to reflect a very positive, outlooking culture. And I think you've grabbed that rein with your senior staff. You're moving down that road. We're not there yet. We've had a number of bumps in the road, as you can appreciate. Excuse the pun. But the reality is that you've taken that on and you understand it clearly, and you know that at the end of this road, not are we going to have a much better culture, but that's going to be reflected in the service levels and everything else that is delivered through the city of Hamilton. And that's kudos to you to understanding the importance of that. So I want to thank you personally for that.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McCaddy.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And boy, Chris, this is overwhelming to see all this together in one piece. I mean, we always get this stuff at one committee meeting and the next one, again, there might be a setback for whatever issue we're dealing with. We go backwards, and sometimes you forget about the good stuff.
Yeah.
So to see it all in front of us today, incorporated here beyond the website, and more details as per Councillor Ferguson's request is just fantastic. So
good.
Huge thank you to you and all of the staff in every department that are involved in these activities, and of course, perhaps even more importantly, the day-to-day activities that occur when we get a constituent call about a problem on a particular street or a sewer problem or whatever it might be. For most people, those are the most important things about Hamilton, and those are the things that you don't cover in a report like this necessarily, but those are just gold. And I can tell you from the Ward 1 office perspective, we're just so impressed, Mr. Chair, at the responses, and those responses are better than they were 4 years ago. There's that you talk often about the culture change we need to see here at the city and the different departments and staff coming to work saying, this is an incredibly important job I'm doing, and I'm going to go above and beyond when I get a call from a ward office or directly from a constituent or something they're working on throughout the city. And I can actually see that happening, which is really the important thing to see. The other thing I think I take from the report here today, Mr. Deputy Mayor, is it shows the last last year, the last 4 years, what's been happening, but it clearly maps out what we've got in front of us, the huge opportunities over the next 4 years and ongoing beyond that. One thinks about the waterfront in particular. 2018, we want to be, running like crazy on the waterfront and starting to see development happening down there just shortly thereafter. And there's a number of things that'll be gelling in that period of time. We'll have the full day GO train service, we hope, by that time, and other activities like that. So this is where we are today, but in a close read of this document, you can see where Hamilton's headed, and it's a very, very rosy picture. Having said that, we still have the challenges with poverty in our city, and when we have to focus on that, we still have a less than perfect relationship with the two higher levels of government. And we don't have tripartite agreements on poverty reduction, for example, or affordable housing, or transit, a variety of other topics. So that's still in front of us. That's a governance piece that we need to pay attention to here at Council and work with you and staff. And as you talk to the ADMs and the DMs appropriately. So just fantastic work, Chris, and it's a very good day for Hamilton. Thanks.
I agree. To your point, if I can just make the comment about the front line, I mean, just to put it all in perspective, as I will say to staff, when I go and I watch soccer games, I mean, the people I sit with, my neighbors, my son's teams or my daughter's teams, parents, they're looking at the field. How well maintained is? They're looking at the lines. How straight are they? How wide are they? How well kept is the field? Do they know who the city manager is? Don't care. Doesn't matter. At the end of the day, the kid that is struggling in a swimming pool that needs to be rescued by our lifeguard, do they care who the city? Doesn't matter. It is the front line. And so even though what I focused on here are those things that, you might call them the home runs, it's those singles and doubles that the front line hits every day. And yeah, there's some moments where we could be better. There's no question. And we're hoping to kind of make sure that we reinforce what kind of attitude that we need to have. And it is citizen-centered. But we will judge our success on the basis of that front line. The awards, they're nice. The accolades from others in this province also are nice. But it's what someone says about a business transaction over a table, about their kids playing soccer, about all the things that ultimately matter, which is, how they experience our services every day. That is very clear in our heads. So even though I focused on maybe some of the home runs here, some of the big ticket items, it is about service delivery. It is about our front line. It's about how well managed are they. We're investing in training on our leadership. We're doing lots of stuff to kind of be clear with what our expectations are of our leaders and of our front line. So I'm glad you say it, because they may be listening to this wondering, my God, Chris, you never mentioned me. Well, you are our brand. I don't need a jingle or a slogan or a logo. All I need is them to understand how important they are every day that they show up, and they're collecting garbage, they're fixing things, they're checking things, they're filling out the forms, and they're helping people. That is our brand. That is our success. You get that right, the rest will hum. So, but thank you for your comments.
And thanks for those closing comments, Chris. Great presentation, some very good comments around the table. I'm short of quorum right now, so I can't... No, I'd prefer to keep going. You can certainly leave if you need to take a break. We're going to move on next, and I will come back to the committee at a later time to receive the presentation. We have quorum again. I need a motion then from Councillors Pearson and Johnson on receipt of the report. All those in favour? Carries. Thank you. Next, we have Mike Marini, who's up in front of us. Thanks, Chris. Mike's here regarding a presentation on the City of Hamilton Young Professionals Group.
So thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and through you, good afternoon, members of Council. I'll try to be as brief as possible. I know you're busy today. I have the opportunity to represent the relatively new group that exists at the City of Hamilton here, which is City HIP, City of Hamilton Young Professionals. And we formed in September of last year. And I just wanted to walk you through, give you a very quick brief of who we are and what we hope to achieve. So why do young professionals matter? Many municipalities across North America, indeed across the world, are trying to attract and retain the best talent, top young professional talent. And Hamilton is no different. So what we've been doing over actually your term of council since very early 2010 is building the Hamilton Hive, which is an all-in-one network for young professionals. And when we started this in early 2010, we had about 4 groups and about 150 total members. To date, we're over 20 groups and over 1,500 members. We've been featured as a best practice not only provincially but nationally as well. And from the groups I've seen across the country, we're probably one of the most active and well-regarded groups in all of Canada. But the problem was facing the corporation of the City of Hamilton was that we were one of the major employers that did not have a young professional group. So we were telling others, invest in your youth, try to attract the best and brightest, but we were absent of having a group ourselves. So in September of last year, we formed City HIP. So who are we? And you see the number 145. We have currently, since last September, we have 145 members in City HIP. And that makes us one of the largest groups in all of the Hamilton Hive, which is a true testament to the enthusiasm and engagement of the employees in the corporation. And our vision is to build a City of Hamilton that attracts and retains top young professionals. And our mission, young professionals employed by the City of Hamilton, collaborating to strengthen communities through public service. We focus on collective learning, building networks, and acting as ambassadors to build trust in our people and programs. And we like to use the hashtag #AmbitiousCity on Twitter. So how we fit, and I apologize for the size of the graphic, you certainly can't read that, but ultimately we touch upon a number of our pillars in our strategic plan, or our corporate culture pillars. And the bottom line is we want to break down barriers, provide networking opportunities and a voice for our young professionals in the corporation, and drive change from the bottom up. The structure is very simple. We have a chair, vice chair, and secretary, and 10 board of directors. We meet the first Friday of every month from 8:30 to 10 a.m., and we try to alternate meeting locations, so it gives the employees an idea of what's happening across the corporation in different facilities. And we're also broken down into 3 subcommittees. Professional education, so we want to focus on improving your professional experience at the City of Hamilton. Networking and charity, so trying to have some fun events where people can meet each other and help in our corporate charity of choice, which is the United Way. And an internal communications subcommittee to keep employees consistently apprised of the latest developments facing young professionals in the corporation. So what we've done to date, we like to start off every meeting with a professional development session. So we've had a number of subjects from across the corporation where the various employees are exposed to various aspects of what's happening in the corporation. So that can touch upon healthy workplaces, change management, organizational development. And as well, we have a number of networking events, and we are involved in the community to act as ambassadors for this corporation. And among those, we were part of the Building Momentum Hamilton event. We are volunteers and mentors for the Hamilton Immigrant Mentoring Partnership. And we're excited about October 17th. It's City Hip Night at the Ticats game. And we'll be on the field before the game to have a nice group photo. So we'd like to see the new stadium and support the local team. And just a quick sample of some of the events we've been at. The one in the top left corner is the United Way bus poll from last year. We're actually, we have a team tomorrow as well. The one beside that was our holiday social at the Blue Grotto at the Capri. And at the bottom, some of our members were participating in the Big Brothers Big Sisters Bowl-a-thon. So with that, it was just a very quick brief, and if those people are interested in the corporation, want to get involved, they can certainly email us at cityhip@hamilton.ca. And I just want to leave you with one very quick clip from HiveX, which is the annual Young Professionals Conference, and this was about 2 years ago. And it really synthesizes what we're trying to achieve in the City of Hamilton. It represents the positivity young professionals have for the city, the affinity they have, the excitement they have, and their energy for Hamilton, for a better Hamilton. And that's why City HIP exists, is not only to better morale and build networks within this corporation, but act as strong ambassadors and be part of that change that's happening externally. So I'll leave you with this video.
I do that. Oh, sorry. I've always wanted to do that. I'm sorry. No, it's all good. All right. That's, all right. Group 8, then. Group 8? Yeah. Group 8. My Hamilton is limitless energy and boundless opportunity.
My Hamilton is a city of firsts.
My Hamilton is creatively redefining itself.
My Hamilton is multifaceted. My Hamilton is a collaborative community.
My Hamilton is small when I need it to be small and big when I need it to be big.
My Hamilton is a community of creative professionals that support each other.
My Hamilton is all about rediscovery. In each new community you go into, there's something to check out.
My Hamilton never gives up.
My Hamilton is where I live,
I love, I work, I play.
My Hamilton is constant discovery.
Everything begins and ends with people. My Hamilton is about people.
My Hamilton is a beautiful picture of possibility.
My Hamilton is a place where your ideas turn into reality.
So my Hamilton is an immersion into rejuvenating nature and an excursion into growing innovative spaces downtown.
My Hamilton is its natural areas. In Hamilton we have the escarpment, we have the waterfront trail, we have RBG, we have a lot of stuff. And so I really like the easy access to all the natural areas around Hamilton.
My Hamilton is a city with opportunity.
My Hamilton is community spirit.
My Hamilton is growing. My Hamilton is a place where I can be connected to my community in a meaningful way.
My Hamilton is redefining quality of life.
My Hamilton is a strong community. Young people coming together to fulfill their dreams.
My Hamilton is a green vista filled with waterfalls, excitement, and children.
My Hamilton is full of possibility.
My Hamilton is pride.
My Hamilton is full of amazing creativity.
My Hamilton is Canada's best kept secret. Our Hamilton is not what you think it is.
My Hamilton is a city filled with potential.
My Hamilton, energy, excitement, transformation, a city of yes.
My Hamilton is natural.
Artistic.
Gritty. Innovative.
Layered. Changing.
My Hamilton is real.
Real.
Can we do that again?
Our Hamilton is what you want it to be.
Questions, comments for Michael? I have Councillor McCaddy.
Thanks very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And I just wanted to thank Mike for the work that he's done. We're hearing about the City Hall group today, but Mike was instrumental in pulling Hive together in years gone by. And in fact, I think, Mike, you can clarify, you've spoken across the country about Hamilton's Youth Entrepreneur Network and what's been happening here. And so he's played a tremendously important role, and that's something we should be proud of as a city employee, Mike doing that for us. And it, I mean, it goes without saying, but I'll say it anyways, it really bodes well for our future. Mr. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Collins, you've been very involved in Hamilton Hive since the early days, helping, connecting with council and providing that conduit that people want, young people want in particular, with what's going on here at City Hall and all the activities that we have as well. So it's only getting better. The Hive conference is coming up, and we're all looking forward to that. Mike, maybe just a final comment on how we're perceived across the country, the talks you've done, and I spoke very briefly on that people do notice there's something special happening here in Hamilton.
Yes, and through the chair, what's happening, especially with the younger generation, the young professional generation, social media is, as you know, huge on how they communicate. And what's happening is a lot of the young professionals are not going through the established means, buying advertising and talking about their belief and their positivity towards the city. They're posting things on Facebook and showing images on Instagram and sharing little tidbits on Twitter. That has been really big for the Hamilton Hive in particular and the young professional movement, because we don't have the funds to push out those sort of messages through traditional advertising. So we're relying on social media, and case in point, the first 2 years of HiveX, we did not spend a dime on traditional advertising. It was all social media driven and earned media. And what's happening is with social media, that's being amplified. So I send out the message, and like Chris was saying, you know, the Twitter messages of the corporation was seen 6 million times. Well, you know, the messages of the young professionals, especially at something like Supercrawl this weekend, their positivity is being amplified on a national and international scale. So yes, that message is getting out loud and clear, and it's overwhelmingly positive for the city.
Mike, thanks again for your presentation. Okay. We always talk about succession planning, and I think when we look at what you've accomplished and the small resource pool of resources that you've had to work with, you've done a tremendous job, and I think we're all comforted to know that you continue to play an active role in the organization, and we look forward to working with the entire Hive community over the next couple of years. Certainly the new council will have some choices to make in terms of budgets and other things, and I certainly see this as an initiative that's well worth supporting. So thank you for your presentation here today. You're doing tremendous work. On that, I need a motion to receive Michael's presentation. Moved by Pearson, seconded by Johnson. All those in favor, that carries. Thank you. Thanks again, Mike. Moving along, we are now up to Paul Johnson. Paul? And the Neighbourhood Action Strategy Annual Update for 2014. Members of Council, we're about halfway through the agenda, and I would just ask again that if we could just be mindful of keeping quorum. We did lose it there for a little while, but all's well once again, and I just wanted to remind you that if we can keep a bare 9, we'll continue to keep rolling along.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. It's our pleasure to be here to provide yet again an annual update on what's happening with our Neighbourhood Action Strategy. It was actually 4 years ago and 1 day ago that the previous council in one of their final General Issues Committee, then called Committee of the Whole, gave instruction to the city manager to develop a strategy around neighbourhoods. And here we are today at the final GIC meeting of this term of council to give a bit of an update on progress. This term of council, one of the first things you did around neighbourhoods was to hear from me about a bit of a plan as to what we might accomplish. And it's not what we would accomplish alone as staff or as a particular single group of staff within the city. It was what we would accomplish together. And it was really a 4-point plan. At the core of the first part of the plan was to put more community development work happening in our community. I called it boots on the ground at the time, and I continue to call it boots on the ground. These are incredible people who do incredible work to link neighbors and residents with resources in their own community and help encourage people to come together and plan well for their neighborhoods. We now have a team of 6 community development workers. They are spread out across our 11 priority neighborhoods, and at your direction and your request, we now have some additional staff resource within that community developer team to provide support across the city of Hamilton, where neighborhoods are looking at ways that they can come together and plan and move forward. We also undertook a review of community development work, and when we started this effort, the community developers were across a number of community agencies and employed in different ways. We have since brought that together under one umbrella with our partner, the Social Planning and Research Council of Hamilton. I also need to let you know that we were able to get going very quickly on community development work because we had partners that were willing to fund this work out of the gate. Without the work of the Hamilton Community Foundation and the Hamilton Best Start Network, we would not have been able to bring forward as much community development work as we have happening right now. The second thing we set out to do was ensure that resident-led neighborhood planning was undertaken and done well. And here is where we have truly excelled as a community. Our staff, working in partnership across a number of departments, facilitated conversations, and to date you have approved 10 of the 11 neighborhood action plans, and the Ralston Neighbourhood Action Plan will be coming to the new council very early on in its term. These are tremendous resources that have driven action and investments from a variety of sources, and they truly were resident-led. You listened each time to passionate residents who were talking about their community, their neighborhood, and the work they wanted to accomplish. Our role is to support, and our role is to connect resources to those plans, and we continue to be pleased to do that. We wanted to invest in neighborhoods. You can't change without new investments. And sometimes that means new money, and sometimes that means new resources, and other times it means a better alignment of current resources, and we are doing both. As you'll see in our report, of the $2 million that the previous council allocated and set aside for this work, we've invested close to $1 million, but more importantly, we've leveraged $4.7 million additional dollars to help us with our work. We see very much that our investments as the city and the taxpayers' investments of this community should be leveraged across private and other public sector investments so that we can do more. We're also seeing investments come from a variety of sources through work that happens around this table. And of course, one of the largest investments that you made was in the stadium precinct, where we will transform that community. But it's also happening in various committees and through individual work at the neighborhood level. But what's really exciting for us is that this is truly driving a different way of working as the City of Hamilton. There are over 200 staff people dedicated in some way above and beyond their own duties within the city to support the Neighbourhood Action Strategy and help us connect better to all of the departments that make up our staff team. The final thing we set out to do was create new partnerships with key institutions. All of our research indicated that on-the-ground work is important, community development is important, but if we don't have the commitment and the buy-in and the work done by key institutions, real change will not happen. I'm pleased to report that in our early stages of implementation, we are seeing those partnerships come to fruition. I noticed that the Ticats are in the public gallery today, and they are a partner in some of our work, not just as tenants within our stadium, but as investors in community funds that will support neighborhoods, and as a business that wants to link residents to the work that they are doing. The Port Authority is working with neighborhoods in the North End to look at how businesses can be better connected to people who want to work in the industries that are finding their way to Hamilton. Our legal community wants to provide pro bono support to residents in our neighborhoods who need their help. Hamilton Health Sciences has relocated a children's health center into this neighborhood, an $80 million investment that will provide better access to service as well as being an economic boost to that area. And more importantly, the president of the general site is deeply connected, as you read in the recent Spectator articles, to some of the work that's going on in the Gibson and Lansdale neighborhood. St. Joseph's Healthcare is working with us around a new approach to mental health services being delivered more at a community level. And our local health integration network is connecting with the Neighbourhood Action Strategy and their Health Links program. McMaster and Mohawk are key partners, as are our two school boards, in terms of working and increasing the educational attainment of young people within our neighborhoods and strengthening the relationship we have with post-secondary education. In short, we have inspired, I think, key institutions in this community to think about how their work will be place-based, and we are seeing some of that work come to fruition. The timeline we provide in our presentation for you, and we've provided this in the past too, lets you know from 2010 into 2014 the steps that we've taken. We are in the early stages of our work of neighborhood action, of the Neighborhood Action Strategy, but we're still pleased with the progress we've made in this short order. This map lets you know where we're doing our work, but I would say to you that you encouraged us last year to look at how we can take some of the elements of our neighborhood work citywide. And we responded to that. We've created toolkits that can be used by residents in all neighborhoods. And as I've mentioned, we now have dedicated staff resources in our community development team that can go out and support neighborhoods as they think about how they will plan and do things differently where they are at. The final piece that we'll be rolling out across the community is our investment in neighborhood leadership, and in particular through a neighborhood leadership initiative, which we are really excited to be a partner with the Hamilton Community Foundation. And so before I turn things over to Suzanne Brown, who's the manager of the Neighborhood Action Strategy, I want to talk a little bit about the thank yous that we need to make in terms of our first 4 years of this strategy. First of all, we need to say a big thank you to the 3 founding groups that made sure we got out of the gate with action, not out of the gate with more talk and reports. And that is the City of Hamilton, and you are the leaders of that. It is the Best Start Network, and that is under the leadership of Grace Mader, who is here, I think, today from our staff team working in the Community and Emergency Services Department. Best Start, since its inception in 2005, understood the importance of place-based work. And their commitment early on to our neighborhood action strategy has been fantastic and will continue to be interesting in terms of its partnership as we move more towards that neighborhood service delivery model for early learning. And of course, we need to thank the Hamilton Community Foundation, leaders in neighborhood work since the early part of the 2000s, and a group that came forward when Terry and Matt and I sat down and we said, there's no point in having two parallel neighborhood action strategies. We need one integrated strategy. Terry Cook, the CEO of the foundation, is here today, and I've asked Terry just to share a couple of words of where he sees things at in terms of the first 4 years of our new partnership around neighborhoods here with the City and the Community Foundation. Terry?
Well, thank you, Paul, and it's great to be back with all of you. It's always an opportunity to reflect upon where we've been and where we're going, and I'm not sure what happened to our city manager, but I wanted to say that as a Hamiltonian, to listen to the description of accomplishment and the momentum that's being built is inspiring, and this is a remarkable time to be in leadership in this community. I was going to tease Russ Powers because he said it was 74 days till his retirement. I retired from this place about 14 years ago, and life gets better after politics, I can tell you. Hair goes back, grows back, your stress level drops, you get to travel. I had 3 kids. Lord knows, there are wonderful things that happen after you provide service. But in Russ's absence, I want to thank all of you, the Mayor and Council, for your leadership in this very important area. And quick reflection, our board did something about a decade ago that no other community foundation in the country had done, and we celebrate 60 years of success this year. We are the oldest and the strongest in this province, one of the remarkable foundations in Canadian history. In June, you partnered with us when we opened all of the community recreation facilities, the art gallery, and Warplain Heritage to say thank you for 60 years of growth and strength. And we're looking to the future with great optimism and with assets of almost $160 million, which is, when partnered and levered with others that share a common commitment to the community, can make a dramatic difference. So our community foundation said that they were going to pick a single issue. It was going to be poverty and inner city neighborhoods. They were going to engage for the long term. They were going to invest in community developers. They were going to align their granting strategy and their community leadership so that over time we could do things that other communities in the country and across North America hadn't done. 2 years ago, in response to the Code Red series of the Hamilton Spectator, which don't have to remind all of you, but it was amazing work by Steve Bust and Neil Johnson that chronicled what the cost is of concentrated poverty. And you've read it, but I would remind you, 21-year life expectancy between affluent and impoverished neighborhoods, dropout rates that range from a handful in affluent neighborhoods like mine to more than 50% in challenged inner city neighborhoods, fetal alcohol syndrome rates that exceeded places in the third world. So we have, notwithstanding all of the progress we've made, serious challenges that continue. And when, under the leadership of Chris Murray, you did a couple of things that I think were game changers. A, you said to the Community Foundation and other institutions that you were going to work collaboratively. You were going to listen to your resident leadership. You were going to make decisions around capital and service allocation based on what you were hearing from your community, and you were going to commit to the long term. And by the way, hiring well makes a tremendous difference. I don't want to remind you who hired Chris Murray, but that kind of leadership can be a game changer. And the team that you've put together with Paul Johnson, with Suzanne, with Grace, with Colin, with others, I can tell you have the respect of institutional leaders across this community. Why? Because they work well with others. They listen. It isn't just about the city's priorities. So that's the good news. Our foundation is in for the long term. We're partnered with you. You're excellent partners, and we see anecdotally that we are starting to make a difference. But the challenges that were created over 40 or 50 years because of the loss of industry and some planning decisions that I think made some ill-conceived decisions about how we share the burden of responsibility for everybody in this community will take a while to make progress on, and we are in the very early stages. My message to you is simple. Stay the course. You're making a difference. You've got the right approach to engaging the community. We're starting to see momentum, but we understand that this is long, difficult, and complex work. We as a foundation are with you. The other institutional partners certainly respect your leadership. They value the long-term vision of this council in wanting to change the trajectory for all kids, all families, and all neighborhoods. We think we're on the right track, but we also know from the experience of post-industrial cities around the world that progress only comes over time if we remain committed, we listen to each other, and we continue to double down where we're seeing changes in momentum and progress. So thank you for all that you have done as a council, because I well understand you have competing demands for your resources. Politically, sometimes this stuff doesn't show immediate results that give you the kind of stuff that easily translates into campaign debates and the materials that win campaigns, but you are doing the right things. So Russ, I teased you in your absence. Thank you for your service. I wish you well in your retirement. You and I can compare notes on how that lower stress level contributes to your hair regrowth, and we'll do lots of other things. To all the rest of you, we look forward to working with you to continue to make a difference in this community. And under the leadership of Chris Murray, Paul Johnson, Suzanne, and Grace, we know that we are on the right track here. So thank you. Stay the course.
Very much.
So in terms of the three groups that got us to the point of let's take action, we were so pleased to work in that partnership. But then taking action, our thank yous start and end with the residents of this community. Without them, we don't have a strategy. We just have a bunch of people talking. And how they have come together to create the plans and implement the plans and work with a variety of partners in the community is quite frankly inspiring. And I know that there's a series that many of you are reading in the Hamilton Spectator that's highlighting each of the neighborhoods. It kicked off by talking about the strategy as a whole. That's nice because we're coming up to this report and it's a good piece to reflect upon. But I've enjoyed most reading about the neighborhoods themselves through the voice of the residents themselves. And so for the Riverdale neighborhood and the Gibson-Lansdale area and the Keith neighborhood that was highlighted today and the 7 more to come, it's going to be a great way for us to hear from the passionate, positive, and realistic voices that actually live in these neighborhoods. I'll tell you that there are a few differentiators that make Hamilton's approach to neighborhood action a bit different. When I talk to colleagues who are doing this work in other municipalities, there's a few things that keep popping up. One is the commitment of the whole of council to this type of initiative. There are lots of pockets where this is an initiative supported by factions within council or particular wards within the council structure, and it does not go beyond that. We have never felt for 1 minute, even though our neighborhoods that we're working in mostly are in certain wards, and in a minority of the wards of this entire council, we've never felt for a minute that we don't have the support of the entire council team. And from Mayor Bertina through to all of the ward councillors, we thank you for that. The second differentiator is the commitment across departments to this initiative, and that is a thank you to the senior management team and the leadership of this organization. For not 1 minute have we had to beat down doors to get certain areas of our organization to come on board with this approach. And as I mentioned, 200 individuals doing something above and beyond what they're here to do every single day to support our neighborhood work. The other piece is the deep integration we have with our community foundation. And I can tell you the last differentiator is the level of our evaluation. And we have partnered with groups like the University of Toronto, but in particular McMaster University, who have leveraged over $1 million in research funding for our $86,000 investment that we made early in 2011. Those differentiators are worth noting, and they're worth thanking, and they're worth highlighting alongside all of the other partners, because that is what's setting us apart as we start to make some progress. So we want to wrap up the presentation by telling you a little bit of what we're proud of and what we hope that the community can be proud of as well. And to do that, I'm going to turn it over to Suzanne Brown. You know that through these last 4 years, some changes have happened for me too. Started as a single individual working in a cubicle in the city manager's office. There's been other responsibilities added. I now proudly work in the Community and Emergency Services Department. And through that time, Suzanne Brown has really developed her leadership of this initiative. So I turn things over to her to talk a little bit about our accomplishments over the last few years.
Thank Thanks, Paul. It's my pleasure to talk about the many things that have been accomplished through the Neighbourhood Action Strategy, and I'm recognizing the time, so I won't speak for 5 minutes on each accomplishment. I will run through the list as quickly as I can. We have key accomplishments coming out of the neighbourhoods that are directly about the neighbourhood action plans. So most of these are very resident-led. We continue to enhance community engagement, activities and events. All of our neighbourhoods run events like fairs, barbecues, Easter egg hunts, cleanups, playground builds. We had a big kaboom build in Davis Creek. We have movie nights, moon festivals, Jane walks, photo voice, to name just a few of the many festivals and events that are running. Community newspapers in Gala, Sherman, Crown Point, and Stinson, and community newsletters in Keith and McQuestion. These newspapers reach thousands of residents in their neighbourhoods on a monthly or bi-monthly basis and are looking to become sustainable. If you haven't seen them, this is the latest edition of the Crown Point neighbourhood. These actually are newspapers that are hand-delivered to every resident home in the neighbourhood. If you're looking to get your story out, I would urge you, this is my little pitch for our neighbourhoods, they're trying to become sustainable. Write an article for them, advertise in their newspapers. These are wonderful, wonderful ways. We have lots of anecdotal stories about people who actually read and respond to the newspapers. Our community gardens are enhanced or underway in Keith, Gala, Sherman, McQuestion, and Jamesville. There was a community land trust meeting held in Beasley. 100 people attended to hear about this new concept run by the BNA. We have alleyway projects underway in Beasley as well, the first pilot project of an alleyway in our city. Participation in the Barton-Kenilworth Corridor Study. You heard about this last week. You heard about how residents from 3 of our neighbourhoods worked with planning. The beginning of that process was not easy. There were a few bumps in the road, but the staff in the planning department and the residents, especially in Crown Point and Gala, made a real effort to sit down and work together. They took extra time, they found extra resources, and they actually came up with a process of participation that worked for everybody. We have a process of participation happening now between our neighbourhood strategy and public works around our park redevelopments, where we won't be going out and consulting with neighbourhoods. We will be working with neighbourhoods to create consultative processes together so that we go out together and talk to residents in neighbourhoods. That's a new way of doing business for the City of Hamilton. We have railway crossing signal arms on Quigley Road. We have phase 1 of our McQuestion urban plan, which you've heard lots about. We have had a youth opportunities fair in McQuestion run by 40 youth from Churchill High School, 40 youth who came out and said, we want to have an opportunities fair for our youth. Participation in the creation of a new food bank in the east end of Hamilton. Final design of the redevelopment of Carter Park, a 2-year-long process of intense resident engagement that will end in a build this fall. We have the beginning of the redevelopment of McLaren Park in the Beasley neighbourhood. The Beasley banners, one which you see here. If you have not gone to see the Beasley banners, please do so. They are an incredibly welcoming way to welcome people to that neighbourhood. Our spokes program, street-by-street outreach by residents to residents in the Sherman neighbourhood. You remember from our map, the Sherman neighbourhood is huge, yet they are reaching out street by street to every resident in that neighbourhood. These are just a quick snapshot of some of the wonderful things that are happening in our neighbourhoods. The other thing is that neighbourhoods are starting to work together. They're starting to realize their commonalities. We have the Barton Street Corridor Study that had neighbourhoods coming together. Yes, we can, and neighbourhoods coming together. Complete streets, the same. And we're starting to really undertake and tackle some really difficult conversations in our community. And the sex trade study, the sex trade work study that was taken out by the Social Planning and Research Council for the Sherman neighbourhood now is working with the Gala neighbourhood to talk about these difficult conversations in neighbourhoods. As well, I'd like to talk about the few neighbourhood action office accomplishments. Building Momentum. Many of you were at the Building Momentum event, our city manager's event in January. 500 people strong attended that event. $20,000 was raised to help neighbourhoods with their own engagement. Cable 14 and their Hamilton Life series ran a neighbourhood series with our residents and community developers. We have a Campus Community Network Committee bringing McMaster and the residents together to talk about research research and student placements. So instead of researchers and students going into our neighborhood saying, I'm here to study you, or I'm here to help you with a project, the idea is that residents and the university will talk to each other about projects, research projects and student placements that residents want, that neighborhoods need. A brand new piece of work happening. Neighborhoods Rising, a neighborhood marketing campaign. Community of Practice for CD work. Neighborhood Leadership Institute, as Paul mentioned. You see our top corner picture there, Sarah Glenn, the director of the Neighborhood Leadership Institute, with a graduating resident from this year's overwhelming the leadership that is being built within our residents. The Neighborhood Home Improvement Project you've heard much about as well, and our Canada Learning Bond. So far we've signed up 92 children for educational savings bonds and put 92 feet on the path to employment. I want to talk very quickly, I know your patience is running thin, but I want to talk really quickly about a project I think exemplifies the work that's being done in the neighborhood strategy, and it is the McQuestion Urban Farm that is happening on the St. Helens site and a piece of city land in Ward 4. That came out of the McQuestion Urban Plan, the McQuestion Neighborhood Plan that was presented to you in September of 2012. It really said we want urban agriculture within our city. The city does not permit urban agriculture within its official boundary. You heard that yesterday. Yesterday, after that work was spurred and you had a report come to you to say, please include urban agriculture in the urban boundary, which you did. That came out of the McQuestion Plan. All 4 departments sitting at the table with residents over the last 2 years to start to look at how do we create this brand new thing that nobody's ever heard of in the city of Hamilton. And you recently have given us some money to hire a project manager. We just had news this week of a grant from Partners in Places, a U.S.-based funding organization that is also granting us money, as well as the Hamilton Community Foundation for a community outreach worker. So that plan is firmly underway, and we hope by the end of next year we will have shovels in the ground and we will have people farming within our city limits. Paul has talked to you a little bit about our valuation. I know you've heard this before, so I won't say too much about it other than great partners in the McMaster University and the University of Toronto studying both our process and our plan implementation. We funded, that was the first bit of money that came out of the Neighbourhood Strategy Fund. I remember being at that council meeting, $86,000 awarded to McMaster University to start the neighbourhood study. That has leveraged a almost $750,000 grant to continue that work, with not a penny now being paid by the City of Hamilton to that great work. And I would like to talk to you a little bit about the newest edition, and one that I'm pretty excited about, that we've created about how we track our process. So we've talked a lot about how we track process in neighborhoods, and the Social Planning Council along with residents are doing that work. But how do we as a city know that we're doing things differently than we did before the neighborhood strategy? And we have a couple of very brilliant staff in public health who took a very complex spreadsheet of 421 actions sitting within 10 plans across 5 departments, and figured out a way to collect information and analyze it in a way that makes sense. So we have started to pilot. We've collected a little bit of information that you'll see now. It is certainly not comprehensive of all city departments, but what we hope to come back and show you in 2015 is how we work together. We want to show you all of our neighborhood identified goals and objectives. We want to show you the themes, the responses from every single section within the City of Hamilton, and the funding that goes with that. So we know right now from the Social Planning and Research Council, who's tracking actions through the neighborhoods, that of the 420 actions, 57 are completed, which is 13.5%, and a further 156 are underway. 2 years into our neighborhood action plans, we have 50% of our actions that are underway, which is something that we're incredibly proud of, and is the work of residents and partners and staff of making that happen. So of the 421 actions, the City of Hamilton has responded that we have a role in 279 of those actions. We actually think that number is quite a bit higher. We just don't have complete data. We know that from the data we have, 105 actions, 2 or more city departments are working together. So this is actually a diagram that takes very complex information and makes it simple. I think that this is a tulip along the urban agriculture theme, and this is really all our city departments and where they intersect with the neighborhood action strategy. You see within each department their own discrete actions. So public works, we see 20, community emergency services, we see 35, public health, we see 108, and planning and economic development, we see 11. But then we see where departments and sections are overlapping. So we hope to come back in 2015. We now have a staff assigned to shepherd this through our departments, and we'll be able to tell you at the end of next year how many of those actions are being worked on by city staff and how they're working together across departments, which we think is really exciting. We've never seen a database like this before, so I would hesitate to say that it might be one of the first ones in a municipality. So in tracking our process, we will provide you a clear progress annually on how we're doing with the neighbourhood actions, and we'll monitor our synergies, partnerships, and collaborations. So that's all the good things, and there are many good things to talk about, but there's a few things that we continue to be challenged on in the neighbourhood strategy in areas that we know we need to continue to try to work to improve. Engagement is still difficult in some of our neighborhoods. We have some planning teams where 40 and 50 residents sit around a planning team table, and some neighborhoods where there's a handful of residents. It is a continual struggle to bring residents out and to engage them in the planning process, and part of that is because of promotion and awareness. So, we've traditionally done the flyers and the posters and the mail-outs, and we haven't had a tremendous amount of success. Our real success has been word of mouth, and our real success has been these newspapers. This is how we're getting the word out. I'll tell you, we had a Canada Learning Bond event in the Rollston neighbourhood in Ward 8, and there was a woman who showed up to sign her children up, and one of the greeters from Ontario Works said, "Oh, how did you hear about it? Did you hear about our poster? Did you see our newsletter? Did you see our postcard that was dropped in your mailbox?" She said, "No, I live in the Davis Creek neighbourhood, and I was getting my hair done, and my hairdresser told me about it." We thought, oh, that's success. When your hairdresser tells you about the next CLB event and they go from the Davis Creek neighbourhood up to Rollston to sign their children up, that's when we know we've had success. Sustainability is still an issue. We have lots of partners around the table. There's a lot of funding that is now coming into the neighbourhood strategy, but sustainability continues to be something in terms of project work that we haven't quite figured out. And we want to accelerate our implementation. We've had great quick wins, and we've really piggybacked on existing programs, but now we're really starting to tackle some of those really complex social determinants of health that have been a while getting off the ground, and we really hope that as we start to get departmental staff more involved, and they'll become aware of what the actions are because they're going to be asked to fill out that spreadsheet and track their actions, that we can really start to speed up our implementation. So again, I would like to just follow in Paul's words and say thank you for your support. Thank you to our residents, our partners in the Hamilton Foundation, the Best Start Network, the Social Planning Council, and all the residents who work so hard every day to make the Neighbourhood Action Strategy a success.
Thank you for that. And I do have a couple of speakers in Councillors Johnson, Whitehead, McCaddy.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Paul. And sorry?
Suzanne.
Yeah, Suzanne. I was almost there. I just wanted to highlight that the Hamilton Community Foundation did start all this off officially with their Tackling Poverty initiative. They actually went out on a limb in 2005 and gave $50,000 to Environment Hamilton. And the reason I know that was because that's how I was hired. And it became a case study across Canada because they couldn't believe that advocacy and community outreach would mix in very well. A lot of funders do not give money for operations. Capital projects, no worries. That's where the sustainability is such a struggle, correct? That's right. So I just wanted to also highlight David Derbyshire is here, and Judy Klosterman and Deb Clinton. These are the people that I worked with during that time who had their boots to the ground long before this became the sexy career of 2014. One of the things that I really wanted to point out as well is we keep looking at investment. What's the return on the investment? And investment in people is such a wide range as far as measurement is concerned. So how are we going to tackle that? How are we going to say, here it is, we've put some money into the community, we've put it into the people, maybe not capital projects, but we've put it into the people, and this is what the return is. Have we come up with that measuring tool yet?
So through the Deputy Mayor, there's a few ways we'll be looking at it. Some are indicators of change, the people indicators of change that we'll be monitoring, so we can see that the trajectory, as Terry talked about, will be changing. The other piece we're doing is, as we implement projects, we're talking about the change that it's had on the people side, not just did it get done on time, on budget, what was the resource. So we go back and talk about process with folks, and through that, inevitably it's about the project, but through that we often hear the stories of what that change meant. And a good example of that is Barb Teichman, who is a resident of the Keith neighborhood. And she had this idea about providing grants to homeowners to help them keep up their home. And the Neighborhood Home Improvement Project doesn't look exactly as Barb described her idea, but it's pretty darn close. And it was through her thinking and talking to her neighbors and hearing what she had going on that we took this idea and said, how do we parlay that into a job training program as well as an improvement program? And I think to hear her talk about now, she's on the evaluation committee, she looks at the projects alongside staff as they come through, and to have her talk about the transformation that this is having to homeowners who are trying to keep their home up but have limited resources. Those are the kinds of changes that we get through that process that you won't see by simply looking at statistics and talking about money. So we're trying to do that on every project we undertake, because that's where I think the change is.
And what a segue into my next question, Deputy Mayor, because I was talking to Barb yesterday and she was talking about the $400,000 capping and how hard it is because they have more people than what they have money. And that's when I told her about the Canadian Mortgage. So we'll have to touch base with that as well. So thank you very much, folks. And if I've left someone out, I apologize. I was just referring to the nice people that I worked with during my time. And keep up the great work. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor. And former Chairman Cook, you had left something out of your speech that you wanted to share with us.
Thank you, Councillor. I was remiss in not acknowledging the critical early leadership that somebody to my immediate left, and it's not Jerry Davis, although I would tease Jerry. Jerry does a great job, but Joanne Prowl was absolutely critical in the establishment of the Poverty Roundtable, in the Foundation's decision, led by Carolyn Milne, my predecessor at the time, to focus on poverty. And Joanne sits here quietly, but frankly deserves a significant amount of acknowledgement for the early leadership in this community around this issue. I want to acknowledge that. By the way, Chad, back when Bob Morrow was in this council chamber, you wouldn't have gotten away with wearing jeans in the council chamber. I just want you to know that.
Now it's almost commonplace, though, thankfully. So, yeah.
The other serious note I wanted to make was you've hired a new commissioner of Planning and Economic Development to my left, a very bright young guy named Jason Thorne, who knows his way around. One of the great challenges that we will have in the next generation of this work is looking at the ways in which we can affect the composition of neighborhoods throughout the city to make sure we're creating a healthier income, lifestyle, educational balance. And I think that's one of the unfinished pieces of business that this work will lead us to. The inside game is building the capacity in the neighborhoods with residents. The outside game has to be the public policy decisions led through your planning department and through this council's resolve to make a difference across the board that will continue, again, to build a healthy series of outcomes for all of our community. Thank you again for having me here.
Sharing that with us. Councillor Whitehead.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, first of all, I want to certainly thank all the hard work that you've been doing. And I know that when I first got elected, I started the process of trying to build neighborhoods in Ward 8. And we started with a festival that, the very first one was a big, huge festival at Sir Al McNabb, the Festington neighborhood. Huge success, pulling the community together and creating a neighbor association. Then we carried the model to a movie night and moved it around, and we created a little more cohesion. Neighborhood associations, in some cases, they've picked up the ball and have their own movie nights now in the park and bringing community together. So the work has been done. You know, you got success when that happens. What really impressed me is we obviously had the one just this weekend on Saturday. Had great turnout in regards to, I don't know, 300 youth at least. at Westmount, at the Rolston neighborhood. I want to thank the support of all staff, because we had all the services there, but certainly the Neighbourhood Action Strategy people that were there that have been part of building this network in that particular community of need. So I really appreciate the work you've done. The other thing I want to highlight just quickly, and I just had this in my hand because it's been criticized by some, but it's kind of neat to read the information report from Joanne Peel's department, and that is the simulator and how it's been utilized as a tool within the high priority communities, Weaver, Pinky Lewis, and others, Lansdale, etc., where it's been used to bring people in and create the engagement and create activity in those neighborhoods. And my understanding is, according to this report, it's been a huge success as a stimulant to bring people in and engage them. So I just want to highlight how a tool in this process can benefit the overall process. So thank you.
I could just comment on that quickly, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Part of the reason we wanted all the departments to be in lockstep around that is precisely for that. We can't keep on top of all of the initiatives that are going on, but people are making the linkages and allowing those to be supported across different neighborhoods. And that's an example, and we could stand here and share 100 other examples where staff are making the linkages, and that's wonderful news.
Thank you. Councillor McCaddy.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And I know Councillor Whitehead's golf game has improved significantly over the last 2 years, and I had no idea how it happened, but I have a sense now, so it's good to know.
It had nowhere to go but up, so.
There you go. It's good to see. Alrighty. This is just fantastic work. I mean, one struggles with finding the words to describe what's going on here, and seeing it out in the community, in the different fairs, the different Saturday barbecues, and the planning meetings that are going on that I had the chance to attend. Really, just tremendous work, and empowerment is the key word. Folks are identifying what they want to see happen in their neighborhoods, and they're not asking us. They're just saying this is how it is, and they have some very clear ideas for City Council too on what they'd like to see us change as well. I've heard a lot of that. So it's tremendous work. By the way, I think that's a lotus flower. That's what it is for me. So you can add that to the list of potential. What kind of flower is that? Synergy drawing. It's great work. I think back, Mr. Deputy Mayor, Paul in particular, to the early days of the Poverty Roundtable, and you were involved in your very early days, and this is to some degree an outcome of that. I mean, Code Red, the work that the SPEC did was related to their commitment to the Poverty Roundtable and reducing poverty in our city. And lots of great work happening, but I'm thinking more about the intersection between the planning teams and the Poverty Roundtable's work and some of the large poverty issues we have, the larger scale, and I think probably most of the work that you're talking about, I would suggest most of the work right across Canada has been done in the absence of the province of Ontario and the federal government. We don't have that tripartite relationship, that commitment, Mr. Deputy Mayor, from those two higher levels of government. Difficult to get some of the big stuff. Affordable housing is the one that comes to mind, of course, done, and to address some of the social determinants of health issues. So I wonder if you could just comment. Obviously, it's a very complex question I'm asking, but maybe comment on how that is addressed when you're at the planning teams and you're saying, well, this is great work we're doing in this particular neighborhood, and we'll be talking about the pipeline trail in a little bit. That's a great thing for just as one example. But how do you address some of those large issues in the absence of the higher levels of government being involved? And of course, that's a question for Tom Cooper and everybody else at the roundtable as well. But we had that at the Hamilton Harbour Remedial Action Plan. It was a tripart. We didn't have to look, and we didn't have to say, oh, we can't deal with that. We can't deal with that. Because those people were actually around the table for the harbour cleanup. They're not here for the poverty reduction efforts and the community efforts we're doing.
Through the Deputy Mayor, we're really trying to work with our institutional partners in order to make that happen. I would say to you that the way we're doing that is to look at some of those bigger issues, be it education, be it some of the health issues that we're talking about, and working with those partners to get this on the agenda of decision makers at senior levels of government. And those types of conversations are happening. The more that we can have the CEOs of healthcare systems that have those conversations, the more we can involve you in those conversations, we start to create a situation where people aren't seeing this in the abstract. They're actually seeing the work on the ground and wanting to be connected to it. And I think through those connections to actual projects, and we're seeing that in the education area, we're seeing it in the health areas, through that, I think our hope is that we can then parlay that into a connection, a more formal connection around some of the agreements you're talking about. I can tell you we have some of the leading thinkers in terms of urban development agreements, which are those tripartite or bipartite agreements that we can sometimes do. We have those thinkers around the table. And the other piece is we need to remember that the Hamilton Roundtable for Poverty Reduction has this as one of their strategic goals. So they talk about neighborhood investments and neighborhood work every time they're talking to decision makers. So I hope that alignment leads us to where we need to go. It is clearly the next step we have to take. The actions we're undertaking now are wonderful, and they're showing that initial momentum. But we're 2 years in. We need to commit ourselves to some of those longer-term conversations and bringing those partners to the table. And you are quite right. It's not just the institutions that reside in Hamilton that have to be connected to this. It's the institutions that drive the policy and the funding decisions outside of Hamilton that have to be connected to this. And all we want them to do is play their position, and play their position well.
Right. Thanks, Paul. And just a specific question I was just thinking about as you were speaking. I don't know if maybe to Joanne, Mr. Chair, Joanne had a managers committee or something where the different provincial government bureaucrats, high-level bureaucrats in Hamilton, and the federal bureaucrats were meeting on a regular basis to at least try and connect on some of these issues, even at the Hamilton level, you know, let alone going to Queen's Park or off to Ottawa. But that seemed useful, but it also seemed to be faltering a little bit and sort of catch as catch can. Sometimes they'd meet with us, other times they wouldn't. They'd come in, they'd leave. Just a quick update on that, Joanne, is that still happening? Was there any fruit being borne on that?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we did have, we built good relationships at that table, but in terms of getting anything done, I would say it was very difficult. Nobody at that table, provincial or federal, felt that it was their role to push federal or provincial policy, unfortunately. They were there sort of as liaisons. They take information up. And some of those people they weren't living in Hamilton. They'd had to travel in from Toronto because there was no local office, so didn't feel sort of any local ownership either. And I guess at that point in time didn't think it was their role to necessarily advocate on behalf of the community. So we actually disbanded that committee because it wasn't working the way I had wanted it to. So, I mean, the Poverty Roundtable still has excellent connections with the provincial ministers, and are actually going to invite Deb Matthews to a Poverty Roundtable meeting to talk about the most recent Ontario Poverty Reduction Strategy. Having said that, we just discussed that the other day, and I would say people are pretty disappointed with that strategy, given that there's no timelines, there's no targets, there's no measures, and there's no tactics. And so some people at this point aren't feeling very hopeful with that particular strategy. So that's the conversation we'd like to have with Minister Matthews if she comes to town. And I know that Tom has asked to be a delegate at our next Community and Emergency Services Committee to talk about sort of next steps and where Council would like them to play maybe a larger advocacy role. In terms of the federal government, we can't get them at the table in any way, shape or form to talk to us, and they're not interested in any of this conversation. So.
Right. Well, straight talk as always from our General Manager of Community Services, Joanne Pryle, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So there's the challenge before us, but the work at the community level is just astounding. And eventually they'll get it at the other levels of government, and they'll come banging on our door wanting to be part of our project. Thanks.
Councillor Marula, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering if I could have the permission of committee. I have a motion that's actually 9.4 that's related to the Crown Point neighborhood surrounding the pipeline park that Councillor Morrow and I are bringing forward surrounding a master plan. So at the end of this, if you would allow, I'd like to bring forward, we have some people here from Crown Point that I just realized, Elizabeth, and I can't see the other person. Welcome from Crown Point. What was the name of the other person? I can't see it. Welcome, yes. And so if I could do that at the end of this presentation, that would be great.
I'll test the will of the committee when I come after this issue and come back to you. In the interim, I have Councillor Farr, Mayor Bettina, and then my name on the list. Councillor Farr.
Yeah, I'd be willing if you want to mark that down. I'm a yay, as per the previous speakers. So I'm going to be very, very brief. And thank our friends from Neighbourhood Development. And, you know, if we look at the report, page 205, I'm not always the first to focus on the dollars and the cents. Usually it's Frugal Fergie over there. But third paragraph down, we committed to, in a unanimous and momentous council vote a few years back, $2 million. Of that, in this report, we have expended or committed about 157K, but we have leveraged 4.6 and then some million in direct investments from external sources. It's a 6-to-1 return. It was part of Paul's pitch a few years back. We've heard from some of the good people like the Hamilton Community Foundation and today, and we've heard of so many other partners and worked with so many other partners along the way. But that is just one simple, in my opinion, Mr. Deputy Mayor, but impressive, measurable. There are so many immeasurables, and there's so many factors that we may never be able to measure as it relates to neighborhood development. But I think we can focus on continuing to try to strengthen this initiative and grow this initiative and impress all the other municipalities in and around us and throughout the country as we continue to bring communities together and actually have our residents grow as it relates to their faith in local government and grow as they engage with local government. It's extremely impressive. I'm extremely supportive. I always will be of neighborhood development, and I thank our presenters today for this report.
Thank you. Mayor Bettina.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, when I was the Ward 2 councillor, and as Councillor Farr will know, we had 6 neighborhood groups, which I would bring together on a regular basis through the year. The leaders of those groups, and so the 6 would meet and discuss synergies and what worked, what didn't work, and so on. So I'm wondering with this group, even such as Habia, which Councillor Whitehead leads so well, they meet on a regular basis. So can I ask through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, if a similar kind of grouping occurs with our neighborhood groups, where they can exchange, you know, good things and so on?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we actually have a number of different avenues for that to happen. We have a couple of cross-neighborhood, frog in my throat. We have cross-neighborhood committees. We have the one that's happening with McMaster, that's aligning McMaster with neighborhoods, so all neighborhoods are sitting there. We have community of practice that are bringing together. The Hamilton Foundation is sponsoring Hug a Hub dinners, so residents come together there. We're hosting our annual dinner in October that brings 10 residents from each of the planning teams and more if they wish to one dinner. And actually Chris Murray's our speaker this year. Jim Deers was our speaker last year. So we're trying to create as many, the Neighbourhood Leadership Institute brings residents together, and the residents are starting to identify themselves where they want to start to work together. So there's little ad hoc committees and work groups springing up across different neighbourhoods.
Right, I see. So I would give some consideration, though, to even once or twice a year, bringing just the leaders, not, you know, a dinner, and those are wonderful. I can't wait for that next one. That's the most exciting event I think we had last year, Paul, to see all that neighborhood energy. But maybe a little more focused, so just to see what's good, what's, you know, hard to work on. That's just my thought based on my experience. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mayor Bettina. If I can ask that you take the chair at this point in time. Through you, I do have a couple of questions in terms of resources. And Paul, in your presentation, you talked about connecting the resources between the partners. And I know we've been very successful in the first couple of years in terms of leveraging, and you've mentioned it here in the report. It was referenced by other councillors in terms of the almost $7 million in terms of what we've been able to obtain for all the groups across the city. But I've never been clear in terms of what we're investing from, whether it's our money or the foundation's money, on a group-by-group basis. And so I'll give you an example. I had a very good meeting last night with my East Hamilton Food Centre group. We had about 25 people in attendance. We talked about the challenges in terms of raising resources to open a food bank facility. We have a grant proposal that I had sent a motion through Councillor Marula and Powers to try to secure a city grant for that. I've used my area rating resources for the capital. And last night we started talking about, this was after the meeting, a couple of residents asked, well, is there anything through our community planning team? And I said, well, I'm not certain what the budgets look like. But I was thinking after I left that meeting that when we started talking about the community garden that same group is working on through our community planning team with Judy Klusterman's leadership, again, when we started talking about the community garden, there was a request for, I think it was $12,000 or $15,000, and all eyes are looking my way in terms of what the city is going to provide, and I have no problem. And I came to this committee, and thankfully GIC approved, I believe it was a $12,000 or $15,000 grant for that initiative. And so when we look at the projects that are going on, some of them fall under the umbrella of the initiative. Most of the resources that have been allocated have either come through my area rating, through the grants committee, or been one-off requests through to council. So I start to question in terms of, when I see all the good things that are going on, and we're definitely leveraging as much as possible, I'm still uncertain in terms of how our own resources are allocated on a group-by-group basis throughout the year, and how simple requests, like even a newsletter. Mayor Bertina asked the group in 213 when they presented, how do you get your message out? And they said, well, we're hoping to get a newsletter. We'd love to get something out on a regular basis, even if it's 2 times a year. I believe that was Davis Creek. And here we are on the verge of going into 215, and they have, to the best of my knowledge, no resources because they've called me and asked me for assistance. And we see other groups that have full-fledged newspapers that are out, and those are regular things, and that's great. So I start to question in terms of how we're allocating those resources, because, as you mentioned, the groups start to talk. They should be talking about their successes, and some are starting to talk to others who have been granted significant amount of resources, while others are trying to make best of what they've been provided to date. Sure. So through you, Mr. Mayor, if I could just ask how the budget's working.
Through the Mayor, we don't allocate a specific amount per neighbourhood, but there are a number of avenues that are open consistently to all the neighbourhoods. One of them is a small grants initiative, which is actually funded through the Hamilton Community Foundation, topped up a little bit last year by the Building Momentum event. That actually flows through. The community developers are all aware of the process. It flows through the Social Planning Council in terms of the accountability for the resource, but it's available for any planning team, small projects that are resident-led projects. So these wouldn't be for major initiatives and organizations taking them on. This would be for the more the resident-led side of things, available in a process and a fairly quick turnaround. If the planning teams are in agreement with that, the applications can get turned around fairly quickly. The resources available through the Neighbourhood Action Strategy Fund are again available for priorities. They're driven by the priorities of the planning teams, and so if there is a gap of understanding in terms of asking for that resourcing to happen, then we will continue to work with either yourself, the community developers, the planning teams themselves to close that gap. We have in many instances stepped in for small amounts or larger amounts and made things happen on a quick basis through that now $850,000 that's been expended. So it's not about big projects only or small projects only. We've invested a few $100s, and of course we've invested $150,000 or $200,000 in some of those initiatives. So it really is driven from the planning teams, and if there's gaps in particular planning teams' knowledge and understanding of where that happens, that's part of our need in the implementation side. Now that we're tipping fully into implementation, of making sure that's clear. The final thing I'll say is that we are also working with our community developers to ensure that we give some good thought and training to how other applications for funding outside of city resources, it's all resources somehow of the city. We need to take that beyond that as well, and so we're going to do some training around how to access funding from other sources. We can do some of that, and we do link where possible, but we need to encourage that to happen on the ground as well. So there may be gaps through the mayor to the councillor. There may be gaps, and we need to close those gaps so that people's initiatives don't flounder. And that was part of our challenge that we listed in that second last slide. We need speed of implementation to be consistent, and small projects should not take long to get going. Bigger projects like urban farming that require planning committee and all that stuff, we understand the length, should not take time for small initiatives at a local level to get going.
Okay, I think I understand. So the 856 that we've expended, excuse me, from our $2 million, that would have been through a grants process, or is that money allocated internally from our own internal staff, or is that done in consultation with the Community Foundation, or is there money separate? Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Through the Mayor, the Community Foundation money is separate. Those expenditures, if they're very small, we as staff have taken the initiative to move them along quickly. Most of that money has been expended through reports to this committee. So all of that money, the reports that you see happening regularly, you've got one as 8.2, I believe, on this agenda. That is coming out of that neighborhood fund. So most of the larger initiatives, all of the larger initiatives we bring forward here. If there are some very small requests, we have the flexibility to move those along very quickly through our own expenditure.
And is there a way to get a breakdown in terms of where the money's been spent to date, in terms of if we were to look at per area and per neighborhood?
Absolutely, we can share that.
I'd appreciate that at the appropriate time. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Those are my only questions, and I have no further speakers on the list. Then I'll need a motion to receive the report, the presentation first and foremost. Moved by Morrow, seconded by McCaddy. All those in favour? And then on the motion 7.5 that you have before us, it's an information report. Moved by Johnson, seconded by Powers. All those in favour? Carries. Thank you. On to 8.1. Oh yes, Councillor, you were going to test the waters in terms of bumping something up.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Robert Maxwell Morrow, that an amount not to exceed $50,000 to be funded equally from the Ward 3 and Ward 4 area rating budget to retain a consultant to develop a pipeline trail master plan in conjunction with the neighborhood groups and community stakeholders be approved, and that B, that the General Manager of Public Works be authorized and directed to take the appropriate steps as required to hire a consultant to develop a pipeline trail master plan in conjunction with the neighborhood groups and community stakeholders. And Mr. Chairman, if I could just quickly explain, over and above the Crown Point residents that are here, we did have a meeting with Linda Lukasik and Environment Hamilton, the Naturalist Club, which I believe Elizabeth is involved with, who are also part of this process, or were steering the direction with respect to some additional amenities throughout the pipeline trail. And we, collectively with the neighborhood, were working on this outside of the master trail plan for the city. So we thought we would expedite this particular initiative, being that there is such engagement from so many different stakeholders. And I thank you for the support in bringing this forward to allow the residents to see it approved today. Also your support. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a motion first and foremost to, excuse me, amend the agenda to bump 9.4 up, which is currently under motions. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favour? And then I have a motion moved and seconded by Councillors Marula and Morrow to approve what's in front of us. Questions or comments? All those in favour? Carries. Thank you. Back to the regular agenda. 8.1 is the Hamilton Gateway Marquee Partnership License Agreement. Any questions on 8.1? Comments on 8.1?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I move 8.1.
I'll second it.
And if I could just briefly speak on the particular issue. As you can see in the report, it clearly illustrates that this is an agreement that the city has in place regardless of what's before us. And the lease agreement entitled the negotiations to move forward for the sign, and it's going to be located in that vicinity regardless of what we decide on this particular model. The difference between those that believe the sign is ugly and shouldn't be erected and those that and this particular proposal is basically the fact that if they erect a sign outside of this particular proposal, the city receives no additional revenue, and Mr. Chairman, and I met with the proponents, and we were able to negotiate this additional $500,000 to benefit greening projects in the East End. So as a direct result of what's before us, I strongly endorse it, and I just wish some people would start looking at the future rather than in the past, because I think regardless of what the Tiger Cats do in some people's eyes is always wrong, and we all know that's not the case, and I'm proudly supporting what's before us. I appreciate your time.
Okay, I have no further speakers. I know we do have representatives from the team here who've been patiently waiting all day. We have a seconder then in Councillor Jackson. All those in favor? Carries. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for your patience. Is 8.2, creation of a learning annex project in partnership with the Ministry of Training Colleges and Universities and Mohawk College. 8.2, Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, my question is through you to the staff. If I'm reading this right, I really had a very uncomfortable feeling. So we're going to accept $153,107 from the Ministry of Training Colleges and Universities for the purpose of hiring 2 temporary staff from October to March, that's 6 months, and then that those 2 temporary staff be hired to continue from April to September at the cost of $511,558. So am I reading this right? That 2 temporary staff for 1 year is going to cost us $264,665? That's how much this program is going to cost collectively between the ministry and us?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'm looking for Paul. And that's the way I read the report. There may be some other costs in here as well, hiring consultants, and some engagements, some marks, other work in the community. So it's not for the just for the staff. There's other activities that would go on as well.
Okay, so maybe I'm reading this wrong because it says 2 staff from April to March 31st, and then it asks for 2 staffs from April the 1st to September. So that to me tells me it's 1 full year and only 2 staff. Only 2 staff were involved at the cost of $264,000 plus. So we have 2 people on the sunshine list working in 11 poverty. I don't get this. I just finished mentioning the Hamilton Community Foundation and hired me for $50,000, and that included office space and meetings, and so I'm really trying to get my head wrapped around this.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, if you just hang on just for 1 second, Councillor Johnson, and see if Paul and or Suzanne is in there. The detail is not in the report that you're asking me. Sorry.
Maybe for the time, if we don't want to go to 8.3, sir, I would be willing to hold off my comments and questions until then.
I can go to Councillor Whitehead, who's next on the list.
Well, we have no staff here to answer.
Councillor Whitehead, go ahead. You have the floor.
Yeah. In fact, I don't have a question. I have a compliment, and I think that question that the previous councillor asked are legitimate issues to get clarified. Having said that, I certainly understand the value of what is contained in this report, especially when it comes to code red neighborhoods, and providing a greater level of opportunity to fill a vacuum, quite frankly, in skills and training, and utilizing this particular program to access those that probably wouldn't have the access otherwise is something that I believe is moving in the right direction. So I wholeheartedly support, with the exception of clarifying the expenditures, the whole plan that's before us. So I want to thank staff for doing that.
Thank you.
So back to you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you for coming back. I'm really having a hard time understanding this. The entire project from October to the following September will all together cost over $264,000 to hire, in essence, 2 temporary staff. My issue is, if we're hiring 2 staff for $264,000, we're in essence putting 2 people on the sunshine list to look after 11 neighborhoods that are trying to build up. Could we not use that money for something else? I'm really having a hard time with this.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I apologize. My parking ticket was running out.
I know somebody that can fit. That's not a problem.
I'll hand it over if I get a ticket.
That's right.
So the money is for a senior project manager, which falls within our city job descriptions, and an outreach worker. So neither of those would fall within the sunshine list. They would be that would be a regular job posting under our HR job description. So a senior project manager is our most senior staff. We need a senior staff person because this is an extremely complex project to put together. We need to ensure that we're working with residents. The key institutions at the table right now are the Hamilton Community Foundation, McMaster University, Mohawk College, both school boards, Pathways for Education, and First Ontario. So we think we have solid support for going forward, but we need someone with a fairly sophisticated skill set to make sure that business plan comes together. The community outreach position is for someone to do the engagement within the community. So we recognize that we really need to invest in that kind of support. It's been one of our, as we just spoke to, one of our challenges in the project. The other piece is around community engagement funds. So we intend to do a fairly consultative process, and so some of that is project funds built into that.
Okay, so I still have the same problem. I'm looking at, it's going to cost about $130,000 per staff person, and I know what you're saying. It's not the sunshine list because they're temporary. They won't. It's not the point. It's we've got $125,000 to $130,000 per person to come in and work on these jobs. I have a hard time with. I'm sorry. I agree with the project. I like the project, but I really think that adding another senior manager and a community outreach, in theory, you could actually hire five community outreach workers with this money. So this is on principle only. I'm sorry, but I can't support this. Thank you.
Good day, Councillor. Just for some clarity, approximately $150,000 is for staff costs for the 2 staff. And the rest of it is for outreach and for program and project and whatever. It's for communication, etc. So it's $150,000 for two staff people, and they're not community developers. They'll be, as Suzanne says, it's a pretty complicated project with all the partners, and to get this implemented, it's a new and innovative thing. Project for us. So it's a senior project manager and an outreach worker for $150,000, and the rest of it is to support the work of the team.
With all due respect, that's not what it reads here. It reads to hire 2 people and then to hire 2 people again after the 6 months are up. That's A and that's B. It does not say in here that so much money is going to go to this. I'm not comfortable with it. I appreciate what your comments are, but I'm not reading that here. I'm reading that it is to hire staff, and I'm not on board with this much money.
Councillor Powers.
So I'm thinking we should perhaps approve the recommendation in principle, allow the staff to come back with the more detailed information to assist us when we vote on it at Council on the 24th of September. But move it ahead so that it becomes part of a recommendation.
Okay, I do have a question. If I could turn the chair over to Councillor Whitehead. In terms of the steering committee's objectives, I noted when I read the report, and I don't know if this is a question for Suzanne or for Joanne, but the key performance indicators that I think were part of the last presentation talked about when we make these investments, how are we monitoring the success of the investments that we've made? And this is talks about high school completion rates in terms of the diplomas that are issued, talks about getting people back to work. So if we're to hire these 2 positions, how are we monitoring our success, and do we have baseline numbers now that we're going to utilize to say at the end of this calendar year or this quarter versus when these 2 individuals complete their task, we made this kind of progress? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So the two people are really two people. Half of them are funded by the Ministry of Training Colleges and Universities. The other half is through us. That's why the recommendations are in two portions. Yes, we have the statistics from both school boards who have said they're willing to provide to us what their annual high school completion rates are. Confidentially for the high schools, as you can imagine, but they're certainly willing to provide that information for us. One of the key parts of this position is to create an actual outcome methodology for how many youth we have engaged through the Learning Annex to complete high school, to continue on with post-secondary education, or to go into job skills training and meaningful employment. So we'll have a three-pronged data collection set to follow all three of those outcomes through the process.
Questions I have?
Just for clarification, A and B, the funds from the Ministry of Training, College, and University, is there a requirement for matching funds or funds from the city relative to our ask?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, there is not a requirement for matching funds. We actually submitted this proposal to the Ministry of Training Colleges and Universities as a follow-up to our first grant that we received from them last year and created the Working Together report, which is attached as your appendix. We had hoped to receive most of the year's funding from them. Due to the provincial election, the grant proposal was stalled and has just recently come to the director's desk. So we are hoping to hear within the next few days or weeks if the ministry itself is funding the proposal. But that was the original intent, was actually for our portion to be much smaller and the ministry's portion to be larger. But their funding for the year runs out March 31st, and they told us they wouldn't be able to grant to us until the fall, and we knew we couldn't do this work on a 6-month time frame. So we increased the city's portion so that we could have the year-long project to make this a worthwhile project.
So I guess the next question is, within that application to the Ministry of Training, College, and Universities, understanding what you're trying to bridge, is there flexibility then within their funds to be utilized outside of the two individuals that you've identified for hiring?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, there are funds. They have funds to fund whatever staff positions we put forward. The issue that we're running up against is that they will only fund till March 31st. So, we could ask them for 4 people till March 31st, but we think that the process is going to take at least a year to really create something that's a sustainable business plan, and they will not fund anything past March 31st of 2015. We could put in another grant in April of 2015 for further funding, but again, there would be a lag in the time between when one project ended and another project began.
I appreciate it. I think the question I'm asking, though, in the application, is that 153,000 asked purely dedicated just for the purpose of salary for those 2 staff people, or is there flexibility within that grant to be utilized, again, for the programming and the other things you've identified?
I apologize. Yes, it's for both.
Okay, so you have that flexibility, so there's synergies there. I just get clarification.
Yes.
So I look forward to B, because I think B is reiterating A, and I think there's some confusion. I understand that you're trying to bridge it, but when you're trying to bridge it, what's lost in here is what component is dedicated for the actual consultation, programming, engagement, etc., versus just the staffing costs, because it's not clear here. So.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, and I just want to go on what Councillor Powers said. I'd appreciate if staff came back with an itemized, detailed report. It could be a 1-page, I don't care, by the next council meeting. Just defining what the wages are to these 2 positions, the one outreach, the one for the senior director, and what does the definition of project development, what does that include? And I think go forward. Thanks.
Thank you. I have no further speakers on the list then. I need a motion on the report. Moved by Marula, seconded by McCaddy.
With the caveat.
With the caveat. Nope. I don't have that direction now, so.
Okay.
Anyone want to put the direction? Carried. Councillor Duvall, go ahead.
I'm going to go forward with it today, but I want to see the rest of the results
with that
by council.
Okay. For on record. So all those in favor, it's been moved and seconded. Carried. All those opposed, recorded. Thank you. 8.3, Councillor Marula.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And on this particular item, this is in reference to the YWCA request for aquatic capital grants and YWCA Seniors Center operating assessment. And what's before you is an agreement that I must thank staff for putting together, particularly Chris, in meeting with Denise Doyle on a regular basis and ironing out some of the pertinent issues that Councillor Farr and I have been working alongside staff and Denise accordingly. And throughout this, Brian McMillan and Chris Hurstek did a fabulous job, and I applaud their efforts, as everyone around this table recognizes the competence in both of those individuals. In moving forward, however, I'm going to ask that because the Ottawa Street YWCA component is something that is a great partnership for seniors and a great partnership for the East End of Hamilton. And the YWCA's commitment to Ottawa Street and the East End goes way beyond what's before us. They have a future development, multi-million-dollar development, that they're going through an environmental assessment presently. And it's an exciting plan and something that obviously the city is going to benefit in partnership with them for years to come. And in saying that, in the actual loan request, we have an option under Alternative 1, and I spoke to Mike Zagaric accordingly. And there is a cost, an interest loss of $84,658. Having said that, I think it's well worth the investment, and it is strictly a loan, and it's a 3-year term, which has a cost of $84,000 in lost interest, but not any direct capital expenditure. So I will move that accordingly at the appropriate time, Mr. Chairman, and actually it's seconded by Councillor Farr, it's just that it's relevant to him as well. So, and in saying that, so that's moved on myself, seconded by Councillor Farr, and that's it.
Okay, I'll come back to you. I have Councillors Jackson, Farr, and Whitehead. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I'm supportive of this recommendation, and I'm supportive of the amendment that Councillor Marula wants to put. We've had a City of Hamilton with our rec department has had a wonderful, historic, good working relationship with the YW, particularly at these two locations, McNabb Street and Ottawa. I was much more familiar with McNabb Street as the late, great Councillor Morelli and I, as Council's appointees to seniors issues and the Senior Advisory Committee, we often were asked to attend from time to time the Seniors Active Living Center membership meetings on McNabb Street. So I have some familiarity with it. The former executive director, the current CEO, Denise Doyle, have had good positive working relationships. From time to time, wherever there's been issues, we've had to work and put all the players around the table to ensure that the seniors, all seniors, both many who have been there many years, as well as newcomers, all their needs and concerns were satisfied. The only caution I'm going to throw out, Mr. Deputy Mayor, is in the F part, which talks about a 5-year agreement moving forward. I just want to throw the caution out because a number of seniors, particularly at McNabb Street, a number of them who live on the mountain actually, but enjoy the programming at McNabb Street. I'm cautioning that a number of them, when the Bernie Morelli Community Senior Center is open at Scott Park, that there might be a migration of seniors from McNabb and or from Ottawa Street towards the Great News Centre, because many are looking forward to it, a Sackville Hill type of senior centre that so many for so many years have lobbied and advocated for. So I just throw out a caution on F part to staff to take that under advisement. With the 5-year agreement, our hope, I believe, is that Bernie Centre would be open, I believe, by end of 2017. This agreement might go beyond that, and maybe with cooperation on all sides moving forward, just to monitor when Bernie Centre is finally open and the ribbon is cut, that see what the migration's like with the seniors, and maybe we could approach the agreement accordingly in the future. Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And just on that last point, I would argue with my good friend who just spoke and suggest that we may not even have enough facilities in 2017. And one of the things we can factor in, and I'm being facetious, I agree, but I would also suggest that we measure just how many more seniors we have and how many more seniors we will continue to have as that is the growing population in our city and others, but particularly in Hamilton. I think it's above, Chris mentions it all the time, 36%. We really need to keep an eye on that and facilitate in a whole lot of avenues, including recreation. So I do appreciate what was said, but I'm certainly leaning towards the fact that we may have to even put more of a dent in addressing the issue of keeping seniors busy and engaged in facilities like the Bernie Morelli Centre, which is going to be fabulous, and I'm sure we'll see some migrations from all over the place. But also, we need to help Denise and her staff and all those volunteers in continuing the great work that they've been doing since 1975. And on the aquatic side, you know, you look at about $260K where they're borrowing from other great funded programs, borrowing from those funds just to make capital fixes as it relates to the aquatics issue. So I'm very supportive. I'm very proud to have worked side by side with Ward 4's Councillor Sam Marula in getting to this point. And I thank the Executive Director of the YWCA for being with us throughout the day and waiting on this important item among the many important items we're dealing with as we round out this council term, because she has certainly been assertive on this subject in her usual very kind, generous, and compassionate way. Thank you.
Thank you, and certainly I can attest to the significance of the YWCA. In fact, I think since I've been elected, I've been waiting for hopefully a YWCA to be built. It was always talked about, and land was set aside for the purposes of the YWCA in the Shadok properties, and unfortunately it hasn't evolved or hasn't developed, or I'm not sure what's taking place in that. So I'm very supportive of those kinds of initiatives. But the question I have to staff is, we did, and back to Councillor Jackson's comment, Westmount, when it was open, there was certainly, even from Sackville, in some of the senior programming, there was some divest. There was an opportunity for taking some of the pressure off Sackville, and some of that was taken up by Westmount once it was built. The staff did a utilization study, and in that utilization study, they did indoor and outdoor. Do we capture in those studies great facilities like the YMCA and the YWCA?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, when we did the indoor public use study, we did identify what the other facilities were in the surrounding wards. So, for instance, we looked at pools. When we looked at pools in the ward where, you know, we would identify that there's also a pool here, or there's a private arena here. So we would have identified our partner facilities.
Okay, so I think that's important because they are a partner, and I want to make sure that they're treated as such in the context of our studies, because whatever we do may impact, and I think that was Councillor Jackson's point, may impact their operations. So we need to make sure that there's a partnership before we make investments to understand what the implications are to those relationships, so that we're not creating a situation where we're pulling everybody from a particular great program and service to another area, and then leave them holding the bag, so to speak, in regards to the challenge of meeting the financial operation costs. So I just hope that, and this is great, but moving forward, that we always keep the YMCA and YWCA in mind when we start looking at expansion of any recreation facilities, how and what impacts it may have on their particular programming.
Thank you. I have a mover and a seconder. All those in favour? Carried. As amended, yes, of course. On 8.4, Bayfront Strategy Project Work Plan, I just want to make a comment, if I could, if there are no other speakers. Hand the chair over to Councillor Whitehead. And I just want to thank staff, because I know that this has come up a couple of times as part of our our official planning process, and it's something that a number of us have pushed for through the planning department and during 2 terms of council, the planning committee discussions. And it is an awkward conversation to have in terms of what comes next for our Bayfront industrial area. It's not a new question, though, because we've witnessed over the years a number of long-standing heavy manufacturing players leave the industrial area, certainly replaced by others who've come behind them and provided employment and tax revenue. But I start to question in terms of the policies that we have, the planning policies that we have in place, that essentially allows anything, any type of business, heavy industrial business, to locate in that area without any checks or balances or controls in place, especially from an environmental perspective. And when we start to see some of the significant investments that have been made in our modern industrial parks, like in Ancaster and in Stony Creek and the Red Hill area, in Councillor Jackson's area as well, we start to see significant employment numbers, a lot different than some of the tank farms that we witness, the investments we've seen in the lower city. Certainly more employment in these new industrial parks than we're witnessing with the scrap yards and the recyclers that are coming. And so, not to suggest that we're not certainly thankful for some of those investments, this whole planning process will be about the type of investments and the controls that we put in place to start avoiding some of the major environmental issues that we've dealt with over the years, whether it's from the brownfield contamination or it's the outdoor storage piles or some of the other nuisance issues that we've dealt with where we have neighbors residing directly next door to a large industrial player. And so this is about putting a plan in place that says, yes, when this area develops, here's what we think it's going to look like. And we haven't had that in-depth discussion in the past. I know that a number of us worked several years ago on trying to limit the number of waste facilities in the lower city, and we had great resistance from both the Port Authority and some private operators in terms of how we were infringing on their rights to operate their businesses. This goes certainly beyond that. And I'm hoping that our Port Authority partners will be an active participant around the table. And this may eventually mean, and it's not, it shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone, but it may eventually mean asking the federal government for some better controls around what's located in the lower city, because as we all know, the federal government has essentially a veto card when it comes to the city's planning process and the provincial planning process. And for those of us who've worked with neighborhood associations, and I've worked with my beach community with what happens on Eastport, which is largely owned by the Port Authority, it is a very, very complex discussion to have when you're meeting with a neighbor to say, they're a federal entity, we have absolutely no discretion or input in terms of what's located on those lands, and they're essentially left to live with the situation. And we've had some pretty big battles over the years in terms of some of the proposals that have been proposed for Eastport. If I use that as the example with the jet fuel tanks, we had a contaminated soil burning facility and others. And so this is about avoiding, proactively trying to avoid that type of, or those types of conflicts, and put a plan in place that not just our partners like the Port Authority and our investment partners can live with, but certainly those that our residential communities and ratepayers and our neighborhood associations can live with as well. So I'm really happy that staff have certainly, I think, gone above and beyond what we had anticipated in terms of where this is going. This process will take some time, having gone through other processes like it. And I just wanted to put my oar in the water and to thank staff for their proactive work and for really covering all the bases in terms of the past comments that have been made not just at GIC but at planning. So I'll take the chair back, and I have Councillor McCaddy on my list. Councillor McCaddy.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks for your work over the last number of years pursuing this. It's been on our capital budget approval for a while now, and it's great to see the project work plan come forward. I think staff have hit on many of the issues that we want to address in such a plan to transform that area and see how we can best produce jobs down on the Burlington Street Bayfront area in a more modern way. The only question I have is, as I read through this, I don't get a real sense of urgency with the project. And given that we've been talking about this for about 4 years, if I remember correctly, in terms of it being approved in our capital budget, but not going ahead because I suspect we are working on other things. It suggests a two-phase process. The first one's sort of information gathering, background data gathering, and then the second one is development of the plan, strategy action plan. I wonder if I can ask through you to Mr. Thorne whether we could combine those two phases and try and do them concurrently, so we could move this whole process ahead quicker, and perhaps set a target deadline of pick a time, perhaps February, March next year. I'm thinking about the new 4-year term of council, and I think council needs to have this in front of them very early in the term, so they can begin working on the Bayfront lands and what occurs there, engaging in the way that Councillor Collins has just described with the Port Authority and others. Through you to Jason, please.
Jason. Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. There is certainly a sense of urgency on this project now in the department, and we can look at whether there are some elements that can move forward concurrently. In looking at how we crafted the scope, we want to make sure that second phase, which is going to get into some of the more specific land use issues, is really informed by very good data, very good understanding of the current conditions, which is why there is that breakdown into the two phases. In terms of timing, we'd be looking to report back to council at the end of Q1 next year on the findings of phase 1, and through that do any necessary refinements to a detailed work plan for phase 2. So we will move quickly, but we want to make sure we're getting it right, and to get it right, we felt it was important to do that upfront legwork to make sure we're clear on some of the current conditions.
Councillor.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I suspect I'm fighting a losing battle here, but it seems to me that this is pretty important work. That if you give this to the new council halfway through their term, I think it's going to be difficult to make some strategic decisions and see things turn around down in the Bayfront in the short term or in the next 4-year term of council. So I guess all I can ask at this point in time that I don't think this is very complex. I think we know a lot about this area, and I see when I read through the report we're actually hiring consultants to do the work, so it's not a staff workload issue. It just seems to me that we should be wrapped up on the data gathering sometime in before Christmas and move right into the plan and get something in place the first quarter or the first perhaps the first half of next year. So by summer of next year, I guess all I can do is provide that direction, and if staff think they've that we're going to do something with this, if it comes in and 2 years into the council term, I suspect that's not the case, which would be unfortunate. I guess I'm kind of studied out at this point in my political career, and I'm not seeing a lot new on a lot of these studies. They tend to be the same processes and coming up with similar conclusions.
Jason, are there options available to council in terms of expediting the not just the information gathering stage as you've suggested, but the implementation stage at some point in time?
Through Mr. Chair, certainly as we look at a detailed work plan for phase 2, we can look at how it can be expedited. I think one of the larger components that take some time is we do want to put a pretty robust community consultation process in there. We don't want to rush that process. But certainly we can take that as direction that you want this back as early as possible in the new term of council, and we can look at where we can do some pieces concurrently to get that in front of the new council as quickly as we can.
And I certainly appreciate that, Mr. Chair. I think the focus needs to be on action. Studies become an entity unto themselves sometimes in public consultation, and I think we have to think about the 4-year term and what happens, what doesn't happen. And if this is not in front of the new council fairly quickly, I suspect we won't do much with this, which would be unfortunate. So if we could get back in front of the new council, sometime before the summer of 2015, that would be fantastic.
I can come to you for a motion that would provide that direction if you choose.
Yep, I'd appreciate that.
Next on my list, I have Councillor Whitehead.
I certainly do not want to shortchange one, community engagement, and two, studies. Their studies are done for a good reason. So is the community engagement. So I don't want to miss any steps. Period. The other concern I have, and I'm going to maybe look to Neil or Jason, is my big concern is we know that K zoning is becoming a premium in the GTA. We know that we have abundance of K zone lands in Hamilton. We also know on the long term, the predictors are that because of peak oil, which Councillor McCaddy has spoke eloquently about in the past, that we're starting to see a movement in regards to some of the manufacturing type companies coming back to North America. Because of the challenge of lands and K-zone lands, and that Hamilton is, I guess, is strategically located relative to the K lands and this possible evolution on the long term. So I guess one is the planning aspect, and let's not forget that the industry was there first, the residence was built after. So when I'm looking at the assessment shift, right now the burden is on the residential taxpayer. It's shifted from the industrial and commercial class to the residential. Our job, and what we're trying to do, is shift it so the burden isn't carried by the residential. It's very important that we don't lose out on opportunity. So will there be an assessment on whether or not there's a benefit to maintaining K lands for the reasons I've identified?
Through Mr. Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, yes, there will be. As you recall, we had our advanced manufacturing done by Deloitte. They'll be working with us on this as well. But you are absolutely correct, Councillor. Reshoring is actually happening. We're seeing repatriation of operations back to North America. And when you look at the Lake Ontario, Oshawa has a very small port. Toronto, as we know, is being converted quickly to residential and commercial. Hamilton is in the unique and enviable position of having K-zone land where we're ready for industry. That is, that doesn't exist anywhere else on Lake Ontario.
So again, I guess the question to Jason now. I mean, in a planning process and in balancing our assessment imbalance, and the fact that there may be a great opportunity for more jobs and manufacturing jobs or otherwise that would fit more aligned with K zoning, how do you incorporate that into that pressure or that opportunity into this plan?
Mr. Chair, I think that gets to the nub of what the plan's going to be looking at is how well our land use designations match to where the opportunities are and what the investors are going to be needing. So that's that first phase of work is making sure we're really clear on what those potential investments are, what kinds of lands they're going to need, and then the second phase is making sure that our land use policies are very closely aligned with that.
Okay, I'm just concerned that we're going to start squeezing the opportunity without realizing that opportunity. So I'm hoping that, and obviously it's staying tuned, but I'm hoping that we don't bite our nose, bite our face relative to those opportunities that will inevitably come our way because the fact that we have K zoning land on the harbour. Thank you.
Yeah, and thanks, Councillor. I have no further speakers. I'm going to add myself for a second time. I'll ask you to take the chair. And I want to reiterate, this is about expanding our opportunities and not limiting them. As you know, if you start to look at the landscape around the harbour, there are actually many areas where the residents predated the industrial operations, because many of those areas that we're referencing right now are infill developments where the harbour through the 60s, 70s, and even back into the 50s was filled in. Eastport's a good example. We had a thriving residential neighbourhood adjacent to what was at one time the harbour. That area was filled in, and now we have lands along Eastport, along the QEW, that are being used for land uses, or the land uses in that area you will not find between here and Toronto. So every other community between here and Toronto has head offices, they have light manufacturing, they have medium-sized manufacturing plants, and for whatever reason, we've adopted outdoor storage, we have tank farms and other types of facilities that are not providing the level of employment that Burlington, Oakville, Mississauga, and Toronto are providing. So you have to ask yourself the question in terms of, or do we want to develop a plan that seeks to maximize the land use, not just from an assessment standpoint, because all of those operations generate assessment, and I think that's something we quite enjoy receiving on an annual basis. But at the same time, if you could have an operation like a tank farm that provides 12 employees per hectare and another operation that might employ 100 people per hectare, I know which avenue that I would like to pursue. And for whatever reason, in certain areas of the lower city, we're not seeing those numbers, but we are seeing them in the more, as I mentioned earlier, modern industrial parks in other areas of the city. So I think it's about trying to develop a plan that seeks to obtain the best information that we can and utilizing that information at the end of the day to better compete with our neighbours who seem to be doing a good job in certain areas, and in areas within the lower city, in the Bayfront area, we're not there yet. So I appreciate those comments and those questions, and I will take the chair back. I have no other speakers on the list. I need a mover and a seconder on the report. And Councillor McCaddy, you were going to provide an amendment in terms of the direction.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, I would move myself, second by Councillor Farr, that the timeline for this project be a draft Bayfront report. That would be the results of Phase 1 and Phase 2 back to Council by June of 2015.
Okay. So on the amendment first, all in favour? Carried. On the main motion as amended, all in favour? Carried. Any opposed? None. Thank you. Next on the agenda we have 8.5, the agreement with McMaster University regarding the Fraunhofer Project Center for Biomedical Engineering and Advanced Manufacturing. Neil Everson, I understand that you wish to introduce 8.5, and we will have a brief legal update as well on the same issue. Mike's with us. Neil, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. You'll recall this goes back to May 7th GIC meeting where, along with Dr. Mo Al-Bastawi and Dr. Jack Galdi from McMaster and Dr. Jonas Boltz from Fraunhofer ICZ, this was on the establishment of the Biomedical Engineering and Advanced Manufacturing facility at McMaster Innovation Park. In that report, you'll recall that Council directed us to divest the former CP lands to McMaster University at fair market value, and that the remainder of the $4 million contribution would be funded from our shovel-ready industrial land reserve. So just to update you on that innovative solution, we have in fact concluded that arrangement with McMaster. So the $4 million funding contribution will come out as follows. The 17.6 acres of the former CP lands that we acquired and at a cost of $2.1 million were sold to McMaster. Less 2.8 acres, which we retained for the Fridge Street extension, so that was not included in the land sale. So the McMaster contribution for that was $2.61 million. The remaining $1.39 million that we needed to make up that $4 million contribution is being then funded out of the shovel-ready land reserve account. And that still leaves us with approximately $2.6 million in that account. Council also directed us to complete an agreement or a memorandum of understanding between McMaster and Fraunhofer. And let me tell you, this was no easy task. But we did have a lot of cooperation and commitment by the senior staff at McMaster. That being said, with your consent, I need to recognize the city's negotiating team. It was led by Mike Kovacevic, right beside me, with considerable support from Brian Boothoo, both of Legal Services, Mike Zagaric and myself, along with support from some of my team members, Carolyn Reed, Norm Schlehan, and Keith Anderson. I'd like to take this time to really single out Mike Kovacevic in particular. Mike logged countless hours on this 43-page MOU on his holidays and on my holidays, and I lost track of how many iterations we had till Mike insisted that we get it right. A lot of editing and reworking. But what you have in front of you today is a very comprehensive and solid agreement for the municipality and McMaster. And I'm going to turn it over to Mike to just take you through some of the major points of that agreement.
Thanks, Neil. Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you. I'm just going to go through some key points regarding the agreement. As you're aware, the grant was conditional on the preparation of the agreement and on the agreement that it would include some key performance indicators. The agreement is between City and McMaster University. The Research Institute, whose formal name is the Fraunhofer McMaster Project Center, or FMPC for short, is going to be a research institute created within the university and will not be a legal entity itself. So McMaster is the legal entity. The university will be legally responsible for the finances of the project center. The agreement provides that the FMPC will be created and operated in a manner consistent with the business plan, and that business plan is attached to Schedule A of the agreement so that you can take a look at it if you so wish. The funds that will be provided by the city are going to be provided in 3 advances, and that's set out in Section 4.2 of the agreement. There's a number of conditions that McMaster has to fulfill to receive the first advance, and included amongst those is confirmation that they receive $4 million from the province, which I believe they've already received, and confirmation they will receive a minimum of $8 million from the federal government. Another condition to the first advance is that it will occur after the lands that we're selling to McMaster are actually sold to MAC, and then the city will provide the sale proceeds back to McMaster, so the amount of the first advance equals the fair market value of the lands. This was done so as to simplify the agreement between the parties governing the provision of funds and not mix in the real estate deal. Grant 2 is equal to the $4 million minus the fair market value of the lands and minus $500,000. The second, so the Grant 2 is the second advance. It's going to be advanced upon McMaster satisfying a number of conditions, including but not limited to substantially completing the project center at the McMaster Innovation Park and providing proof that the first advance was used exclusively for the purposes permitted in the agreement. Now, the agreement provides that the funds provided by the city can only be used for what are called fit-out infrastructure costs. So the funds we're providing are for hard elements. They're not to be used for operating costs or salaries or anything like that. The third advance is going to be in the amount of $500,000, and it effectively operates as a holdback, and it's only going to be provided once the university has provided a report to the city that has fulfilled the conditions set out in 4.2.4a of the agreement. Now, those conditions include the requirement that within 5 years of commencing operations at the project center at the McMaster Innovation Park, that the FMPC has resulted in the creation of 70 new jobs. New jobs is a term defined in the agreement and means a full-time year-round position at FMPC or MIP for a duration of at least 1 year, or a full-time year-round position for a duration of at least 1 year at an employer in the city who conducts business with the FMPC. Another condition before the advance of the last $500,000 is that McMaster has to show they have met one of the other economic goals set out in Section 4.6 B, C, or D. So as I indicated, in effect, the $500,000 is a holdback, and if they don't meet 2 economic indicators, namely the jobs and one other, they don't get the additional $500,000. The agreement does identify and indicate that the city is providing the funds so that certain economic goals are met. And these goals are found in 2 places in the agreement for your reference, Recital 21 and Section 4.6. And the agreement provides in Section 10.1 that for 5 years after they've commenced operations at the McMaster Innovation Park, the McMaster is to provide an annual report on the achievement of the economic goals. The goals include the creation of 70 new full-time year-round jobs, businesses contracting with FMPC for the services it provides, and the relocation and the location of businesses in Hamilton that were not here before and which are reasonably associated with FMPC, and increased assessment associated with the new businesses. The agreement also contains a number of reporting requirements for McMaster, which are summarized in Schedule F to the agreement. In addition to the goals reporting, McMaster will have to provide financial reports and reports on how they've used the funds. Schedule E of the agreement sets out the timelines for the creation of the FMP Project Center, and it's anticipated it will be completed between April and July 2016. If you have any questions, I'd be pleased to answer them.
Questions on the report? I need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Jackson. Yes, sir, please do.
I just, this is the ongoing positive working relationship, especially under the new regime with Dr. Dean and the outreach that I think we're having in a very positive way with McMaster University. Stem cell research, this a very creative way that Neil Everson has helped us to support this partnership, and the dollars externally flowing with McMaster in the city is excellent. The health campus across the road, the original innovation park, and somewhere, somehow, I'm sure the student housing complex will come to fruition as well. That's why I'm happy to move this. Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Mayor Morrell, all those in favor? Carries. Thank you. Next on the agenda, I have 8.6, Art Gallery of Hamilton. Any discussion on 8.6? Moved by Ferguson, seconded by Johnson. Yes, sir. Motion to receive. All those in favor? Carries. Thank you. 8.7, designation of a business improvement area to comprise the area James Street South to John Street South, south of Beckley Street, Haymarket Street, to Charlton Avenue East, and the properties on the west side of James Street South to Markland Street. Any discussion on that item? Moved by Morrow, seconded by McCaddy. All those in favor? That carries. Thank you. 8.8, staffing for POA prosecutions. We have one recommendation here. I need a mover and a seconder on 8.8. Yes. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, through you to, I guess, Ron here?
Ron is here, yep.
Did we not just have a request a little while ago asking for some additional employees on the same issue?
Through the chair, the original request was 2011, and ultimately the approval was to hire in 2012, which is when we last added staff.
Okay, so I'm just, and I guess I'm just curious because I see this, and we just passed the red light camera for additional lighting.
It was traffic staff. You're right.
Right. Yes. We just passed that, and we're using some funds to make sure that we're going to go ahead on some pedestrian crossings. And right away, it looks like another department has come in and said, "Council, thanks very kindly. Give me some FTEs, and I'm going to take it from the red camera funds." Is that what I'm hearing?
So through the Deputy Mayor, if I could, and the answer to that, and yes, it may have that appearance. The answer to that is that I think we raised in looking at some data, some statistics about back in about May when we were looking at the red light camera and the charges, et cetera, that we were in fact starting to look at reaching a tipping point in terms of charter challenges. And you will see from the confidential material that you were provided reflecting on some of the data at the court that we very quickly in 2014 are now exceeding that tipping point. So this was something that as a result of those additional red light cameras that are going in, they are going to increase the volume to the point that we are going to get pushed over the tipping point. So the reality is that because of the increased charges that come from both the red light cameras and the police laid charges, which have been escalating, we are very quickly moving beyond the tipping point of being able to deal with the delays in scheduling trials. So it would be, in a sense, derelict of me not to be bringing this to council for consideration, and certainly there are revenues resulting from the red light cameras that can more than offset this. And ideally, we would be looking at these things comprehensively, but it sort of crept up on us very quickly over the last 4 months. So,
okay, then through you, Mr. Chair, Janice, would it be acceptable, their recommendation to say that the additional POA revenues that will be generated and exhausted, then we would go to the revenues from the red camera fund? Because the way it's written here, you can just take from either one.
Perhaps Mike Zagarek can speak to that.
So through the Deputy Mayor, the one challenge with respect to staging the sources of revenues is that with respect to the POA, I'll just remind committee that there is a commitment with respect to the accommodations that we need to provide a source of funding from POA revenues as well. So to apply any increase in POA revenues initially to this request may create some pressures on the accommodation issue. So again, my recommendation to committee would be to continue to identify both funding sources, the POA, the change in the POA revenues, as well as the red light reserve. And I'll just remind committee with respect to the red light reserve, it is appropriate to fund all the costs related to those infractions, and these are related costs. So again, in terms of the appropriateness of the funding source as it relates to red light camera reserves, it is an appropriate source of funding.
if anybody else has comments, I'm just having trouble understanding why it came so quick as soon as we passed this, and then we found another revenue source. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm convinced in the last 4 months there's been something in the drinking water here. Every time we come to a meeting now, somebody wants to add more staff. Our population is not spiking. Yesterday at planning or Public Works, 2 more staff. Today, 2 more staff. And we ran into this 4 years ago. We drew attention to it, and then it stopped. Now it's spiking back up again. But on the red light camera thing, maybe we found a cash cow here. I know a lot of people argue it's a new tax. I know we did it in the interest of public safety, but the fine is pretty stiff. I think it's around $300, $350, whether you're that late or 2 seconds late. There's no progression. But I don't know why we would take more time in provincial offences charge if it's a photograph. How does a citizen argue with a photograph? You walk in there and say, there's your picture, you're across the line, dismissed, you're convicted, whatever the heck you use, and then get in the court. So you have to chance, why the heck are we having more people needed in fight these charges when there's very little defense when you have a photograph?
So through the Deputy Mayor, the way it works is that statistically there's a certain number of individuals who dispute, and that's a statistic that we can certainly talk about. And so statistically we know that we're going to be dealing with a certain number that are disputed and that therefore go to early resolution and another percentage that go on to trial. And so it is a statistic, and we do know that it's an excellent question. When there's a photograph, why do people dispute? But in reality, there is a statistical number that do certainly dispute.
But it's pretty hard to dispute, isn't it?
It is certainly hard to win a dispute, but it is certainly not difficult to enter a dispute, to engage in a dispute. So engaging in a dispute and successfully having the matter quashed are 2 different things. So we're looking at the statistics in terms of how many people are choosing to go the dispute route, and I did provide statistics to you, and how many of those end up going trial route. That is what creates a demand in the system, and the city's obligation is to accommodate those by way of providing time for to be disposed of either by early resolution and then before a justice of the peace or through trial in front of a justice of the peace. And so there's a need for prosecutors to actually engage in those conversations and those dispute resolutions and those trials. And what happens is the length of time to set a date for trial keeps getting pushed out. And those are the statistics we're looking at, and that's why I provided you with the confidential information that sets out more of that detail.
Okay, and Councillor Duvall's right. Just a few weeks ago, we were adding more traffic or staff on traffic too, and I don't know how the city manager how we can ever expect to stay at 1.3% if you're always bringing in more staff when we hear at budget time that 60% of our costs are salaries and wages. And so I just can't support this. I'm not going to support this continued escalating in staff every week. Boom, boom, another more. And then budget time, we're going to be sitting there looking at ourselves, what happened and why is our FTEs up so much? So I can't support this. Thank you.
Okay, I have no further speakers, but I do have a question. I'm going to ask Councillor Duvall to take the chair through you, Mr. Chairman. By not hiring the recommended amount, the 2 individuals, are revenues at risk?
Through the Deputy Mayor, certainly revenues are at risk, and that is sort of the long-term story. We will, of course, I have an obligation to bring this back again, obviously, through an enhancement request. I would be negligent in my responsibilities if I did not bring it back again. So I am sorry to say you have not seen the end of the request, but we have an obligation to run the courts and to administer justice. So.
Right. Thank you. Those are the only questions I have. I need a mover and a seconder then on the report. Moved by McCaddy, seconded by Councillor Jackson. All those in favor? Those opposed? Recorded opposed? Johnson, Ferguson, Pasuda, and Duvall. Carries. Thank you. Facility Naming Subcommittee report. It's 8.9 on that.
Just to
I heard a
remind you,
groan
sir,
and a ding.
Just to remind you, sir, I'm leaving at 4:30.
Yes. Councillor Farr.
I was going to ask of the chair, Councillor Pearson, she had to step out with, I think, a constituency issue, but just for the record, I'm just want to remind committee that we still have an outstanding issue. I don't see it here in the facility naming subcommittee minutes, but as it respects Victor K. Cops, I'm continuing to correspond with the chair of this committee, and I want to keep it on the front burner. That we need to continue to investigate a city facility or public asset as it relates to renaming in Victor K. Copp's honor, as we, of course, now enjoy the tremendous success of the First Ontario Centre, but we still have that outstanding as it relates to this particular committee. Thank you.
Thank you. On 8.9, on a motion, moved by Morrow, seconded by Jackson. All those in favour, carries. Thank you. 8.10, Steel Committee. We have an added item on that. Madam Clerk, you want to refresh our memory from 9:30 this morning in terms of what we would expect on 8:10?
Yes, it was added and copies have been distributed. It's in your binder.
Addressing the update?
Through Mr. Deputy Mayor, actually, we had a very brief meeting last week. We based our original, the first time we came back to committee, we based our analysis on 5,000 pensioners. We have an additional information for additional 2,000. That brings us up to 7,000. And we're trying to get some more of the management non-union groups to give a complete analysis for this early in the new year.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and Neil is absolutely correct. I mean, it was to give more time, I guess some information hadn't come through as we passed the last minutes. I believe it was in July, where we asked that I believe it was the mayor, the city manager, and myself set up a meeting with the provincial government talking about the pension guarantee fund. That hasn't happened to date, so I asked through you, Mr. Mayor, because some of the stuff that's been happening in the since last night, we need to push this up. So I want to know through you to Chris or maybe Neil, has anybody approached the provincial government asking for a meeting on the
Chris,
pensions?
Neil? You know, I can answer that through you, Deputy Mayor. Not that I'm aware of. But certainly I recall their commitment, and in light of the fact the government is in place, there shouldn't be any reason why we couldn't get a meeting.
So we can move forward with that as soon as possible?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, in light of the circumstances, I think that would be the smart thing to do.
Okay, thank you. And the other one was through you, Mr. Chair, is Neil, knowing that we're having January 2015 as the full report date, because of the circumstances that we found out, is it possible to move this up quicker?
Through Mr. Deputy Mayor, yes, I've already looked into that. We are realigning the duties of some of our staff, and we'll see if we can get that by the end of October, maybe early November. We'll work as quickly as we can now with the additional information.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, I want to thank everybody on the Steel Committee because in light of what happened last night, I think it was a surprise to everybody. They coming so quick, and I'm really, really happy with our council that we've been working on this now for a year. We haven't been sitting. We've heard rumors. Now they come. It's true. But just to let this committee know that since the announcement last night, there was a meeting between the union and the company today. They will be going to court on October the 6th. It's called a comeback, where they actually go in there and meet the judge and get everything okayed from the last night at the application. So everybody's on a temporary, and then the stay will be permanent, and everything will be going through a judge now for any kind of credit protection. The whole idea of this is to make sure that the company stays working. The pensioners are paid, hourly rates are paid, and whatever they can do to stop paying the bills or whatever debt they have, they can get a stay on it until all this is dealt with. But for another update is 1005 does not have their agreement expires on October the 15th. They do not have a new collective agreement, so this will probably mean now the CNC in CCAA that the collective agreement, the bargaining will be done through that process, and that they won't come out of CCAA until an agreement is reached. So right now it's too early to say what's going to happen, but I just want to assure everybody that the pensioners will be paid, the benefits will be there, everything until the judge rules different. So thank you very much, and I really support these 810. Thank you.
Thanks for all your involvement as well, Councillor. You've put a lot of extra time and energy into it, and we appreciate your support and hard work. On that, it's moved then by Councillor Duval and seconded by Councillor Jackson. All those in favor, carries. Thank you. On 811, we had an added item. It's the Cleanliness and Security in the Downtown Core Task Force. There are two matters in front of us, and I would just suggest as a matter of procedure, and Councillor Farr, I'll go to you. Part 2 deals with the amendments to the terms of reference, and it probably should be referred to the Governance Committee for the new council, just as we had the discussion earlier today with the other boards and committees. So if I can ask for two separate motions on that, Councillor Farr.
Both governance and probably Mary Gallagher and clerks refer to both. I'll move that, seconded by Councillor McCaddy.
I'll move then, on item 1, separate from that.
Move item 1.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? There you go. Thank you. And item 2, there's a referral to both Governance Committee and to the Clerk's Department to be included as part of the discussion with the earlier subject that we dealt with today. Moved by Farr, seconded by McCaddy. All those in favor? Carries. Thank you. I'm now on to motions. 9.1 is the Ward 1 area rating funded projects. Councillor McCaddy.
Mr. Mayor, it's moved by myself, second by Councillor Farr, and these are projects that we're moving ahead in Ward 1.
Very good. Any questions? Hearing none. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Carries. Thank you. Item 2 is the Hermitage Heritage Ruins in Ancaster. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you. As Councillor Pearson wanted to second this, but she's not back.
She has her debate this afternoon. So,
Councillor Farr, I had Councillor Pasuta lined up, but Councillor Farr is great. And this was referred back to the ward councillor to find a creative solution to the Hermitage, and I'm pleased to report two things. Number one is that the Conservation Authority, and Councillor McCaddy can speak better to this than I can, but the Conservation Authority, we went before them in delegation and presented the plan that's basically laid out in this motion. And so they have already approved the rescinding of the original motion, which was to demolish down to 1.2 meters. They've approved transferring the $200,000 over to the new plan to restore it to its original state. And they've agreed that they'll be managing the project and will apply for a new heritage permit. I spoke to heritage staff about what we're proposing to do, and our preliminary design is finished, and quite frankly, the planner in charge of it is quite excited about it. But we still have to apply and has to go through the Heritage Committee and get approval on that. So the Conservation Authority issue is behind us. We've been able in the community already to raise $100,000 in cash, plus all the engineering costs have been donated. So we're on the way to the finish line on what we need to get this across the finish line from raising funds within the community. And there is, a group that has set up a Facebook page. There's Mara and Leanne. They've set up a face page of Save the Hermitage. And I think why Councillor Pearson wanted to second it, they're from Stony Creek, and there's quite a lot of response from Stony Creek. Very supportive of it, and it's the far end of the municipality to save this particular structure. And there is some contributions coming in from that part of town too. So the most important part that's before you today, and I've worked with Mike Zagaric and other finance staff, with Brian and others, in that in order to finish this thing off, that the city allocate $200,000 from the council's strategic capital reserve account, and that this all be subject to the Conservation Authority coming on side and raising enough money from the community to in fact fully fund this this saving of the Hermitage, which is in the order of 200 years old. And as I said in my previous comments when I first raised this issue, once it's gone, and we now seem to have a solution to solving it. So that's my motion.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillors McCaddy, Duval, and Whitehead. Councillor McCaddy.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And this has been a difficult issue for the Hamilton Conservation Authority. It's a very significant site to us in the Dundas Valley, and a site that's been declining over the years due to its age and probably the original construction way it was done several hundred years ago. And we have a difficult time, as you know, with our capital budget in terms of affording the core activities that the authority has to undertake in terms of flood protection and the revenue production activities we undertake at our conservation areas. That's always been our priority, and it needs to be our priority. So it was a difficult decision that we made moving towards reducing the height of this of the Hermitage and bringing it down to something that would be safe, that people could still access. There was a cost to that, but much less than full restoration. And I'm really glad Councillor Ferguson pushed, as he did originally at the Municipal Heritage Committee, to refer it back and to buy some additional time to investigate a win-win solution, working with the community, the Ancaster community, and the city and the Conservation Authority. And at our last Conservation Authority board meeting, Bob Wilkins and his son-in-law came and explained the project to the Conservation Authority board in a great deal of detail, and that we were able to take down the Hermitage structure in a very careful and systematic way, put in some new foundations, recreate the Hermitage, put it back up using all the original materials with proper mortar between the stones, and to have pretty much exactly what was there 200 years ago, but even stronger than it was 200 years ago with modern mortar and masonry activities. So really hats off to Councillor Ferguson, Bob Wilkins and others in the community. Exceptional fundraising. I heard about the equestrian event on the weekend and strong support from a number of individuals in the Ancaster-Dundas Valley area. So we're on our way, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to a real solid win-win that's important for Ancaster, the Dundas Valley, and I would suggest all of Hamilton. This is a heritage resource that's important to our whole city. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's check in with Councillor Duvall, see what's going on.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. To you, maybe I could ask the councillor, the ward councillor, when this was okay, when it wasn't in trouble, was it a good little tourist area people could go to, and weddings, or is there a banquet hall or anything like that?
Yeah, it's a very popular destination. The Dundas Valley is over 2,000 acres, and people come from all over the city, in fact beyond the city, to walk in that valley because of its natural trails. Now, there is weddings that do come in there for photographs, and in fact, my daughter had hers done there. And I didn't encourage her to do it, it's what she wanted to do. It's difficult to do that now because it is tipping, so the Conservation Authority has had to fence it all off, so you can't get access to it. Once this is finished, the structural support will be built right into the walls, which is exactly what the Heritage Planner was looking for. And so people will be able to get right back into it again and have musical events down there, have wedding photographs, whatever else the community wants. But when you go for a walk on the trail, you want a place to go to. And when I'm in there quite a bit. I ride with my daughter in there. And we go to that location. It's always crowded when I'm there on weekends. So it is the destination, to answer your question.
Okay, and I thank you for that, man, because when I was in, I came back from Saguenay from the FCM, and I was reading this, and in Saguenay, we visited an area where it was a pulp and paper mill, and the building was over 200 years old, and that city has restored all the bricks. I mean, it doesn't have a roof, it doesn't have anything, but it's the ruins, and it's beautiful, and it's well used. I couldn't believe it. It's a hard, weird place to get to for the seniors because of the hills and the stairs, but I was totally amazed, and they use it for banquets and weddings, and so I thought, we should be able to do this too. If they can do it, why can't we do it? So I'm going to fully support it. The only thing I want to comment is when I see when it comes from the 200,000 comes from the council's strategic capital reserve account. I'm not sure why we call that the council. We should call that Ancaster's. I just wanted to put that out there, but I support it. I support it.
No one's keeping track. Councillor Whitehead, you're next.
I always keep track, and that's why I was going to ask the question: how much is left in that strategic fund?
Mike, in terms of the reserve.
The Ancaster Reserve, yeah.
Order, please.
Through the Deputy Mayor, we'll get you the number. I believe it's around 4.7 million, but we'll provide you an updated number with respect to the balance and the commitments.
And where the commitments went?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I didn't hear the question.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand the breakdown, what is left in that account, where the majority of those dollars that have been spent has gone.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, in terms of the balance, I believe it is 4.7, but again, I don't know if that includes all the commitments. I know that there is available funding with respect to this request. It will not put the reserve into a negative balance. With respect to how that reserve has been used in the past, it's typically been used for unscheduled work, whether it's city work or funding to external parties.
I appreciate it. So I certainly support before us for all the merits that Councillor Ferguson and Councillor McCaddy has put forward. I just want to keep an eye on that strategic fund because, I mean, that's to serve, 15 wards and strategic citywide initiatives. And I just want to make sure that we don't lose sight of that.
Okay, I have no further speakers on my list. I did have a mover in Councillor Ferguson and a seconder in Councillor Farr. All those in favor of 9.2? Any opposed? Hearing none. Thank you. 9.3, Canada Post super mailbox conversion in Hamilton location criteria and requirements. We put this one on hold for Councillor Duvall's return. Councillor?
Yes, and I'm. You get the motion in front of you. I want to move it. It's seconded by Councillor Whitehead. I've had a meeting with Canada Post. I know the other mountain councillors have. We have so many questions, and they have never answered. They have not answered them to date, and we need a full report because I think it's important the public is aware of the cost that it could be where another form of downloading is going to happen, and there is going to be a cost to this, and I'll explain just one of them. When I asked them about the garbage cans to decide who's going to pay for that, who's going to pay to pick up the garbage, they told us very, very clearly they don't want garbage cans. You just throw it on the ground. They don't. I just think it's important that staff comes back with something and having the details out. And especially on Miles Road, I went out with Miles Road with them, Mr. Chair. They told me that this was not part of their community mailbox program. It was a safety problem that they're doing. I talked to the union on the Canada Post side. They were saying no, that the safety issue was done. But Canada Post wants to go ahead with it, and I want to explain to you what's going to happen. They're putting mailboxes on rural roads and expect people to walk there. We have joined the 3 wards, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Jackson, and myself, where people are now, we're getting door-to-door service and be asking to walk into ditches to go retrieve their mail. It's just craziness. So I think it's very, very important that everybody understands exactly what's going to happen here before it's implemented. So, fully support it.
Thank you for that. I have Councillor Whitehead and Johnson.
I move the notice of motion and respect all the hard work that, and working with our legal department as well, the leadership of Councillor Duval. I know Councillor Jackson and I, and of course now Councillor Johnson is impacted by this the petition, sorry, correct? I'm not sure which ones are getting phased in first. I know that the mountain is getting phased in, I believe, by first in regards to that schedule. Yeah, well, and I recognize Councillor Collins as well. I know that we've been sitting down together with Canada Post.
I'm listening to you, Councillor.
Anyway, I think the issue is this is not about, because I think I saw 1 or 2 emails saying your federal government has all authority and you're being obstructionist, and this is really about having a dialogue to ensure that we reluctantly, however, have to ensure that we optimize the locations if this is what we got to live with, and it's not going to be penalized or punitive or impact assessments or create garbage issues and all those kinds of challenges that we have heard from and observed in current locations to ensure that that is addressed through those discussions. So I want to make it clear that we have the authority to have that discussion because at the end of the day, they're not a utility. They don't fall in the Utilities Act. They don't have the same power. And that they have to work in partnership with the city to access and utilize some of these easements and areas that they may identify, and they have to work with us to get it done. So I certainly look forward to the report coming forward, understand exactly what authorities we do have, and at the same time work with Canada Post to ensure that with this short-sighted decision that we're not going to further be punitive in regards to the locations of these super mailboxes.
Okay, thanks for that. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, and thanks to Councillor Duvall for bringing this forward. In fact, there's a super box immediately south to this location, actually. We've had to move it twice because Miles Road is 80 kilometers. People are getting out of their car. If it's unsafe for the postal workers to deliver mail, can you imagine how unsafe it is for someone who's untrained to pick up the mail? I have super boxes on dead-end streets with no lighting. So we have single moms that don't want to pick up their mail at night. They're now limited to doing it on weekends because they work during the day. So this has been an ongoing issue. I've personally had a super box for 21 years. So this is nothing new out in the rural areas, but I think it's something I'm really glad to hear that my suburb folks are catching on, and or urban folks are catching on, because this is something that's been an issue for a long, long time. Safety is number one, but unfortunately, when you're with deep ditches, 80-kilometer roads that are flying by, it's impossible to get out of your car safely, pick up your mail, and get back in your car and drive away. So I really appreciate this coming forward and look forward to hearing what happens after this.
Councillor Marula.
Just quickly, one of my biggest pet peeves is when someone brings forward an initiative and it's not acknowledged. Councillor Collins brought forward a petition that was unanimously supported by this council, lobbying the federal government, including all the MPPs and MPs, back in May of 2014. Hence, this initiative was supported by council already. This enhances it, which I support strongly, but I just don't want to forget where it all started, and I want to thank you, Mr.
Well, thanks for that. Yeah, we're all in this together. Councillor Duvall.
Councillor is absolutely right, and this is what we're doing because the first one we unanimously supported by you was done, and then they went and made the announcement again saying they're just going to implement it all by themselves without even having consultation. So this is just a follow-up, and I think we're all in agreement that we want to support our residents and keep door-to-door service. So thanks.
Okay, I have no further speakers. Have been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Carries. Thank you. 9.4 we've already dealt with. Notices of motion under item 10. Go ahead, Councillor Jackson.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Powers couldn't stay around long enough for this. He asked if I could waive the rules, seconded by Ward 8 Councillor Terry Whitehead, regarding the Industrial McCoy's ring board lease and access hours, please.
On a motion to waive the rules, all those in favor? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Moved by myself, seconded by Ward 8 Councillor Terry Whitehead. It's there before you. Wonderful historic relationship we have with the real McCoys. They brought the Allen Cup here. They won it. This gives them some security, some stability over 5 years versus the one-year type agreements as they're trying to raise some money to do more good things in the community. They're kind of in a special type category. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
All in favor? Any opposed? Hearing none, thank you. It carries. Item 11 is general information. May I have a motion to remove the items from the outstanding business list as outlined in 11.1 on the agenda? Moved by Johnson, seconded by Farr. All those in favor? Carries. Thank you. Next we have 12.1, and it's regarding the closed session minutes of the September 4th meeting. I need a motion to move those minutes. Moved by McCaddy, seconded by Morrow. All those in favor? Carries. Thank you. Now, members of the committee, I need a motion to move into closed session pursuant to subsections D, C, E, and F of the city's procedural bylaw in section 239.2 of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001.